ドゥルンドゥンドゥンドゥ be ready now.
Now is the time for everyone in Broward County to be vigilant in helping to stop the spread of the COVID-19 virus. If you are sick, please stay home. Avoid close contact with anyone showing respiratory symptoms. Avoid directly touching public surfaces like handrails or gasoline pumps. Wash your hands frequently with soap and water for at least 20 seconds and use hand sanitizers that contain more than 60% alcohol. Cough and sneeze into a tissue or your elbow. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Avoid large crowds. When out in public, keep at least 6 feet between you and others. Finally, keep calm and try to maintain a healthy lifestyle. For more information, visit floridahealth.gov.
Broward County residents, make sure your vote counts. If you're not voting in person on November 3rd, we suggest you mail your ballot as soon as possible to help ensure it arrives by Election Day. Ballots can also be dropped off in person 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at any early voting location October 19th through November 1st. Remember to sign your ballot yourself and don't give it to a stranger. For early voting locations and/or ballot drop-off sites, please visit browardsoe.org. A message from the Broward County Commission.
Very good.
You feeling stunned? The stunning begins. That's it.
Sir, how are you? I think they got that issue analyzed.
Good morning.
That's going to be, okay, I'm picking up that other stuff.
Jamie, and where?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Hello?
Yes, good
Hello?
morning.
We don't have, yeah.
We do. We have 5. We start. Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Mayor?
Good morning, Senator Rich. It's 10:03.
Yeah, I'm on the line, yeah.
This is the Broward County Board of County Commissioners meeting of Tuesday, October 20th. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And we'll have the pledge this morning led by Commissioner Fisher.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My friend Commissioner Ryan said we should start on time. He's on time this morning. Please remain standing. It is customary that we observe a moment of silence in honor of notable persons from our community who have recently passed. Colleagues, does anyone have someone that they would like to recognize?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Rich.
Thank you. We lost a very special person in our community this week, last week. Alan Levy was a special, loving, and caring man. During this time of COVID, there was a private service, but then there was an incredible virtual memorial attended by 238 people who paid their respects to this gentle giant who made a powerful impact on our community. Alan didn't care about getting credit. He was an empathetic, kind, and humble leader. He put the needs of others above his own. He was a role model, a friend, a mentor, a philanthropist who gave both of his time and his money. He had respect for all people, believed in social justice and equity long before it was fashionable. He made a difference in the lives of so many young people who needed someone to support them and help them. As the great American poet and civil rights activist Maya Angelou said, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Alan leaves an incredible legacy in many ways, but especially in the way he made people feel. May his memory be for a blessing.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to piggyback on what Senator Rich talked about. Alan Levy was a dear friend of my family and my forebears. And Senator Rich said all of the wonderful things. One thing that he did do is he actually saved the Pompano Farmers Market. He was a very successful agricultural broker, bringing in the Caribbean and bringing to South America, Mayor. But just a true leader in that industry, so he will truly be missed. And the second one is Dr. Derek Gay, Pompano Beach, born and raised in Pompano Beach. Dr. Gay was a pastor in our community. Had a very awful fight of several things wrong with him at the end, but he was a tall, 6'5" gentle giant. He made his swath in Pompano Beach, Mayor, and I know you know him.
Yes.
And he will be truly missed. Thank you.
Commissioner Furr.
I too would like to acknowledge Alan Levy, a real giant in our community. He was the chairman of the Broward Workshop as well as chairman of the Broward School Readiness Coalition, which was to try to make sure all kids are ready for school. He did an enormous amount of things, and he will be missed. I would also like to recognize Max Osceola, who, as everybody was head of the Seminole tribe. His mother actually named one of our parks, TY Park, which is called the Gathering Place, or that's its interpretation. He recently has been a big part of our resilience roundtables, and there's been he's made sure there's been a good communication between Broward County and the tribe, and he will be missed.
Thank you. For me, also, Alan Levy was a friend. He got me involved in the workshops, education task force that he led for a good while. Did an incredible job at that. Quite not imposing, but definitely a giant, even in his small stature. And the Max Osceola, he actually helped to bring the county and the tribe together to put that land deal together up in Coconut Creek. So he's
And the compact.
Really, yeah, in the compact. He's really demonstrated partnership with us. We also lost Sandy Michael McDonald's brother, and I think he came back yesterday from the funeral. So we want to offer our thoughts, prayers, and condolences to Sandy and his family. And at the airport, Claudia Williams Hope, who held a ACDBE portion of the duty-free service at the airport, she passed away also. She was a community-minded person who was always ready to help any community organization that needed help. With that, no one else. Let us also honor all the brave men and women who have served and continue to serve in our armed forces, both here and abroad, and thank them for their service. A moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Welcome to the October 28th Commission meeting. Thank you for joining us today. We have a few time certain items, and it's going to be a long day, it seems. At 10:40, we have item 74, Police and Criminal Justice Review Board. At 12:30, item 83, Joint Government Center meeting. At 2:45, item 75, proposed amendment to the Broward County land use map in the city of Tamarack. And just before that, we have NAMI at 2:30 making a presentation as a delegation request. I've also agreed to allow for, I think it's item 81, County Administrator, for the lab.
I beg your pardon, sir.
To go right behind or item for...
Mr. Mayor, item 81 will be immediately be following item number 75, and that is the crime lab item.
Correct.
And it's listed on your Tuesday morning memo, sir.
Okay. And I'll read that in a moment. To promote social distancing and avoid risk of additional community spread, this commission meeting is not open to physical attendance by members of the public, the media, or general county staff. Only county commissioners and those county employees required to attend the event at the express direction of the county administrator, county attorney, or county auditor may be physically present at this meeting. And I see today we have our deputy county auditor, Ms. Kathy Ann Hewlett, on the dais with us. Members of the public wishing to speak. In order to reduce risk created by gathering in person and to underscore the consistent guidance issued by governmental entities, including the CDC in this county, some of our commissioners have agreed to participate today by telephone as well, and we're appreciative of their decision. And I think it's only Senator Rich that's doing that today.
Right.
Members of the
Yes.
public wishing to speak on an item on the agenda may do so by signing up on the county's website at registertospeakbroward.org. This link is being displayed on your screen now. To utilize this public participation option, following the instruction on the website, you must have access to the internet, a working email address, and a telephone. You can sign up to RegSpeak until 9:30 this morning. Today's music was selected by Commissioner Fisher. The Youngbloods. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. And number, and the other one is, the Doobie Brothers, taking it to the streets. We have two proclamations today. The first one will be presented by Commissioner Udine, and it's a proclamation Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Not My Daughter, Find a Cure, and it's being presented to Denise Hostig, founder and chairwoman of Not My Daughter, Find a Cure Now.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission, and for all the Not My Daughter fans that are watching this virtually. Hopefully you got your link to sign up, and to the leadership of Not My Daughter, thank you for everything that you do. I will be presenting this proclamation at their virtual telethon on October 26th. Not My Daughter, Find a Cure Now was founded in South Florida in 2010. The organization was created by a group of local women who were personally affected by breast cancer. Since its inception, the organization has donated 100% of the proceeds to breast cancer research-based organizations, including Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center, PAPCorps, Center Champions for Cancer Research, and the Susan Komen Miami-Fort Lauderdale Foundation. Whereas throughout the year, the organization partners with local businesses and organizations to provide help and healing for those who need it most. Whereas the organization has opened a patient service, support, bereavement, and services center at the University of Miami Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center in Plantation. The center allows women to get resources that may be unaffordable to help with their recoveries. Whereas Not My Daughter, Find a Cure Now bridges the gap between generations to raise breast cancer awareness while continuing to search for a cure. On October 26, 2020, Not My Daughter, Find a Cure Now will celebrate its 11th anniversary with a telethon event to raise money to search for a cure. Normally, their luncheons are the biggest in the county up in Northwest Broward. This year, they're doing it online virtually, so expect to call everybody on October 26th. Be it now proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County that the board hereby designates October 2020 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and Monday, October 26, 2020 as Not My Daughter, Find a Cure Now Day in Broward County, Florida. Thank you. It's signed by the mayor. Thank you to the county commission, and thank you to everybody from the Not My Daughter group for everything that you do. And I think somebody's on the phone.
Yeah,
that wants
Denise
to
is
speak.
on the line. Denise Hostig, would you release her line, please, operator, so she may say a few words? Operator, please release Denise Hostig line.
Just a second.
I was told Denise was there. Are anyone else connected to this? I was told Denise is there, so. No?
I'll catch her at the telecom, and she'll do it on video.
Okay.
Thank you, Denise, and thank you for everything that everyone does.
Okay, we appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, there's also someone named Jody Sternfield who is registered on the line for the proclamation.
Okay, please release her line, please, operator.
Yes, give me 1 second. I am trying to unmute her line as we speak.
We have a long day today. We're going to move.
Her line is now unmuted. Please go ahead, Dennis.
Go ahead, please.
Mayor, there's also someone named Jody Sternfield who is registered on the line for the proclamation.
Okay, do we have Denise or Judy? We're not able to hear you.
Our line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
We're not hearing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go
Hello?
ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Hi, I think I just got unmuted. This is Denise Hofstig on behalf of Not My Daughter, Find a Cure Now. First, would love to thank Commissioner Udine. He has supported Not My Daughter since its inception in 2010. He's attended every event since 2010, and he truly has been a believer in the cause. We want to thank the entire commission for allowing us to virtually share your dais and be a big part of Broward County. We are very humbled with our second proclamation. We're very ready for our telethon next week. Jerry Lewis has nothing on us, and we won't let you down. So please tune into our Facebook. If you haven't liked our Facebook, Not My Daughter, please like us. We will be intermittently going live throughout the day on October 26th, calling all of our friends and neighbors. So expect a call from us, and we'll also, like I said, on our Facebook, there'll be a call-in number for you as well. So thank you, Commissioner, and for everybody there for all of your support. We're really so grateful for everything that you guys do for us.
Thank you very much for being there. We'll go ahead on to our consent agenda, or to our Monday, Tuesday morning memo. Commissioner Sharif has a proclamation. She's late. We're going ahead and move because we have to get through this today. The following items are submitted for your consideration. Consent items are 1 through 64. Public hearing items are 65 through 75. Regular items are 76 to 95. I request the following withdrawals, scrivener's errors, and inclusion of additional information. Withdrawal, deferrals and substitution, none. Scrivener's errors, none. I request without objection that items 79, 82, 84, 86, 87, 88, 91, 92, 93, and 94 be moved from regular to consent. Items number 77, 78, and 80 will remain on regular. Time certain. Item number 74, 10:40 for public hearing. Item 83, 12:30 p.m. Joint Unified Direct Procurement Authority meeting with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Item number 76, 2:30 p.m. NAMI delegation. Item number 75, 2:45 p.m. Public hearing item. Item number 81 immediately following item number 75. Final ranking. Additional information. Item number 42. The signature page from the Office of the County Attorney has been executed and is included as part of the original agreement. Item number 51. The signature pages from the Office of the County Attorney have been executed and included as part of the original agreement. Item number 73. The board's action on this item will be based on the substitute proposed ordinance distributed as additional material by the Office of the County Attorney. Additional material regular meeting. Item number 2, replacement exhibit 1, submitted by Public Works Department. Item number 8, replacement exhibits 1 and 2, submitted by the Public Works Department. Item number 14 and 15, memo to the board from Port Everglades Department. Item number 20, exhibit 3, submitted by Regional Emergency Services and Communications Department. Item number 83, exhibit number 1, submitted by County Administration. Item number 83, 2, project delivery options submitted by County Administration. Item number 83, 3, PowerPoint presentation submitted by County Administration. Item number 85, parking garage submitted by Commissioner Bogan. Additional material, public hearing. Item number 70, letter to the board from the School Board of Broward County, submitted by Office of the County Attorney. Item number 72, school impact fee submitted by Office of the County Attorney. Item number 73, member to the board from Environmental Protection and Growth Management Division. Item number 74, proposed amendment submitted by Vice Mayor Geller. Item number 75, letter of Mayor Holness from Skeet Jernigan. Item number 83, substitute proposed ordinance submitted by Office of the County Attorney. Item number 74, proposed amendment submitted by Commissioner Fisher. Item number 74-2, letter to the board submitted by County Administration. Item 74-3, proposed amendment submitted by Mayor Holness. Item number 74-4, member to the board from Office of the County Attorney. Item 75-5, email to the board from the town of Hillsborough Beach submitted by County Administration. Item number 74-6, email to the board from the City of Lighthouse Point submitted by Commissioner Fisher. Item number 75, correspondence from interested parties submitted by the Planning Council. Item number 75-2, correspondence from interested parties submitted by the Planning Council. We will now go on to ask for polls. We'll start with Commissioner Fisher.
No polls, Mayor.
Commissioner Udine.
Mayor, item number 58, simply for recusal.
58. Vice Mayor Geller.
None, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Bogan.
None.
Commissioner Ryan.
If you would put item 88 back on regular.
Okay. Commissioner Rich.
Item number 12 for an abstention.
Commissioner Furr.
36?
Would you say 36?
36?
County Administrator.
None.
County Attorney.
None, Mayor.
County Auditor. None. Okay. Now, what do we have pulled from the public? Let's see what we have from the public.
Mr. Mayor, there are no polls from the public.
Okay, good. With that, County Attorney, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Yes, sir, and if I just may say, just to make sure the record's clear, on item 2, the board's consideration of the item is based on the replacement Exhibit 1 distributed as additional material. With that said, sir, the consent agenda is items 1 through 64. We're subtracting from that item 12 for an abstention, item 36, and item 58 for an abstention. And then we're adding to that item 79, item 82, item 84, item 86, item 87, item 91, item 92, item 93, and item 94.
Okay, may I have a motion for?
Did you include item 88, which had been pulled and then put back on?
I did not read that, so that's on regular, sir. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, so we have a time certain at 10:40. We've now gone through a consent agenda. And our first item that was pulled is item number 12 by Commissioner Rich.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 12 is on the consent agenda. It involves the Area-wide Council on Aging. I serve on the board of the Area-wide Council on Aging, which will be impacted financially if item 12 passes. I do not receive any compensation for serving on this board, and I therefore have no actual statutory voting conflict. However, to avoid the appearance of a conflict, I am abstaining on item 12 and ask that it be reflected in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, do I have a motion? A motion by Commissioner Frissette, second by Commissioner Udine. Those in favor vote by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Passes 8-0. 7 with 1 abstention. We now have item 36, Commissioner Furr.
Thank you. This is, I'm supporting this. I really just wanted to commend Commissioner Ryan on this. This has been a project that has been in the works for almost 25, 30 years in the southern part of the county. And I remember in 2014 when Commissioner Ryan had designated it as a AAA project. That allowed it to kind of leapfrog and get prioritized where otherwise it would not have been. And for all the residents in South Broward, I just want to thank Commissioner Ryan for doing that. And I am so glad to see this finally being permitted after so many years. So,
It's a good thing I won my lotto card this week. Now I can go ahead and give that money to Fur.
Okay, with that, there's a motion by Commissioner...
Motion to approve.
Furr. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Bogan. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes 8-0. Next item is item 58. Item 58.
Mayor, that's just me for an abstention.
Was pulled by Commissioner Udine.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 58 is a motion to approve a change order to a guaranteed price under which Craven Thompson is a sub-consultant. I'm on the board and own shares of Legacy Bank that are not traded on a stock exchange. Another owner has a substantial interest in Craven Thompson. I'm leaving the dais, not voting, and filing my form.
Okay, do I have a motion for approval?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bogan, second by Vice Mayor Geller. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes 7 with 1 abstention. Okay. Well, we're moving this morning, huh? Okay.
76,
We're gonna
Mayor?
go ahead on to,
I'm sorry, not 76, 77, sir.
I'm sorry? 77?
Yeah, 76 is a time certain, so 77 would be your next item. And Mayor, may I just say that for items 77, 78, and 80, they're remaining on regular. These are airport items, and they're required to just go on a regular agenda and be considered individually. It's just a legal issue that requires them not to be on consent. That's why they were pulled off of consent.
Okay, so we'll now go to item 77. Motion to approve terminal building lease agreement between Broward County and ABM Aviation, Inc. for the lease and use of 487 square feet of administrative office space. We have a motion by Commissioner Bogan, second by Commissioner Udine. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Passes 9-0.
Mayor,
Let me just run through these 3 items and I'll come back.
I would like to be shown as voting in the affirmative on the consent agenda and the items that came afterwards. Thank you.
Okay. A motion to approve, item 78, motion to approve terminal building lease agreement between Broward County and Azul Linhas Aéreas Brasileiras. A motion and a second. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes 9-0. We'll now go on to item 80. Motion to approve agreement between Broward County and Fuel Facility Management, Inc. Request for proposal RFP number PNC 2120084P1. We have a motion and a second. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Passes 9-0. Okay, let's see where we are. We're gonna go ahead and, yeah, we can go to 88, and while Commissioner Sheriff get ready to make her proclamation, we'll break for that in a moment. Okay, a motion to direct Office of County Attorney in consultation with the Office of Economic Small Business Development to draft an ordinance to create a local business preference program for businesses that have been designated as graduates from the County Business Enterprise Program. Okay, go ahead. Vice Mayor Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In principle, I have absolutely no problem with that. I just don't understand exactly what it is that we're talking about doing. Is it, if what you're talking about is to have a limited time period after they graduate, understanding that they may not be able to go from small businesses to swimming with the sharks immediately. If it's a short period of time, I think that's a great idea. I couldn't tell, because it's just the direction to draft, where you're planning on going on that.
Okay, so it would be more when they reach a certain other threshold, as we have a threshold now in place for CBE. My consideration was when they reach to another level, then we let them go swim with the shark, so to speak. Not necessarily just a time period, but that can be something that's proposed in what we do. I'm hoping that our Office of Economic Development, Small Business will work with our county attorney and county administration to formulate what might be best practices that are out there in some other jurisdiction.
Mr. Mayor, I was just asking, under no circumstance would I have opposed putting this, the motion to direct. I was just trying to get some more details as to what to direct. I personally think it would probably be better to give them a number of years, but again, these are the kinds of things we can iron out later.
Exactly.
I just wanted to know in the motion to direct, some more details. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I understand, no problem. Commissioner Ryan, you pulled the item.
Vice Mayor Geller kind of got into the area where my interest was, and I had spoken of this in the context where you had a separate proposal with regard to small business companies and allowing them to do pass-throughs of funds that are used for different disciplines and subcontracted work. And my concern is that I'm always looking to grow our small business participation. And what I've heard from small businesses is that it's difficult to get into the program, to participate, to compete. And I'm just concerned about an expansion of the program for those longtime players that, I would have thought by now would move over into, with regular contractors and vendors. And I just don't like to use the small business program as kind of a crutch to allow it to be gamed by companies that have been in business, doing business with the county for decades. So those are my comments, and I hope those will be considered when you're drafting this ordinance.
And it should be structured in a way that it doesn't offer competition to those small CBs that are there now.
Because I had said earlier to you, Mayor, I mean, this is the genesis of your advocacy for small businesses and the ability for small businesses to participate in county business. So, those that are the smallest of businesses that are just starting or are small for other reasons and will remain small. So I'm not just saying because a business has been small for a long time, but a business that is otherwise larger but is just able to stay in the program because we're adopting rules and massaging them to help them to stay in is not what I would like to see in this county.
All right, so we know that there are other jurisdictions that have similar program to this. It's an intermediary.
Okay, Mayor, is it possible to lay that on the table and let them come out?
We're going to come to you in 1 second. We'll finish this. We're in the middle of it, okay?
Wrap it up.
I mean, this is an important discussion, so.
I know, but
and
I'm
we are
just
gonna
trying to
hear-
let
I'm
them.
sorry,
We're gonna hear your
I'm
item.
sorry that you were late, Commissioner.
Yeah, I
We're going
got-
to finish this item and we'll come to you.
Well, obviously, I want to get in on the discussion, so if we could lay it on the table and I can come up to the dais and get in. You told me to get ready, so I'm down here and the people are waiting. We should just get rid of this and let them go.
We are.
I don't mind if you continue this, and it would, I don't know if you'd be laying it on the table, but you would continue or extend it
just give
until
me
we can
5
hear it
minutes so I
afterwards,
can do
after
this.
the next item.
I think we're almost ready to wrap. I don't see anybody else other than Commissioner Farr willing to speak, so go ahead, Commissioner Farr.
I may extend this up, because I actually look at this as making our program a little bit more unwieldy by adding another tier. I think it's starting to get a little clumsy in there. There's too many tiers. I would much rather see the CBE program itself, the criteria for graduating, make sure that when they're graduated, they're ready.
Yeah.
They're ready to swim with the sharks, as opposed to adding an intermediary level. I think that makes more sense. This is getting, and I'm partially responsible because I was adding more to it on the local preference.
So it's your fault.
It's my fault, exactly. It's my
So-
fault.
so-
I take responsibility.
So what this is to direct staff to go ahead and bring something back. So whatever comes back can be dealt with. Did you want to comment on this, Commissioner Sharif?
No, I'm
So
gonna
we
vote
can
no if I can't comment so the way I want to, so I'll just keep it moving. Go ahead,
I'm
Okay.
done.
go ahead.
All right. Can we get a motion to move this so we can get over this and go to the proclamation? Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No?
Okay, it passes 7-2. Commissioner Sheriff, go ahead with your proclamation.
Yes, may I please have Peggy Sapp from Informed Families, the president and CEO. I'd like Richard Napoli of Informed Families Board of Trustees member. Yasmin Mendoza, Informed Families Chief Operating Officer. Audrey Amoro, National Family Partnerships Director of Marketing and Communications. Hi, good morning, I'm good. Thank you for your patience, not everything runs on time for us as county commissioners in the morning. And so I had somebody that was late that caused me to be late. So I requested this proclamation and it says, whereas communities across America have been plagued by the numerous problems associated with illicit drug use and those who traffic them, whereas governments and community leaders know that the hope in winning the war on drugs relies on support, education, and drug demand and reduction, and whereas the hard work and determination of organizations such as Informed Families, a non-for-profit organization founded in 1982, helps kids foster a safe, healthy, and drug-free life, and whereas Informed Families focuses on educating, involving, and empowering parents to work together to set boundaries and monitor their children's behavior to prevent underage drinking, substance abuse, and other harmful behaviors, and whereas Informed Families is affiliated with the National Family Partnership, the organization is best known for being the Florida sponsor of the National Red Ribbon Campaign. They also boast multiple school and community-based prevention programs focusing on youth, parents, and communities. And whereas the Red Ribbon Campaign was established by Congress in 1988 to encourage a drug-free lifestyle and involvement in drug prevention and reduction efforts, and whereas the Red Ribbon has been chosen as a symbol commemorating the work of Enrique Kiki Camarena, a Drug Enforcement Administration agent who was murdered in the line of duty and represents the belief that one person can make a difference. And whereas October the 23rd through the 31st has been designated as National Red Ribbon Week, encouraging Americans to wear a red ribbon to show their support for a drug-free environment. Be happy, be brave, be drug-free is this year's ribbon theme, and it's on all of your masks. I know some of my colleagues have the red masks that we purchased for you. Thank you for participating and wearing them. And again, Commissioner Fisher, love that tie. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, and Bogan, love it, that the board hereby designates October 23rd through the 31st, and Udine, as Red Ribbon Week in Broward County, Florida. So, in an effort to reduce the use of illicit drugs in our communities. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It isn't easy to get everyone on the same page, is it? And so you can imagine for NFP, when we designated October 23rd through 31st all across America, and people said, why? Well, because you can't have a school march in Alaska in March. We started in March, but then you have to compromise. So now it's October 23rd through 31st, and it always has been. It takes a lot of people. Thank you. I love your red tie. I hope you wear your mask. This was, the contest happens, and this is a kindergarten group who did this one. So again, what a great message. Be happy, be brave, and be drug-free. But it takes a team, and I just wanted to have our board member, Richard Napoli, say a few words, because we've come out here, and we are so grateful to you.
Thank you, Peggy. Hi, I'm Richard DiNapoli with Coral Gables Trust, the Chief Trust Officer there, which also has an office in Fort Lauderdale here. And we're a proud sponsor of Informed Families, and we're happy to be here today for this proclamation of the Broward County Commission for Red Ribbon Week, the oldest and largest drug prevention program in the United States. So thank you very much, and thank you, Peggy Sapp.
Thank you. May I just also introduce our Chief Operating Officer, Yasmin Mendoza, and then this is Audrey Moore, who heads the National Red Ribbon Campaign and Materials. So she's the people everybody calling and saying, where are my ribbons? Where are my ribbons? But here's the big thing, guys. All these people live in Broward County. So just wanted you to know.
So can you pull this way, and we're going to have the commission just stand where they are? Oh, I know. Take the picture. Yes, we're going to do a picture. Just stand, if you want to stand where you are, you want to stand over here, that's fine. Are you ready for that one?
Hey, turn to front.
We are. It's okay. Got it? Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Sharif.
Absolutely. No problem. Thank you. All right.
Commissioner Ryan is having a good time. All right. On the previous item, we had a 7-2 vote, 7 in favor, 2 against. The 2 who voted against was Commissioner Farr and Commissioner Sharif. As for a minute taker, and our consent agenda passed 9-0. We're going to move on to our next item, time certain for 10:40. And that item is item 74. Motion to enact ordinance title, which is as follows: an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, creating the Police and Criminal Justice Review Board, creating Section 18.7 of the Broward County Code of Ordinances Code, and providing for severability inclusion in the code and an effective date. We have members of the public that wishes to speak on the item.
Mr. Mayor, you have 10 speakers signed up and 2 signed up for questions only. There's one on your last page. Don't forget that one.
Okay, all right, so why don't we do that? We'll go ahead with, so I don't miss him, Mr. Michael Emmanuel Reyna. Would you go ahead, sir? And then we're going to go to the list on the front. Would you release the line for Mr. Reyna? Operator.
Michael Reyna, please press pound 2 on your telephone keypad.
Each person will get 2 minutes to speak.
Michael, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Michael Rayner. I first want to thank the Commission for including several of the items that I was concerned about in this item. I do want to encourage maybe to expand area on training to also include perhaps jail visitation. Given, we just had an issue of a pregnant woman giving birth in the jail cell. I think there's issues that do need to be addressed with that as part of this being a criminal justice review board. I would also add that there should be probably training expanded not just on race but also on other minority groups. The LGBT community has some various unique facets to it that especially in the trans community or the transgender community that would be important. On page 5, line 14 and 15, I see that the Commission is exempting this board from limitation of service on one board. I don't know if that's going to be coming back to amend that ordinance so that it applies to more boards. And then I read the additional materials where Lighthouse Point and Hillsborough have urged to table this item. I actually disagree. I live in Wilton Manors, a city that doesn't have a review board. And I do encourage that this does apply to municipalities. There's no punitive, measures that this board can actually take from what I'm reading, so I really don't know why it's a threat to cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyna. We're going to go on to Ms. Andrea Galvan, followed by Mr. Carnell Staples, and then Mayor Deborah Tarrant. And then Mr. Dwight Bullard, Senator Dwight Bullard. Would you release them in that order, please?
And if you can please press pound 2 on your telephone keypad. Andrea, please press pound 2 on your telephone keypad. I don't see her.
Okay, we'll go on to Mr. Carnell Staples.
Carnell Staples, please press pound 2.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. Hi, hello, everyone. Thank you all for allowing public comments on this. I'll make it brief. I am, again, in support of this review board, and we did, me and some of my organizational colleagues, we did schedule some meetings with commissioners to discuss their thoughts on having the cops or law enforcement, either former or current, have a vote on this board. We were able to meet with a couple of commissioners, and I want to thank them for taking the time out to speak with us. One of which, Commissioner Sharif, did schedule a meeting with us and then did not show up to the meeting, claimed that she did not, was not able to attend and did not give us any notice, so had us kind of waiting in the Zoom room for over 15 minutes, in which case she did, of course, say that, I was coming later. But anyway, our main question was if the commissioners that are in favor of having cops vote on this board, if they are looking at them as strictly a consultative and educational element to this board, then our question to them was, hey, well, why do they need a vote if they're just there for consultative purposes? No one was able to give us an answer on that. Again, we do not have a problem with them being there in a consultative manner. We do understand that that they do have certain perspectives that are needed in order for this board to function. We just, again, because of all of the power and the influence that they already have, we don't feel that a vote on this board is necessary, as it would cancel out the community organizers' votes that are on the board as well. Now, as for the additional notice coming from the mayor of Lighthouse Point, as the commenter prior to myself did suggest, because this is not a punitive board, they are not in any danger. I don't see why we would need to push this ordinance out any further, as it is essentially here for analysis and data collection. I personally, again, do support this board. I support anyone that does support this board, but again, I feel as though this is for the community, benefits the community, and having police influence and police power on the board is not a benefit to the community overall, and it does not build trust within the community.
Thank you, Mr. Staples. We'll then go on to, I don't know if Miss Andrea Galvan has come back on. She's not. Then we go on to Mayor Deborah Tarrant. Mayor Tarrant.
I know she wanted to speak more, so.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was disconnected there for a second while I was being unmuted. Thank you. Before the timer starts for my comments, for the record, I want to clarify that I am the mayor of the town of Hillsborough Beach. Since I just got the details of this ordinance yesterday, I have not yet held a commission meeting on my own with this ordinance on the agenda. Therefore, my comments represent my views alone, although I have spoken with our town manager and chief of police who share my concerns. Again, my name is Deb Tarrant, and I'm from Hillsborough Beach. First, I want to applaud the commission for responding to the need for a comprehensive look at law enforcement practices in Broward County. I'm deeply concerned, however, that these efforts have manifested in the creation of a review board populated by special interest groups. Of the 24 proposed seats, no less than 1/3 represent special interests. By definition, members of special interest groups have identifiable biases. This is why they belong to a particular special interest group. In addition, this ordinance actually states that a prerequisite for board members is having had a negative personal experience with law enforcement. By stacking the board with activists and people who have had negative experiences with law enforcement, you're not creating a review board, you're creating a lynch mob. People with personal grudges and special interests and who are not trained in any aspect of law enforcement cannot possibly serve in an advisory capacity to people who actually put their lives on the line every day. The arrogance of that notion absolutely floors me. Preconceived bias defeats the purpose of having a review board. Not a single board seat should be allocated to groups or individuals who clearly have anti-law enforcement leanings. Instead, seats should go to professionals in various areas of law enforcement, professors of criminal justice, and the non-BSO municipalities whose municipal police departments will be subjected to review. We should learn from New York's knee-jerk response to George Floyd's death. The city made the mistake of moving away from traditional law enforcement. As a result, shooting victims in New York are nearly double this time last year, and the NYPD retirement rate is up 87%. Law enforcement officers are fed up. Using law enforcement as scapegoats for society's problems is a no-win situation. This proposed review board, if executed as detailed in this ordinance, will only exacerbate problems in Broward County. Thank you.
We'll move on to Senator Dwight Bullitt, followed by Kristen Palacio, and then Lisa Rask.
Good morning, Mayor Holness and Commissioners. Senator Dwight Bullard on behalf of the New Florida Majority. The New Florida Majority has sat in coalition with a number of community-based organizations in Broward. We do work in Broward. Our office is actually located at 1142 West Sunrise Boulevard. As some folks have, made assertions that, because our home office is in Miami, that we don't have a presence in Broward. So I wanted to clarify that. New Florida Majority was also part of a 22-member coalition that helped pass a similar review board in Miami-Dade County very recently. I would definitely encourage the Broward Commission to move forward with the acceptance of this particular agenda item because of the necessity of review, especially in this time and place. Even very recently, you had a situation in which the law that was recently passed around the treatment of pregnant women while in incarceration was violated by officers who were staffing that location. Again, these are sort of continuous opportunities that are missed in terms of police accountability. So I would definitely recommend the passage of this. The coalition that we are a part of in Broward has submitted a number of recommendations to the mayor and the commission on implementation moving forward, and we hope that the commission, the mayor and the commissioners are taking a look at what the makeup of this review board would look like in terms of its participation. I regret to hear the invocation of the term lynch mob by the previous speaker. As an African American, it is unfortunate that people use this terminology when you're talking about municipal review of police involved occurrences and try to conflate that with violent mobs who historically took the lives of African Americans unjustly. What is so ironic about that statement is part of why we want the review board established is to make sure that these occurrences don't happen to African Americans in this community. So definitely encourage the commission to support this agenda item.
Thank you very much, Senator Bullard. We'll go on to Kristen Palacio. We'll go on to
Christian Palacio, please press pound 2 to enter the question queue.
We'll go on to Lisa Rask.
I still do not see her on the line.
I'm sorry, who's this? Lisa Rask?
Hi, yes, this is Lisa Rask. Thank you so much for including this public hearing this morning and taking the time to listen. I am calling because I just learned about this review board probably less than 2 weeks ago, and it was from an Leo that contacted me, a law enforcement officer. And so I am contacting you. I'm in opposition to this advisory board. If you look at the language of this advisory board, as a former board member on the Broward County Commission on the Status of Women, myself, I see this as being far more than an advisory board with some of the powers that are afforded to the membership, including the ability to subpoena. And while the county attorney did point out that there are limitations in subpoena power because of the Police Bill of Rights, that does not negate civilian police force members or other witnesses potentially being subject to the subpoena power afforded by this particular ordinance. And quite frankly, looking at this, I just see this as undermining what BSO tried to do. The BSO's predecessor really created a lot of gaps in the system that the successor had to undertake in filling. And quite frankly, back on February 2020, Sheriff Toney took steps to correct these and has taken steps in the agency, and this preceded George Floyd. And really, this county commission is not giving the sheriff the opportunity to really see what the outcome of the new practices are. And since this is also an election year, and what you're talking about here is a central issue to the sheriff election, I think that you are really overstepping your bounds by rushing this right now. A lot of people aren't paying attention because of COVID and because of the election. They're distracted. And every person that I contacted, except for one, was not aware of this transpiring. Quite frankly, I see due process issues in here as an attorney myself, which are very disconcerting. Potentially, from what I've read about civilian review boards, even after processes in the court have rendered somebody not guilty of something, this could still allow for batching. And I just think that this is not unifying, and I strongly oppose it in its current form. Thank you so much.
We'll go on to Loris Gale, followed by Maria Schneider.
Good. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes, go ahead. Is this Loris Gale?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is Loris.
Okay. Go on.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and County Commissioners. I'm Loris Gale. I represent the Caribbean Bar Association, and we are in full support of this ordinance as a first step initiative to address criminal justice reform in our community, and we look forward to further development that will move this initiative and conversation forward, not just in Broward County or Great County, but also in our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to Ms. Maria Schneider.
Good morning. This is Maria Schneider. I'm calling on behalf of the State Attorney's Office here in Broward County. And I wanted to say that we are in favor of the concept of a review board. We would like to see a final draft before we can completely 100% be in support of each and every element that's included in this very comprehensive proposal. We do feel that given the fact that the board went from a potential 9 members at its inception of the concept to possibly 24 votes, that the 2 members of law enforcement who will be sitting on the board or who are proposed to sit on the board should have the ability to vote. I do not believe that having 2 votes when you have 24 people total is too many votes for law enforcement. I believe that we believe that they have a necessary voice and input that will be valuable and should be considered as well. We also have some concerns regarding some of the specifics regarding subpoena power and the ability to compel people to testify before the board, not so much in that there is going to be subpoena power, but in the sense that it could potentially interfere with either ongoing investigations or ongoing prosecutions potentially, and might interfere with rights that people have otherwise. I think that we need to be careful about how that section that allows for the subpoena power is worded. But the concept of a review board, I think our office feels is necessary and it's welcome. And we are in full support of, again, the concept. It's just some of the details that we would like to be able to see ironed out before finalizing the proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Mr. Michael Hausen.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and the board, for having us comment today on this. I think it is, and I am representing Black Lives Matter Broward. I think it's critical that this oversight board is put into place and that we remember that this is supposed to be for the community to have oversight over those who are supposed to serve and protect us. And so I strongly disagree that law enforcement has a place on this board. If they were capable of policing themselves, people would not be out in the streets protesting for over 100 days. With respect to the mayor of Hillsborough Beach, I resent the use of the term lynch mob, because this is exactly what we are talking about, that these officers are empowered to not only enforce the law, but to use violence against the people they're supposed to be serving and, again, protecting. And that oftentimes it is a special interest group, which we represent, who are the subject of that extreme use of force. And if we do not have a say on this community board, then is it really a community board? And is it truly for oversight? We need to remember that boards like this, commissions and reviews like this have been put together for over a century in this country, and we are still talking about it. So the very idea that we should allow police officers onto this board to continue to disrupt any kind of form of accountability when really all it allows us to do is obtain information, it is insulting.
Thank you, Mr. Housen. We're going to go on to Attorney France McLaren, then Attorney Robert Vaughn. And whether is Ms.
Good morning, Mayor.
Yeah, if I may, if Ms. Andrea Galvan is on and Ms. Kristen Palacio. Go ahead, Attorney McLaren.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner Sharif, and good morning to the other commissioners. I am in full support of this as the person who spoke on behalf of the board of the bar. I'm in full support of this first step initiation. My question for you has to deal with subpoena power, which I heard 2 or 3 people mention before. As far as I understand the proposed ordinance, this is not for a case-by-case, it's not a case-specific investigation. It's really more so for an overall arching investigation or analysis of police practices. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That really was my question, because it seemed as if the questions dealing with subpoena power was asking about whether or not you'd be able to, whether you'd subpoena specific witnesses dealing with specific cases. But as I understand it, it's really dealing with the overall analysis of police practices. That was really my only question. Thank you very much for entertaining that question.
All right, good. And I'll have the county attorney elaborate on that in a moment. Attorney Robert Vaughn, President of Broward County Bar, I believe.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
SFRTA, your appointee.
I thought you replaced me by appointing him. Didn't you? Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you, Mayor Holness. Members of the Commission, good morning and thank you for having me. My name is Robert Vaughn. I'm President of the Broward County Bar Association. And on behalf of our almost 4,000 members, I rise to thank you for taking this necessary step towards creating the model of community policing and transparency that our community needs and is crying out for. Mr. Mayor, I'm encouraged to see the involvement of our Broward Sheriff, our combined municipal chiefs of police, and I'm encouraged to see such a broad and diverse coalition of community and advocacy groups represented in this ordinance. I'm also encouraged that many of our individual commissioners, by record, are so actively involved in drafting and contributing to this very important ordinance, because it's clear that buy-in at every level and at all levels is important to the success of an initiative like this. I also appreciate the hard work of our county attorney's office and their staff. The Broward County Bar Association, Mr. Mayor, rejects any notion that a constructive discussion about community policing and law enforcement should be a them versus us conversation. Rather, we believe that the discussion should be a collaborative effort where all of us, citizens and officers alike, working towards the same goal, a goal of a police force, a peace force that protects and serves the community as its guardians. We believe that we're all working towards an environment where there is no place that a citizen, any citizen, every citizen, feels safer than when they're in the presence of a peace officer. So, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of our members, I congratulate you and the board on taking this bold first step, and I challenge you all, I challenge all of us to stay true true to the mission of this ordinance and to work hard to make sure that we not only meet but exceed its stated objectives. I thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and we look forward to working with the Commission on this initiative.
Thank you, Attorney Vaughn. Is Ms. Andrea Galvan or Ms. Kristen Palacio on? Operator will release their line.
Good morning. This is Andrea Galvan. Can everyone, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Andrea Galvan. I am calling in because I think it's really important that the commissioners recognize that they're in a position where they can use their voices and the credibility they've built in the community to speak for those of us that need it most. You've spent your careers fighting for what's right, and doing everyday votes on, what contract goes to what contractor. Today, we're asking you to use all of those years' knowledge of experience that your constituents trust you, to take a leap, to take just one chance to give young black and brown voices in Broward an opportunity to get real justice. Police unions and police have millions and millions of dollars in their coffers that they use to protect themselves. All we are asking for today is to have one board that oversees them without their influence. I spoke with a lot of the commissioners personally, and I know a lot of my colleagues spoke with the commissioners as well. And we think that our ask is very small. And we hope that you'll listen to us and see that this is the path forward. Broward County has 1.9 million residents, 60% of whom are Black and Latino. And we're letting cities like Lighthouse Point that have a population of 11,000 that are 93% white determine our future. This can't go on any longer. We deserve justice, and we deserve the opportunity to let our voices be heard and to advocate for ourselves and for our commissioners to reflect our needs. Thank you for your time, and I want to thank the commissioners that took the time to speak to us and to learn about our opinions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Galvan. Is Ms. Kristen Palacio on? No? Okay. We had some conversation about the sheriff's office, and we have Judge Gonzalez here representing the sheriff's office. He's the person that Sheriff Tony has designated to be a part of the discussion and what we do going forward. Judge Gonzalez.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and all of the commissioners. Thank you so very much for welcoming myself. And on behalf of Sheriff Gregory Tony and all the members at BSO, I want to extend and continue extending our support for this review board. We think it's an important first step, and you will continue to have our commitment to seeing its success and in whatever capacity we can. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. And I think we've covered all our speakers. But before I hand over so I can make my comments, County Attorney, would you speak to the issue of subpoena power so that the audience can understand where we are with that in terms of who, the powers of it and who?
Yes, and Mayor, one of the things I wanted to mention is Commissioner Fisher has proposed an amendment that would address this a little bit, and I think eliminate concerns pretty directly. But subpoena issues are going to be fact specific, but I think the general consideration is binary. And I'm just going to make general statements and understand that we're going to be very conservative in how we apply this because we're going to legally staff this advisory board. But you're prohibited from subpoenaing any person or document that could intrude into a foreseeable or active investigation. And, again, and it's very fact specific, but you can probably in some instances subpoena non-police officers on matters that are not subject to foreseeable criminal or internal investigation. So and obviously documents would fit into that same category. So those are the general parameters. There's going to be a lot of fact-specific review that would go on if anyone attempted to issue a subpoena, and I think that lends itself very well to an issue that Commissioner Fisher brings up in his amendment.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and pass the gavel over to the Vice Mayor. And if I may be allowed, since it's my item, to address it for briefly, and then close the item. As is customary.
Some of us have comments.
As is
There's a
customary.
lot of questions. I have to let the mayor speak. I saw Dr. Sharif first. I saw Commissioner Bogan second. I saw Commissioner Udine third. And I saw Commissioner Ferb after that. But let me get back to the mayor's remarks.
I also would like to speak, Mr. Mayor.
I know you have an amendment, and let me just write down the order that I saw. It was, first we're hearing from Mayor Holness, then Dr. Sharif, then Commissioner Bogan, then Commissioner Udine.
Commissioner Rich, please.
Okay, then Commissioner Ferb, yes.
Let me just recommend that we take up the amendments after the item is introduced, because if you go through this, once, and then we're going to have discussion on the amendments, this could go for a long time.
Dr. Sharif first, because she's been very patient, after, and then we'll do the amendments. But first, let me call on the mayor. Mayor Holness, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me first thank the public for their participation, for lending their voice to this ordinance, for the input that we've gotten from so many in law enforcement. The president of chiefs of police in the city of Miramar has supported this. I've spoken to the chief there, and also the chief of Sunrise, and I had a conversation. We weren't 100% on everything, but someone said we weren't talking to law enforcement. I have been to many in law enforcement. We're faced with a situation where we've given law enforcement a badge and a gun, and pretty much say to them, fix the ills of our society. Deal with pervasive poverty, homelessness, mental illness, drug addiction. And unfortunately, sometimes with the stress of the job, things happen. I don't believe that our law enforcement officers are evil. I think, by and large, the greatest percentage are there to serve and do good, to help our community. Unfortunately, the system is structured in such a way that oftentimes, on the civilian side, the voice is not there. And I can tell you from my personal experience, while I was serving here on this dais, I was at my then fiance's house, and her son was shot in her front lawn. 3 police officers from Lauderdale. I think it was probably about 40 shots fired. The young man was 5 feet 2 inches. It was stated that he had a kitchen knife in his hand. The young man suffered some mental illness and actually was Baker acted from that very same premises previously. 3 officers came and he was killed on his front lawn for having a knife. Now, de-escalation could have occurred in my mind. They said, well, because he was within 15 feet, he's a danger to their lives. And I went through a lot in terms of when the investigation occurred. And the way I was treated, it's almost as if I did something wrong. the way I was handled, it doesn't leave a good memory for me. So what this board is here to do, it's not to punish police officers. It doesn't have the ability to do so. It has the ability to review, to research, to look at best practices from across the country and bring them to bear here and make suggestions. They can't even, they're not able to investigate an active investigation. So the police still going to investigate themselves. When it comes to punishment, that won't change. But as it is now, the police themselves. And come on, let's be real. If we are a part of a fraternity, or we're part of a family, instinctively, we're going to look out for our family and our fraternity. Not because we're evil, but because that's the instinct that we develop as humans. What this board will do is look at the criminal justice system, and it's not just about policing. It's more than that. In Broward County, I, as a black man, it's twice as likely, 1.9 times as likely, according to ACLU statistics, to be stopped for not wearing a seatbelt as if someone was as someone who's white. 65% of the juveniles, 65% of children that are arrested in Broward County are black kids. Not black and brown, black kids. And just 30% of the population. We have to do better than we have done. We must ensure that we allow everyone fairness and justice and work to build the capacity for everyone in our community to live to their fullest potential. We rob ourselves when we just look at the situation in our communities as a law enforcement issue. So we have to go beyond that. And the police, in terms of having a vote on this body, have votes elsewhere. They have the police union with a Bill of Rights. And someone should go look at the Bill of Rights that they have. What they are able to do and not do, when they can be investigated, how they have to see evidence before, how they can change their statements. So there is something there to protect them already. All this is going to do, it says, let the community take a look. And to exclude those who are advocates makes no sense at all to me. Because again, the police have the police union, powerful union, and they contribute to our campaigns, and they go out and help us win elections. They're very organized. The rest of the community doesn't have that power. And again, this is merely looking at what is happening, bringing the best practices forward. There was mention of training, and I've heard that. We want to see more training. There's the ordinance allow for that to be expansive. It's not restrictive that you only do this or that. And I think we ought to let that be there so that as time goes on, there might be different practices that we want to look at in terms of how we train the folks that are here. So I've listened to the community. I've heard them. They're asking that we don't allow the police to have a vote on this, but that they be there because we need them there to be able to consult, to be able to offer their opinion. And in our last meeting, we had a vote where we had a 6-3 vote, and I'd like for us to separate out that item so that those of us who choose to vote for the police to be on the board but not have a vote be able to do so. And I'll close in the end.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me tell you what my intention is now on how to conduct this. I know there's a number of questions for the county attorney. I have some. We will do that. At that point in time, we will begin calling on the commission members as soon as the county attorney is done. The order that I have right now to call on county commission members is Dr. Sharif, Commissioner Bogan, Commissioner Udine, Commissioner Furr. I know Senator Rich wanted to speak. Is there anyone that I think the only commissioner here that I may have left out is Commissioner Ryan. And if there's anybody right now, I'm sorry, Commissioner Fisher, I apologize, because you have amendments, sir. Okay, so I have in order Sharif, Bogan, Udine, Furr, Rich, and Fisher, and then Ryan, and then we will see if there's a second round. All right, so first, a couple of questions for the county attorney. Mr. Myers, would you mind coming up to the, because I think you'll be up there for a while, and we can't see you, at least I can. If you want to stay there, you can stay there. Okay.
Yes, sir, I can go up. I don't have that many documents I need to bring with me.
Okay. Mr. Myers, if you want, I can wait till you get there, or I can start.
It's okay, please go.
Okay. First, I had one question which wasn't on my list, which is the mayor of Lighthouse Point said that you had to have had a bad issue with the police to be on this board. I would not be supportive of a board that had that criteria on it, because I think she would be right that that would result in a board that would have just bad impressions. I didn't see that language anywhere in this document. Can you tell us, is that language anywhere in this document?
It is not in the document, Vice Mayor. I think, unless I'm missing something, I think what she might have been referring to is on page 4. It says that for qualifications in selecting for nomination, county commissioners shall consider, in addition to any other criteria they deem appropriate, the prospective nominee's personal experience with or professional or academic study of certain issues, and then other factors as well.
Okay. So in your opinion, does that mean that we are only putting people on there that have had problems?
No.
Okay. Can you clarify what version we are working off of today?
Yes, sir. We are working off of Exhibit 7, and then there were 2 amendments to Exhibit 7.
And Amendment 7 is the one that we passed at the last meeting, and that now there are 2 amendments, one from Commissioner Fisher and one for Mayor Holness. Is that correct, sir?
Exhibit 7 was an attempt to basically incorporate all of your comments from the last meeting into a single document. That's Exhibit 7, never passed, but yes. Yes, sir.
Can you clarify the subpoena power? There have been questions about that.
Yes, and I want to, just repeat that this is very fact-specific when you're in the gray area, but there are some things that are not in the gray area. So I don't think under any circumstances, but I would never say never, that, that they couldn't theoretically try to get documents or, speak with someone who works for a police agency way down the road for a case that was long resolved, to try to get fact information. That's possible, although I can't say that we would ever think that that was legally sufficient. That would be an uphill battle. But for right now, they cannot subpoena any person or document that could intrude into a foreseeable or active investigation, and we would probably think that would always involve a police officer. So that's why I'm saying we probably wouldn't ever bless legally subpoenaing a police officer, and that they could probably subpoena other witnesses, not police officer witnesses, in matters that will not foreseeably lead to and are not related to an active investigation. So just general fact witnesses. But again, if it could lead to interference into an investigation that's active or even foreseeable, we would take the position that they could not do that and we wouldn't legally bless it.
Okay. Reference to mission creep of the board. The president of the bar actually alarmed me when he said that he hoped that the board would meet and exceed the stated objectives. Well, I would be concerned about exceeding the stated objectives. What provisions are there to prevent mission creep?
well, and I don't have the full document in front of me, but basically, an advisory board is a creature of the ordinance or other code that creates it, and it's limited in powers and functions to those that are stated there. If the board collectively tried to go outside of what its mission is, we would advise it that it could not do that. At that point, if any members persisted in doing that, as you know, one of the changes that was made was this board, in terms of commissioner-nominated members, they basically serve at will. Other members can have 2-year terms and can be removed for cause. And if they try to go into areas that we believe are clearly invalid, we would offer a suggestion that that would be grounds for removal for cause.
Thank you. With the permission of the board, let me ask, we can either have each member speak and then ask Drew questions, or while he's up, just have questions now, but only, all right, Commissioner, you didn't know. Remember, these are only questions. This is not debate. This is not statements. These are only questions for the county attorney.
So
Commissioner,
why can't we just, can we do what we normally do?
well, that's what I was just asking, which we
Can we
prefer,
just do
which
what
way
we
we prefer
normally
to
do,
do it.
which is take the commission comments, and then as we go along, those people who have questions can ask them, because I don't have questions of Drew Wright.
That's what I was just asking. Those are the two ways we could do. I'm happy to do it either way. Is there any preference? If not, well, is there anybody besides Commissioner Udine that has a question for Drew? All right, in that case, let's just go through our normal speakers. And Commissioner Ryan, you wanted to hear the amendments first. Is that accurate? Commissioner
I'd like
Ryan?
to support what Commissioner Ryan, I believe, said. I think we should go ahead and deal with the amendments first, and then everyone, make whatever comments they have to make. But, I mean, it seems like we're going to be doing this twice otherwise.
Senator, that's how we did it in the Senate. That's how Commissioner Ryan did it in the House. So why don't we try it that way? So what we're going to do is first deal with the amendments, and then we will call on the speakers. Now, the commissioners. The first amendment, which I think is probably the non-controversial one, is by Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner, this is not for debate. This is only for your amendment right now. You're recognized to offer your amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
What's the purpose of having a queue if you're going to just go
But
outside?
Dr. Sharif, they've asked, we've had a request to have the amendments first. Okay.
I'm going to speak.
Commissioner Fisher, you're recognized for your amendment,
I'm
sir.
going to speak only to the amendment, and my concern was, and Mr. Myers really kind of reflected his comments about the subpoena powers. I wanted to make sure that we were not overstepping our boundaries. This advisory board was not overstepping their boundaries when it comes to the subpoena powers of this advisory board. And so he simply added a question or a line. It says, upon the review and approval of the Office of the County Attorney as to legal sufficiency. And I think that's very important to allow the county attorney to have that legal opinion whether subpoena powers can be for which particular item. So that's a simple amendment. I hope that it can be a friendly amendment to just obviously allow the county attorney's office to make that determination of legal sufficiency when it comes to subpoena powers.
Okay, Mayor Holness, is that a friendly amendment?
That's fine. It doesn't really change anything. It's okay.
All right.
It's what we intend anyway.
Is there any objection to the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? Any objection? If not, show the amendment adopted without objection. We are now on the amendment by Dr. Holness. Could someone, I'm sorry, by Mayor Holness. Right, hoping somebody can get
That's my
Dr.
brother,
Sharif.
not me.
Bertha, could you ask someone to ask Dr. Sharif, tell her we're voting on the Holness amendment now? Okay, Mayor Holness, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, so the only thing that I'm asking for here is that we make it so that, the police officers, the chiefs of police and the representative from the sheriff's office not be voting members as requested by the community. Now, let me tell you that I hear what they're asking for. I listen to them. I'm being their voice. I personally don't see it as a big problem. but many in the community does. And as such, because I'm the representative of the people and the voiceless oftentimes, I'm lending my voice. So with that, and I know last time it passed, 6-3 for the members to be voted, members. And so there's not an issue with that. And I know that the chiefs of police were happy to have, I'm looking for my notes on that. I have a letter from the chief of the chiefs that basically supports this item with the fact that they are voting members. And I'm trying to flip to it here. So basically, the chiefs of the president of the chiefs of the police departments in Broward County is supportive of the ordinance, and they're grateful that they would have a vote on the item. So my suggestion is just that we have that item pulled out, and then we take a vote, and it passes, doesn't pass. We already listened to the people and heard their voice.
You have heard the motion, which is to amend item 7 to withdraw the part about the voting members. Mayor, I will only make one quick comment. I keep hearing people say the community this, the community that. For some reason, the people who speak think that they are the community. That's not the same thing that I've been hearing.
Let me say members of the community, certain members of the community
I want to
that
be put in queue
may
because
not be.
mine was
able to-
directly to
Right.
that,
Okay.
and I've been waiting.
Okay,
And mine as well,
Doc-
please.
Thank you. Dr. Sharif, you're recognized, ma'am.
Okay, first of all, I was the one that put the motion forward to ask for the police to be voting members. That was my amendment last time. And if you recall, we did bifurcate it. We voted first on whether or not they should have voting powers. That failed. Why are we revisiting that again? Then I put the amendment on the
Dr. Sharif,
floor.
it passed.
It
6-3,
passed
right.
6-3 to have
Right.
them be voting members,
Right.
okay? So that is disposed of. That's why it traveled with this. So there is no bifurcation at this point because the county commission voted 6-3 to pass that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, there was a reason why I put that on there. So let me explain that for these people who are angry on the phone. I said before, and I'm going to say it again, this board, there are some unrealistic expectations that are being placed upon this board that are not there. They will never exist because our authority in that manner has been usurped by the Florida statute and by the police guidelines that are already in place. That's what Drew keeps speaking to. I think we've beat that ad nauseum. We need to move on. Secondly, the seats that I asked for voting members for police give us an olive branch to police enforcement so that they can take back our suggestions to the municipalities as well as to BSO. That has already been discussed. That is why we're doing this. It seems as if every time this item comes up, everybody gets amnesia. And the people who keep calling in here are not listening to the previous discussion on this item. Third, I am not going to be set up with Zoom calls. If I, as a county commissioner, accept an invitation to a Zoom call, and I am running 6 minutes behind and I call in and you don't let me in, that is not a no-show. And don't come out in public and say I did not show up. I called all day long trying to get in. That was a punitive and vindictive move by whoever it was that was setting it up. They gave us no telephone number to call for delay. And I am not going to be slandered in public like that. And I'm not going to be bullied just because they say they're Black Lives Matter and a nude majority and a movement. I don't care. I'm one person. And if your concern is not more important than the next person's concern, if I'm on a Zoom call and that call runs over 6 minutes, I'm going to listen to them for their 6 minutes, and then I'm going to move on to you. And that is the way we work because everybody needs to have their voices be heard. So do not call in here and slander me. And as far as this is concerned, Commissioner Fisher, I welcome your amendment.
It's already been adopted.
Hush. I'm talking, and I've listened enough. I said, I welcome your amendment. I stepped off to drink some water. I welcome your amendment. That was nice. Commissioner Furr, yours as well. I think that this thing needs to be fine-tuned as much as possible, because when we put it out there and it doesn't do what the people want it to do, at least we can do everything that we can possibly do, okay? Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. And let me say that in the part where you were talking about, and that's what I brought up to Mayor Holness, we keep hearing this is what the people want, but I don't think that's what all of the people want. Because that's not what I keep
Vice
hearing.
Mayor, I think it's just good that we note that Commissioner Sharif's got some fire that.
She does. All right, we are on the, and Dr. Sharif, the reason we're on this is, yes, we were working off of Amendment 7, which is the part that says that the police are voting members. And Mayor Holness has offered an amendment to that language to remove it. So that is the amendment that we are on. Is there any debate only on the Holness amendment?
I would like to speak on it,
On the Holness amendment?
on the Holness Amendment.
Senator Rich, you're recognized, ma'am.
Okay. I support what Commissioner Sharif just said. I recall that I seconded this amendment, and I thought this was finished. As a matter of fact, I put out an email and actually something on Facebook that had this included in it, because people were complaining that there was no police presence on this board. So we have varying degrees. We need to have a broad and diverse coalition. I like what Robert Vaughn, president of the Bar Association, had to say. It's not us versus them. We need to build bridges here. And in order to build bridges, we need to have everyone have a place on this review board, and everyone needs a vote. Otherwise, there's no equity there. And as someone said, there's 24 people on this board. 2 people are not going to sway 22 other people. And if they do, they probably have a very good reason, and all those people are going to agree. So I believe very strongly that, and someone said that, that the police have a perspective. Well, everyone has a perspective. And we need to make sure, and everyone has a bias. That's why we're working so hard with our Dismantling Racism program. So I really believe that if we want to bring people together, if we want to have a truly collaborative effort that can succeed in actually doing what we were talking about, and that is looking at best practices and reviewing and researching and not having a punitive board, then we need to let everyone be on the board and be on an equal playing field, which means everyone having a vote. So I do not support the Holness Amendment.
Thank you, Senator Rich. It's been pointed out to me by the county attorney. Is there a second for the amendment by Mayor Holness? Is there a second for the amendment? Is there a second? Showing no second, the amendment dies. We are now back on the original speaker list, which first had Dr. Sharif. Dr. Sharif, have you completed your remarks, or do you have additional remarks? Okay. Commissioner Bogan, you're next, sir.
Are we talking just on the amendment?
We are now, no, sir, the amendment failed for lack of a second.
Okay.
We are now on the document 7 as amended only by the Lamar Fisher amendment.
Yeah, I want to also say that it's hard for me to say that I do agree with Commissioner Rich, who just made comments. I got to get you to laugh, Commissioner Rich. The question here really and seriously is, do we want a board that divides or a board that brings the community together? And I think that you need to have a board that brings the community together, because that's the only way we're going to solve a problem. And that's by having all parties to a table. And the only thing I wanted to just confirm, and I'm sorry I'm being redundant, and ask our county attorney a quick question. County attorney, I just wanted you to confirm that if, for example, there was an incident today or yesterday or whatever, recently, where there was an allegation of a police officer doing something abusively, inappropriately, this board would have absolutely no power, authority to investigate, no power, authority to do anything with respect to something that's happened just recently that's under investigation. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And also, when we talk about giving advice, our county commission has no authority, to my understanding, to tell the sheriff's office what to do. Is that correct?
That's a difficult question, Commissioner Bogan. I mean, because you have, the sheriff's an independent constitutional officer. It's certainly appropriate for this advisory board to analyze trends and other factors and make recommendations to this board. And then it would be fair for this board to convey that to the sheriff. There was also some reporting in here directly from this board, I believe, to police agencies.
Excuse me, Counselor. We can make recommendations to the president, to the vice president, to anybody in the world we want to make recommendations. My question is, do we have any authority to direct? Do we have any authority to direct the sheriff on how to conduct his office and what to do? Do we have any authority? I'm using very specific words, Counsel. Do we have any authority to direct the sheriff what to do?
Even I can't miss that, Commissioner. No, sir. As phrased, no.
So this board absolutely has no authority to direct the sheriff's office on how to conduct itself and operationally, correct? That is. It's okay.
Asked and answered.
Counsel.
Objection to the forum.
No, Drew, I'm serious.
Mr. Myers, do you wish to answer the question?
It's a little bit nuanced because the sheriff also performs certain functions by designation, but the answer is that we have no power. If I had to answer one way or the other, we have no power.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, because the biggest problem I've had, the reason I'm asking you these questions, I've had a lot of people from the community call my office as well, concerned on this board having certain powers and authority. So I just wanted your confirmation that it does not have any power and authority on any investigation that's going on any type of punishment it may want to institute. There's no power authority in the board to do that or to order the sheriff's office to do that.
It's this board, the review board, first of all, is only advisory, and it can't even give advice with regard to or intrude into anything that is an active investigation or we believe intrude into foreseeable investigations based upon recent events.
Thank you, sir. I'm done.
Vice Mayor, could I just ask Commissioner Bogan real quick? Commissioner Bogan, could you extend your questions? Could you extend your question to the independent police departments as well as the BSO? Meaning you have independent police departments such as Fort Lauderdale, Hillsborough Beach. Do we have any authority as well besides Broward Sheriff's Office?
We have even less.
I wanted that on the record.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Counsel, besides the Broward Sheriff's Office, it's true that this county commission and the board that we're setting up has absolutely no authority to direct the activities or give any type of direction to any municipality, police department in Broward County.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you.
All right, we have left on the list in order Commissioner Udine for Senator Rich, Commissioner Fisher for additional comments, and Commissioner Ryan, and then of course the sponsor of the amendment will close. We must conclude within the next 40 minutes. Commissioner Udine, you're recognized.
I'm going to be quick. Thank you, Vice Mayor, because most of my questions have been answered. But when I look at the whereas clause, I think that really it needs to be impressed upon the public that this is investigating general trends, practices, and patterns. This is not for anything specific on any specific isolated case. If you read something in the paper about something that was to go on, this board would have no investigative or disciplinary authority over any of that. My question originally to the county attorney when he mentioned the subpoenas is, on any documents, after an investigation is determined and done, those are public records that there wouldn't even need to be the necessity of a subpoena. So I'm supportive of, obviously it's already passed, the amendment, because most of this would be after and would be public record that we would be able to get. Is that correct, Drew?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's important that the public, and when I say public, I mean all of the public, from our younger and youngest activists to our senior citizens in some of our different communities throughout Broward County, all have a say in the type of policing that they want to see go on in the community. So I'm supportive of a board that provides that opportunity. But I think that it's important for me personally to say that this board does nothing, in my mind, to diminish the respect that I have for the 99.9% of the good police officers that put their life on the line every day to protect the 1.9 or 2 million residents of Broward County. Any bad apple should be disciplined, and disciplined immediately, harshly, and to the fullest extent of the law. And I noticed the one comment that was made by one of the public participants today mentioned the issue in the jails over the weekend, or the other day, and I noticed that the sheriff's already fired certain members of the jail leadership when that happened under their watch. So I believe Sheriff Tony, and I've spoken with him about this, believes in accountability. As to the municipal, I'm hearing from municipal police chiefs also, and there is a buy-in of the concept of best practices and looking what we could all collaborate better and having a conversation about. And I support that. I support best practices. I support having a collective discussion between all the parties involved. And these are recommendations, just like we said, we want to see more of the civil citations that the mayor had brought up. And there were 2-3 years where that wasn't happening. And we went to the Public Safety Coordinating Council, and we saw like 3 civil citations the previous year. These are the type of things that I'm looking for here. So, and I also, I 100% agree with what Commissioner Sharif is saying. The perception in the public is way ahead of their skis on what this issue really is. They're blasting us on social media, talking about something that just doesn't exist. This board is not meant to be what some in the activist community thinks it is. I support it because I think Mayor Holness made a good point in bringing this up, and I'm going to vote in the affirmative on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Udine. Let me say I agree with both you and Dr. Sharif, which is why you people keep saying the activist community. We are the community. I talk to a lot of other people who have different views. Commissioner Furr, you're recognized. So before I call on you, Ms. Henry, what time do we need to leave here in order to start the 12:30 meeting on time? We're staying here? So we have until 12:30 to wrap up, is that correct?
Yes.
We don't need to use all the time.
Minutes for technology check.
Okay, but the latest we need to be done is 12:25.
By 12:25.
Commissioner Furr, you're recognized. Sir, do you have an amendment? Somebody said you had an amendment?
No, I might, but that's one thing I'm going to be bringing up.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. One of the criteria for the membership on this is it said someone who must be a Florida licensed mental health professional nominated by the Chief Executive Officer of the Broward Behavioral Health Coalition. I guess my question is to whoever wrote this, why not have the National Alliance on Mental Illness?
Let me briefly interrupt.
Could I answer since I wrote it?
You know who wrote that?
And I recognize I may not
I
have.
did.
Okay, Senator Rich, you're recognized to respond.
Okay, and thank you. So I
Okay.
just want to hear a good answer, that's all.
The reason is that the CEO of the Broward Behavioral Health Coalition is the CEO of the managing entity in Broward County, which distributes over $60 million in mental health and substance abuse dollars to providers all across the community, and she has the best handle on what's going on in the entire community of mental health.
Commissioner Furr, did that answer your question?
I'll accept that. That.
Do you have additional comments?
I do.
Please proceed.
The last meeting, I actually had voted with Mayor Holness, and I forgot who else did, not to have the police be a voting member. Since then, I think all of us have gotten numerous emails, and I found I didn't have a good answer. In all honesty, and I felt over the week that we were risking our credibility. We were risking our inclusiveness, our integrity on this, and I have since reversed my thinking on this. I think it is actually better to have, that we were already going to have members on there. But I think now we can pass the smell test, so to speak, and go forth with the an honest answer here and say everyone is part of this. And I think the inclusivity is important. So that's, I know the mayor looked to me to try to second this, and I wanted to give you a reason why. I imagine you've gotten a lot of the emails as well. I do want to see, I think all of us want to see a review board that is really putting forth some good prospective ideas on how to better our police practices. This is the way to do it. You can't do it in a vacuum. This requires everybody at the table, activists including, and having a really robust discussion, and that can be done. So I just wanted to explain my position on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Furr. Senator Rich, you're recognized, ma'am.
I've already said what I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Fisher, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for everybody's support for the amendment. Just a couple of clarifications that the Lighthouse Point mayor, is actually the Hillsborough Beach mayor, had made those comments with it. So City of Lighthouse Point made me clarify that for you. Just a couple things is, and I don't want to be repetitive because I obviously agree with all of my colleagues and don't want to just continue to drill it in, but there's been a lot of public mistruths out there, and I want to clarify just a couple of those, and for the record and for Mr. Myers, is this group cannot defund the police, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. And we cannot press charges.
Also true.
Okay, so
Neither
those
can this
rumors that get
county
out there, and
commission.
it just continues to be hammered that we're going to defund the police, we're going to be able to press charges. That's absolutely not correct. It is not a quasi-judicial board. It is an advisory board, and I want to make that clear. The only last thing I just wanted to really, and I don't know how we decided, with the clergy selection, one of the emails was brought up that, and Mayor, you might have a word on this too, is, we have our Christians, we have our Jewish faith, we have our Muslims, we have our Hinduisms or whatever. I just don't know how that's going to react at the end of the day. I guess we're going to let all faiths come together and select that clergy. Is that how we're going to be doing it?
That wasn't what I proposed, so that's what.
I just want to make sure everybody has that voice in there.
So where we end up is the fact that we don't really know exactly who that person is, how that process will be selected. I'm okay with having a representative from the clergy. My intent was that...
Me too,
my intent initially was that we seek some minister from organizations that have congregants who are more likely to be affected in a desperate manner by our police department, and let that be the person who sits on it. That was my intent. It's changed, and I'll live with it the way it is.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your...
Are you done, Commissioner Fisher? Okay. Commissioner Ryan, you're recognized, sir.
I think we finally have come up with an ordinance that will achieve what Mayor Holness's original purposes are. And I'm not going to speak for you, but hopefully after my remarks, you'll just say, no need to close.
Not a chance.
What I think this may end up being, Mayor Holness, is actually the most important item that you have proposed and that you have completed in your tenure as mayor here this year. It could have the most long-reaching and fundamental changes for the benefit of this entire community, this county, and be really an example for the entire South Florida region. If we work together, if this board has realistic expectations, and that is to investigate police conduct in the context of how do we make positive recommendations, how do we go forward and integrate the social services that we have available, mental health services, all of the different programs that so many people in the community are not even aware of, but bringing on to scenes where we have conflict, where you can't have just a social services person or a psychologist appear. You need to have a law enforcement officer there. But the law enforcement officer doesn't have all of that expertise in those areas to de-escalate. And it's hard to de-escalate when you're standing there and, you know, you got a gun on your side. It may be that you need somebody else to draw one of the participants aside and say, listen, here's what's available, here are what your options are. Here's how we can really help this family or help this situation. I see it as a way that we can finally integrate law enforcement with the other services that we have here in this county. And I don't think that municipal law enforcement agencies need to be concerned. I think a couple of members, Commissioner Bogan, Commissioner Fisher, have clearly brought out the point that these are going to be recommendations, and the added protections that we have now on the subpoena power. We've put together an advisory board that I think may be the most impactful advisory board that we have here throughout this county. So I thank you, Mayor Holness. Now remember this, I don't say this too much. You've done quite a good job here this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Has every member, I will make my remarks at the end prior to Mayor Holness. Has every member spoken? All right. In that case, let me very briefly say I agree with much of what Commissioner Ryan has had to say. Let me just say that I, do not want this taken in any way, shape, or form as a slap at our law enforcement officials. This is just a study to be put together so that people can, including our law enforcement officials, can learn. Everybody can sit down together from disparate viewpoints, listen to each other, and come up with better suggestions for policing in the future. Now, to those people who say defund the police, my suspicion is this will cost more. And that's what I believe Commissioner Ryan was saying. I believe that you cannot send a social worker by themselves to appear when there's a domestic violence cause. The domestic violence, police hate them. They will get hurt more often at those than at most other areas. On the other hand, in addition to having law enforcement, having someone else that is specifically trained in de-escalation, I think will be helpful. I think we just need to understand this is not defunding law enforcement. This would be increasing funding to have everybody there that you need. So that is my view. Let me now call upon Mayor Holness to close, at the conclusion of which we will vote.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all of you for your input, along with the public. Policing is essential to maintaining a civil society. The issue becomes, how do we police? How do we treat people? How do we remove emotions and certain prejudices from policing to ensure that we have fairness and that folks don't fall back to an instinctive position where they prejudge someone based on whatever the situation is in terms of ethnicity, how they look, how they dress. And certainly as humans, we have that instinct to do so. So let me just read this from, because I think we should make sure it's in the record, from Chief Dexter Williams, who's the president of Broward County Chiefs of Police. Honorable Mayor and County Commissioners, Broward County Chiefs of Police Association supports a strong, positive, and collaborative relationship with the residents and businesses of Broward County. We believe that the decision by the county to provide a Broward County Chiefs of Police Association a voting member on the Police and Criminal Justice Review Board will facilitate improved law enforcement, community relations, and foster police services to the entire county. We recognize that this board will increase transparency from the law enforcement community and create new opportunities for dialogue and understanding. The association's ability to be a voting member is vital to ensure that all community stakeholders have equal input in accomplishing the goals of the board. The Broward County Chiefs of Police Association stands with the community while we collaboratively meet the unprecedented challenges of today that will inevitably affect how policing is conducted in the future. We have listened to and continue to cultivate relations with all members of the community, understand and appreciate their expectations of law enforcement and its various roles, and remain committed to improving our relations. Together, we stand ready to meet these challenges. Thank you for your service and commitment to Broward County that will have a long-term positive effect on everyone. Please do not hesitate to contact me or any member of the Broward Chiefs of Police Association Executive Board if you have any questions. So it's not us against them. We can't build a community and a strong nation if it's us against them. There's no intent in this ordinance to do so. The intent is to bring the community, a broad section of our community, together. And that's what we've accomplished. I came in with a certain number of people, beyond the 9 that we would put on the board. I think we were at about 16. It went up to 22, which increased participation, mental health, and others are now engaged in this. It's the right thing to do, to be inclusive and to be collaborative in our efforts to build a better community for all of us. Now, we've emphasized the portion of this that has to do with policing, but it's more than policing. Here's another statistic that you should know. The Tampa Bay Tribune did some research a few years ago, and it showed that across the state of Florida, I, as a black person, if in front of a judge, a white judge, for crimes similar to what you commit, Commissioner Geller, if you did one.
You mean he commits?
Somebody else did.
They commit
someone
down
else. Someone else did. I will get a 20% longer sentence than someone else. So there's a lot of issues that we face, and we can't pretend it's not there. We've tried to cover it up and sweep it under the rug, and what we have demonstration in the streets. People are crying. People are praying. People are doing everything they can to find a different way for us to build a better way of policing. And this is what the intent of this is. Now, we have civil citation that has saved us a tremendous amount of money. A lot of police departments still are not utilizing this tool that can benefit our community. So there's a lot that we need to look to do to build and make the place better for all of us. And again, thanks to all of you. With that, I make a motion that we approve this item as is amended.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded, seeing no additional discussion. All those in favor of adopting item 74 as amended by attachment 7 as further amended by Commissioner Fisher's amendment today, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed? Show it adopted unanimously, 9-0. Mr. Mayor, you have the gavel back.
Okay, and we have a couple of minutes. Let's try to run through a couple of more items if we can get back to that. Let's see if I can figure out where we are.
Mayor, you have 95. You also have the public hearing items that some of the beginning ones are pretty short, probably.
Okay, so we'll do 95 and then we'll move on. And that is a motion to discuss COVID-19 testing at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, similar to Tampa International Airport. Commissioner Bogan, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. For my fellow commissioners who did not see the news report, Tampa International is now offering passengers either leaving or coming in the opportunity to get quick tests. they were talking about all the advantages it has there are certain destinations that are now requiring showing a test within the next, within 3 days. There's just a lot of advantages, I thought, into implementing it. They charge the passengers the cost of it, and so it's not an issue that I was understood to be a financial issue. And I just thought that with our airline traffic that goes abroad and goes to other cities, that it may help. It was talked about being helpful in Tampa. So with that, I wanted to see if anybody had an interest in. I talked to Mark Gale about it. He seemed very open-minded to it and was looking into it, and so just wanted to get the county commissioners, get your thoughts. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Farr?
Thanks. I saw the TV report on that, and I was also interested in it. I guess I wonder, how do you decide who does the testing?
So we would. I was told you get a medical testing group that does testing.
But I mean, how do we? Because I imagine a lot of different groups would want to do that. So how do we pick which one does it?
Oh, I think that should be our worst problem. I would go to head of Broward Health or somebody and let them recommend. But somebody in the health field that we can trust to get an idea of who to do it.
That was my only.
But you liked it. You support that?
I just wondered how they did it.
Okay.
Mayor, who's it? Commissioner Bogan, who in Tampa is doing it? Do we know? What organization in Tampa is doing the testing? Do we know?
No, I can find out. That's easy. I think Mark Gale knows the gentleman that runs that airport real well, so Mark Gale can find that out.
You don't want to reinvent the wheel. If there's somebody, a national organization is doing it, you might as well want to try to tap into that.
Totally
as well.
agree.
If I could comment, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm supportive of it as well. I think it's a good idea, and I think we should even go beyond that. I think any idea that the airport director sees that can be a benefit to the traveling public. I think we voted on something today where we did something with Sunshine Cleaning, that they're doing more extensive COVID cleaning and cleaning within the airports. I think that should be promoted also through to the traveling public. But I support this idea. I think there's a lot of logistics that the airports will work out on what happens if there's a positive test or whatnot, but I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
I'll bring it back on another item for next, more definitive item for our next meeting then.
Is there, Mayor?
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Farr.
I guess I'm wondering, because the time is of the essence with this, if there's a way to go ahead and ask Mark Gale to, if there's support here, to go ahead and come back with a presentation on it.
I'll call Mark, if that's okay, Bertha?
Yes, I can share that Mark is looking into it. It's, and the program in Tampa was a trial, so they're getting the results of the trial. So as soon as we have that, then he will be able to recommend something to you that he feels comfortable.
And then we could extend it. Anybody getting off a plane in Broward can't come into the county unless they take the test. I'm joking. I was just joking.
Thank you for joking.
Okay, with that, we can go to our public hearing, County Attorney?
Yes, sir, item 65, yes.
Okay, we'll start with item 65, see how many we can get through. We have about 10 minutes before we take a break. Item 65 is a motion to adopt resolution granting renewal of a non-exclusive franchise to Hyde Shipping Corporation for a 5-year term to provide steamship agent services at Port Everglades. We'll now open that item to the public.
Anybody?
There are no public speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Move it.
There are no
Move
public
it.
speakers. We come back to the dais. There's a motion by Commissioner Bogan, second by Commissioner Udine. All those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, no. Okay, passes 9-0. Item 66, a motion to adopt resolution granting renewal of a non-exclusive franchise to Intercruises Shoreside and Port Services, Inc. for a 5-year term to provide steamship agent services at Port Everglades. We'll now open to the public. Is there any public
There are no public speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have a motion by Vice Mayor Geller, second by Commissioner Sharif. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, we move on to item number 67. Item 67 is a motion to adopt resolution to transmit to designated state review agencies a proposed amendment to the county land use plan natural resource map series PCNRM 20-1, which would update the wetlands map of the natural resource map series of the county comprehensive plan. There's a motion by Commissioner Bogan, seconded by... Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm moving too fast. Huh? We're now open to the public. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak?
No.
No public speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, we have a motion.
Move it again.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bogan, seconded by Vice Mayor Geller. We move on to item 68. All those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? No? Okay, it's passes 9-0. Item 68 is a motion to adopt resolution to transmit to designated state review agencies proposed amendment to the county land use plan map PC 20-7 in the city of Pembroke Pines as an amendment to the county comprehensive plan. We are open to the public. Anyone from the public? Monica?
There are no public speakers on this item.
Move it.
Okay, we'll close the public. There's a motion by Commissioner Sharif.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bogan. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, it passes 9-0. We go on to item 69, is a motion to adopt resolution pertaining to employee retention at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport and amending sections 26.4 and 26.41 of the County Administrative Code. We are open to the public. Do we have?
There is one public speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Rashad Grant.
Would you, operator, open the line for Ms. Rashad Grant? Rashad Grant.
Yes. Hello, my name is Rashad Grant, and my address is 1001 Northwest 8th Street, Orlando, Florida. I have worked at the airport for about 10 years now as a wheelchair agent. Unfortunately, I was laid off, through the pandemic, but, I'm looking forward to see the airport recover one day. So, like I said, I lost my job, but, I love helping the people who need help getting from their flights. I love airport as a community. I mean, it hasn't always been a bed of roses, but, our wages were below minimum wage when we first started, and employees always respect us. But me and my coworkers came together, and we shared our experiences with the public, the community, and with this great county commission, and things started to improve. Most people recognize that the safest airports in the world have a stable, experienced workforce, such as, myself working there. And that's why I'm here to say that we, airport workers, support this worker retention item, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your commitment to making FL the best airport in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Move it.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bogan, second by Commissioner Rich. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Motion passes 9-0. We go on to item number 70. Is that, we're not, oh yeah, that's, we gotta move that to later.
Mr. Mayor, there are 7 speakers for that item and 2 that have signed up for questions.
It's now.
And we also need to make sure that we can get a hold of School Board Member Patty Good, who would like to speak when this comes up.
So we're now. We're now on, but is 71 and 72 gonna take time, or?
No, 0. Just call it and you'll see.
Okay.
There are no public speakers for 71 nor 72.
Okay, so item 71 is a motion to enact ordinance creating the Broward County Locksmith Act creating the Divisions 8 of Article 7 of Chapter 20 of the County Code of Ordinances, providing for, among other things, licensing of locksmith and registration of locksmith businesses, and amending Section 8.5-16 of the code relating to fines for violations. The operative version of the ordinance before the board for its consideration is Exhibit 3 to the item. Exhibit 4 is an amendment 1 proposed. Exhibit 5 and 6 are proposed amendments by Vice Mayor Geller, Commissioner Ryan. Exhibit 7 is a technical amendment proposed by the County Attorney's Office. The public hearing is now open. Commissioner Bogen, would you like to go ahead?
Yes. Last meeting, as you may remember, I was asked to talk to a locksmith recommended by Commissioner Furr and Commissioner Ryan, and also Mayor Holness. You gave me the locksmith that you recommended. I spoke to both of them. They came up with some really great ideas and great thoughts, and therefore, to incorporate those ideas, I wanted to, again, continue this to the next meeting, so we'll have more time instead of rushing this. And so I hope that everybody be okay, that to make this even better, we could be patient for till our next meeting, and I'd like to make a motion to continue that.
Second.
Right now.
So there's a motion and it's
Second.
by Commissioner Bogen, second by Commissioner Farr to continue this item. Do I need to open to the public?
There are no speakers, Mayor, on either this or 72, and I think that 72, you'll next probably continue to the next meeting as well.
Okay. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes 9-0. Item 72 is a motion to adopt resolution amending section 40.50 of the County Administrative Code to establish fees for locksmith licenses, apprentice locksmith licenses, and locksmith business registration certificates.
Excuse me, Mayor, again, motion to continue. It's the same part of 71.
Okay.
Motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there anyone from the public?
May I ask if those two travel together? Yeah.
No members from the public.
Okay, so we're open to the public. There's no member of the public. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It passes 9-0.
And Mayor, just to confirm, Commissioner Bogen, that was, as Vice Mayor Senator Geller said, to continue to the next meeting because they're traveling together, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Continue the next meeting, traveling together.
And we're clarifying that the next meeting is not tomorrow. it's
November 10th.
November 10th.
Correct.
Next regular schedule.
Correct.
Item 73 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to CB and SB eligibility requirements and amending section 1-81.2 of the Code of Ordinances addressing eligibility requirements for certification as a CB or SB. The version of the ordinance before the board for its consideration is the version distributed by the county's attorney's office as additional material under the item, which is far narrower in scope than the initial version that was printed with the item. We're open to the public. Do we have public wishing to speak on this item?
There are no members of the public
Move it.
signed up to speak on this.
Okay, with that, we close the public. We have a motion by Commissioner Bogen, second by Commissioner Sharif. All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes 9-0. I'm sorry? 12:25, so we'll continue this public hearing after we are back, providing we are not up against the time certain items that we have on the agenda. We're now going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and go to our joint meeting. Is that here? It will be right here. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're ready, staff?
Yes, sir.
All right, the county commission is still in session. Mayor Trentalis, if
Is
you
now
would please
unmuted.
call.
Your line is now muted. Please unmute my line.
The county commission is still in session.
Your
Mayor
line
Trentalis.
is now unmuted. Thank you.
The county commission is still in session. Mayor Trentalis, if you would please call the city commission to order.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. The City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale is now in order. I just want to call attendance. Vice Mayor Steve Glassman, are you here? Just wave your hand.
Yes, I just unmuted myself. Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Ben Sorensen,
Here. Thank you.
Commissioner Heather Moritas,
Here.
and Commissioner Robert McKenzie. I see Robert's here, so.
I'm here.
Okay, great. So we have complete attendance.
Okay, thank you. I call to order the Unified Direct Procurement Authority meeting for the Joint Government Center campus. It is now 12:42 p.m. on October 20, 2020. I am Broward County Mayor Dale Holness, Chair of the Unified Direct Procurement Authority. We have a quorum present from the County Commission. Mayor Trentalis, is there a quorum present from the city?
There is a quorum from the city.
Previously, the city of Fort Lauderdale and Broward County each waived its respective procurement code and designated itself part of the Unified Direct Procurement Authority, UDPA, for the Joint Governmental Center campus. Those actions were in accordance with the interlocal agreement executed between the city at Fort Lauderdale and Broward County. On December 10, 2019, the UDPA approved a contract with Ziskovich, Inc. for planning, programming, and design criteria services for the project. We meet today as the UDPA to consider acceptance of the design criteria package, DCP, developed by Ziskovich. All UDPA members must be free of conflicts of interest as provided by Part 3, Chapter 112 Florida statutes, as amended, and Section 1-9 of the Broward County Code of Ordinance as amended. I understand there's no one from the public that's on. There's a presentation for the design criteria package by Alan Cohen. Presentation of project delivery methods. Assistant County Administrator Alan Cohen, joined by City Manager Chris Lagerbloom and DCP Consultant Bernard Ziskovich and Grace Perdono, will present the design criteria package, which you all previously received immediately afterwards. They will be joined by financial advisor Wendell Gartner from Public Resources Advisory Group and Broward County CFO George Stablak to make a presentation of different project delivery methods. We'll have questions, answers, and discussions afterward. But we won't be voting on a delivery method today. Representatives from the county attorney's office, the city attorney's office, county and staff and city staff, and/or consultants are available for answers. Any questions we may have? Yes.
You have said what we will not be voting on today. Is there anything that we will be voting on today, and if so, what is that?
The design package.
Just to approve or disapprove?
To accept.
Yeah.
To accept it.
To accept it. Okay. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and welcome, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and former mayors and commissioners. Thank you all. both here, senators, representatives, okay. So we know time is short. We're going to go through a lot of information quickly. Mr. Lagerblum was unable to attend in person. He's part of the Zoom call and available for questions via phone. Ben Rogers, one of the city directors, is here, and he's going to be presenting with me, as is Bernard Ziskovich and Grace Perdomo from Ziskovich Inc. We had an architect-led team that helped to develop our design criteria package, and they will be talking a bit about that. So our agenda for today, we're going to give you a bit of an overview, and then we're going to jump right into the design criteria package, our acronym DCP, and we're going to talk about what it is, why we need one, and then we're going to drill down into some specifics, the allocation of project spaces, the budget that the consultants came up with, some site plan information, and then we're going to talk about next steps in our process, including procurement or delivery method alternatives. So with that, I'd like to invite Bernard up to speak a little bit about process. Bernard.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Alan. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to appear. I was here about a year ago when we were getting hired. When we agreed to the schedule, I have to tell you truthfully, I was not convinced that we could make it. Everyone was in a great hurry to do it, but you have an incredible staff at the county and the city. I want to congratulate everyone for being there by our side through this, and it shows how efficiently things can happen when people put their minds to it. I also would like to compliment our own staff and team for just an incredible effort. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the work that we've done. It's 10 months worth of work for probably one of the biggest projects around at this time. And what we have really tried to do more than anything is to lay out truly the criteria so that no matter which method you ultimately select, those that compete will be able to be judged evenly and fairly according to how they met the criteria. It's also important to understand that this is not a design architecturally, even though we love doing architectural design. This is really about putting together all of the spaces, all of the needs, and all of the efforts that have gone into this to combine what is truly something unique, a county hall, a city hall, a bus intermodal terminal, and even upcoming other master planning efforts that, as everyone here knows, I think are really extremely important. One more thing before I let Alan continue is the consulting team that we have is truly national caliber. When we were competing to win this proposal, we went out of our way to make sure that the security, the net zero issues, the elements of technology, the projections for the future of how people might be working, all of these things have been elements that have come from the list of consulting team that you have on the screen, and they are all first-rate, high-caliber firms, and they are part of our team heading forward to whatever extent you feel that you want them involved. So with that, I would like to say it's been a heavy lift. We have really enjoyed the process of getting to know you. There's nothing like getting into somebody's house to understand who they are. And we've had the privilege of doing that both at the county and the city, and we're very grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernard. I understand we're experiencing a little technical difficulty, so we're going to try something a little different. Okay, go ahead.
No, just right here.
Go ahead, you do it.
Click in there, and that should. There you go. Now
There we go.
Now we're
caught up, except that's.
Well, we'll fix it.
Okay, great.
So you get what you.
Okay. All right. All right, so Bernard spoke about our team, and we had hundreds of city and county staff involved. I want to particularly point out 3 people, 2 of whom are with us: Ariadne Musara, our Director of Construction Management, and Rob Dennis, and Mike Rittis, who is not here today. Yes. Yes, we are working on that right now, and do you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't match, and the guys in the back will back it up one, and we should be okay. What you see on your screens is separate from what the home audience is seeing. So, Mike, you're seeing to that now? Thank you. All right. So, Ben, if you want to join me up here. Thank you.
We're good on the site?
And now we are good. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ben Rogers, City of Fort Lauderdale.
Well, should we look here or on there?
All right.
So we follow.
You guys need to back up, back there, please. Go backwards. I know. Keep going. There you go. Now we're there.
Okay.
Perfect. So the proposed site is located at 101 Northwest First Avenue, which is bound by Broward Boulevard, Brickell Avenue, and Northwest Second Street. And it consists of approximately 3 acres in the downtown Rack City Center. And it's located in extreme proximity to other city, county, state, and federal properties. And the building itself will be a Class A building, and it's going to be broken down into kind of 4 distinct character areas: the office tower, the parking garage, both of which the city and county will share, and then the transportation terminal and a transportation administration office, which would be under the county use. The building, like I said, will be a Class A office building, and it's going to include a lot of amenities that are modern and futuristic, things that we don't have in some of our buildings today. We went through and identified priorities from elected officials, from staff, and from the public, and came up with the list of amenities there. One, for example, the Child Care Center would host up to 120 children from ages 0 to 5 years old.
So Mr. Ziskovich touched on some of these next 2 slides. So it's important, again, to reiterate that the drawings that you see and will be seeing are illustrative only. They are not being proposed in any way. We're simply here to demonstrate that everything that we researched and determined that we needed could fit in a building on the designated site. And we have, in fact, proven the concept, proof of concept, that we can move forward with this development on the site that we selected. The consultants looked at what we do and how we do it to determine the kind of spaces we need and how much of that space we need. And then those findings were integrated with a host of technical specifications as well as the drawings and whatnot to come up with the full package. And by the way, sitting in front of me is the full printed design criteria package. Many of you received this wonderful little flash drive with everything on it and a couple of the books. These large binders are the appendices, over 1,000 pages of information. Just a tremendous amount of work that went into this to come up with the design criteria package before you. We now have a baseline for whomever develops the JGCC, regardless of how you choose to move forward. And what's important to know is these specifications establish standards. The developer that you choose will have the flexibility to innovate as long as whatever new idea that they propose meets or exceeds the standards established in the specifications in this document. We now have the basis for an apples-to-apples comparison, and it provides a clear foundation for negotiations down the road with the chosen developer.
And in this DCP, we focus on a lot of the infrastructure of the building, so the mechanical, the electrical, the plumbing. But we took it a first step there and looked into net zero and into resiliency and technology and how safety will work and the needs for common space and movement within the building.
So to drill down, looking at sustainability and resiliency, You authorized previously us pursuing a net zero building. The specifications for that are in this DCP. We're also pursuing a LEED Platinum certification and believe that we can make it. And there is a whole host of characteristics built into the standards to ensure that. There's also another rating system that looks at how a building impacts the health and well-being of the people that work in the building. That system is called WELL Building. And the WELL Building standards are also in our specifications as well. So we have made a commitment to provide a high-quality, healthy workplace for our employees to work in and for the public to visit. Resiliency, we spent a lot of time on that, and in one of the renderings we'll be showing you, we'll give you an example of how that played out in the design.
And then, once again, having a building of the future, we looked into all the specialized systems and what needed to be in there, and we took a look at how the chambers would be separate in office areas from ventilation perspective, and how things are maintained building-wide. And all of these systems, like we said, are going to be state-of-the-art and really provide a more efficient operation than current state. In technology and security, from a security perspective, once again, we looked at all the different angles, and this plan actually has 2 security checkpoints, one at the front door and then one also into the chambers. And then it has technology improvements and upgrades that would allow for an operational efficiencies, deal with life safety, and just the public well-being.
Of note, by the way, the city has its own, the city has an EOC and a data center that will be in the new building. The county, as the board knows, has a standalone EOC in Plantation, and we also have a data center elsewhere. But the city components are here on that list. We also looked at COVID and other healthcare related considerations to ensure that we were designing the building again in a way that had a positive impact on the environment for employees. So not only did we look at workstations themselves and how those are set up to provide for a safer, healthier environment, but we also are leveraging technology. For example, we're integrating a lot more touchless systems to reduce contact points throughout the building. Again, all baked into the standards that we have.
And so this illustration depicts the building square footage and the needs. And as you can see, as I referenced earlier, there's 4 distinct areas. You have the light blue, which is the office tower, the gray is the parking garage, light green being the transportation terminal, and the purple being the transportation administration. And Alan's going to break down the office space.
Thank you, Ben. So for the office space, and I want to emphasize this is, again, all conceptual. This is our make-believe building. Can we all fit in it? We have the orange areas denote common areas, the yellow denotes city, the white denotes future expansion space, and the bluish gray purple, whatever you want to call it, is county space. You'll notice there is a city floor up top that's designed for the city commission and administration to have one of the 2 top floors of the building, alongside the county board and county administration as well.
And so what does it cost? As you can see here, it's broken down between the 4 character areas. And it's very important to understand that this is very conservative cost estimating that is for all-in turnkey features, which would include soft cost, construction cost, and all finishes and furnishings for the building.
I'm going to back up because there's something I neglected to tell you on the previous slide. So after you look at the whole building, what you also then have to do is look at the amount of office space that the city and the county occupy. You take that as a sum total and then divide in the city share or the county share, and what you come up with is the proportionality for the project. So the city accounts for 43% of the identified office space in the building, and the county accounts for 57%. This is important because that proportionality is now going to be applied moving forward to the cost sharing of the project. We had talked about early on, if we're going to be a larger tenant and have a larger footprint, we would pay a larger share of the cost of the building. And these are now the proportions of our two uses. And, you know, we expected it to be a little different, but there was more consolidation on the city side, which raised that number up, and I think the city is going to stop paying rent in other locations as a result, which seemed like a really smart thing for them to do.
Alan? 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 Can I ask you a question? So I just want to ask you one question, Alan. So basically, based on this rendering, they've given 10%, approximately 10% of extra floors for growth for both the county and city combined. There's about 10%. Is that what you're doing?
That is roughly, yes. And that was based on actual projections that both the city and the county did looking forward decades, speaking with our different departments and with administration to determine what we thought our growth was going to be and what our head count was going to look like decades from now.
For both the city and the county, do you think for decades you only need 10% growth? Is that?
No, what we were attempting to do in this building is consolidate those back of the house activities for the county. So where our general growth would be is out in the rest of the community. So what we see in that building with technology and other changes we expect down the road, we just don't see ourselves growing that large. Our services will be out in the rest of the community, and so that's where we expect our growth to occur. That's correct. So if you know, we attempted during the budget process to give you an idea of the type of buildings that we have currently and what we're looking to build going forward, like our courthouses and just human services and things like that. So we take those services to the community. So that's where we see the lion's share of our growth occurring. But here, the home of the board, and a lot of our back of the house activities probably won't grow nearly at the rate that our direct services would grow.
There's convenience to the public for those interface that they have, that they don't have to travel everyone down here to the centralized location.
That's correct.
But you'll have those services spread out to where it's convenient for them to be able to interface with us. Commissioner Ryan.
Looking at the, I guess, the footprint or the site plan, I think it's somewhat incomplete. I know that in earlier discussions that Mayor Trentalis had indicated that he was looking for some green space, some type of perhaps a pocket park or a plaza of some nature. Is that what's being suggested in the western portion? Maybe Mr. Siskovich can come up and speak to that. It's not on your site, but would it be immediately to the east of perhaps the bus intermodal facility? Is that the idea?
Commissioner, I'm going to jump ahead a few slides to show you, if you want to speak to that.
Yes.
The site is, as you know, the existing bus terminal site, and we have a tremendous amount of program on the site. So the challenge has been, how do we create green space and open space, and how do we create a healthy environment and also a conducive, open government sense of the building. And frankly, it's been very challenging to find ground level open space because, as you could readily imagine, it would be very difficult to fulfill the program if we reduce the site anymore. So the solution is we have a large deck that you can see roughly at the podium level, which is all outdoors. The transportation piece that sits on top of that deck is lifted. So we have actually almost 2 acres of available circulation open space at the deck level. And that was our way of compensating for the fact that the site is just frankly not large enough to handle all of this program as designed, and also an open to the sky ground level park.
All right, so you don't see any ground level green space. What you have to the east, it looks like it's to the northeast, where you show
Well,
some
we have
scattered
some, right.
trees. That's not part of this particular footprint?
I took your question to mean more, according to what I think Mayor Trentalis was looking for, was more of a park-type setting, an open setting. What we have is we have setbacks and landscaping and all the things that would be appropriate around a downtown building. But I would not be saying the truth if I said it was open space usable as a park. That is on the upper level deck at the
Well,
podium.
maybe instead of park, maybe a plaza of
Yeah,
some
well, we
sort?
have an entry plaza on the corner. But again, I took your question to mean something more expansive.
Well, if it's in the nature of a park, then I know some of the concerns that had been voiced, Mayor, by your predecessors on the Port Lauderdale Commission was whether it would be a magnet for, the homeless
people?
population, or whether it would be something. I think not, because I think when you have this type of number of persons that are in business, that are, out going back and forth, that it doesn't lend itself to that. But I was in favor of your idea. Maybe you might, at this point, want to comment on what you envisioned.
Well, I think what they're proposing today is just to submit their design criteria package for the office space and the meeting space and space for employees. I don't think it's intended to go beyond that. I do not want to let go of that desire to have a plaza, to have a public plaza associated with this development. And that's probably another conversation that we would need to have as a joint body if we wanted to acquire other property that's adjacent to it. Based on the needs assessment that has been presented to Mr. Zukovich, to have the joint government center along with a bus station kind of eats up the whole site. And I don't see how it could physically accommodate an open plaza, except if we went up. If we carved out an area that, see, this is just one big rectangle. And I guess this is just a massing study anyway. This is not a design study, because we're not there yet. But as we move forward in a design study, I would like to think that there is a possibility that we could carve out an area that would create an open plaza, because I think that's to me part and parcel with government property and a government center like this. So, and whether it's on the site or whether it is across the street, I know FEC owns a parcel across the street from the proposed bus station. So there are all kinds of opportunities, but you're right, Commissioner, I don't want to let go of that. I think it's a necessity, and we should, as we move forward in the design aspect of it, that should be incorporated.
Well, we recognize the limited purposes that we have here is to approve the design criteria package, but I wanted to make sure that comment was on the record,
Right.
because you don't want to go forward and then, several months later say, well, now it's going to be more difficult for us to try to integrate that concept back into this as we move forward. So I wanted to make sure that your comments had support from some of us commissioners.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Vice Mayor Geller.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on what Commissioner Ryan was asking about. I've seen this entire presentation before with Mr. Cohen. I had heard that I think it was the Broward Workshop or Alliance or one of those interchangeable business groups that there's so many of, was discussing the one-stop center, one-stop permitting, that building that is right across from Fort Lauderdale City Hall. Where is that in reference to this? Has there been discussion on including that property as potentially the green site that you were looking for on this one?
Well, it's further up. It's not contiguous.
They're not contiguous.
They're not contiguous. There is an open parcel that is contiguous, but that's owned by FEC. But but we would want, we, the community, the neighborhood, the city, would want to have an open space in this area. It doesn't have to be the one-stop shop site per se. If we swap the one-stop shop for another open space, I think that would satisfy the needs of our community. But unfortunately, Steve, it's just not contiguous, so it's not as easy.
I understand. I didn't realize. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Mr. Cohen.
Yeah, so I think everyone understands, but just once again, these are conceptual site plans for illustrative purposes for proof of concept. This one just shows the first floor and how the tower and the terminal can coexist on the same footprint. This one is an illustration of the second floor, which outlines the two chambers, some back of house chamber space, a security area, and then a common multifunctional space. So that way, if there are joint meetings or there are meetings going on simultaneously, that there's enough movement area on the second floor.
Okay. So this is an illustrative rendering from the corner of Broward and Brickell. Broward's to your left. You can see the train crossing at grade there. And then Brickell's on your right. If you look along the side of the building, you'll see a ramp that's going up, and I'm going to talk about that momentarily. In the lobby right there in the corner, you see escalators in front. Those are designed to go up to the chamber level. And there's a curved wall there on the left-hand side behind the front facade. Those are the county chambers there. Now, this is moving up Brickell, and this is showing you what a front entrance could look like. There is an information desk straight ahead to the back, and there is security to the left. The most important component of this illustration, though, is to show you that the specifications call for the building to be 4 feet higher than grade. That is for resiliency purposes. As sea level rises and we have localized flooding from heavier rain events, you might get your feet wet walking to the building, but the building itself will be able to function. We're not going to be flooding in the lobby of the building or any of our services throughout. These are simply some renderings that we already showed you. Ben, I'm just going to run with it. So this is from a northeast perspective and going around 180. This is from a southwest perspective. So this is Broward on your right and the railroad tracks moving up. For illustrative purposes only, there is a bridge there with Broward Boulevard going underneath. And there's no position taken in this design criteria package about the future of what might happen along those bright line tracks. No, it's Broward's to your right where the cars are, and that's the train track on the left. That's illustrative of an aesthetically pleasing bridge covering. Yes. All right, so next step.
I can't hear if someone's asking questions from the dais, I can't hear them.
Okay, Mayor, do you know how to turn your mic on? It's okay, there you go. Thank you. Thank you very much for pointing that out. All right, so next steps. We're asking you to accept the design criteria package today. The interlocal agreement that we have between the city and the county took us this far. We now need to work together to amend it to take us along the rest of the path. So we immediately need to get started with our attorney friends on working on the interlocal agreement. And by the way, hats off to Mike Kerr and Jeff Zanowski, who are both here, who have been integral to this project in the county attorney's office. We also need to continue work on the development of a solicitation. Regardless of the procurement method or the delivery method that you choose, most of the bullet items on this list in front of you need to be developed for that future solicitation, with a couple of exceptions. So staff has already started working on that, city and county staff together. We're going to continue working on that between now and the next UDPA meeting, so that we are positioned to move forward expeditiously if that is the choice of this body. Regarding procurement or delivery method, We presented to all of you a spreadsheet that had 4 different basic alternatives on it: design bid build, P3 hybrid, P3 being public-private partnership, and then a P3, and looking at a solicited versus an unsolicited alternative as well. I'm going to switch our share here now, and let's see if we can do this expeditiously. And voila, technology actually worked.
Mr. Cohen, before you go there.
Yes.
I have a question.
Okay.
You showed us the breakdown in terms of the allocation of space. Are we then intending to allocate cost based on the allocation of space, or are we going to look at other items that are required by each party?
So there are the space that is required by each party is already integrated into their proportionate share of the building. There are other common areas like cafeteria, meeting rooms, the child care center. Those are all shared spaces, and those would then be treated on a proportional basis based on the office and specific use proportionality. Did that answer your question, sir?
Not really.
Okay.
I get that. That's what we're looking at. But if one of us require additional equipment, for example, we have a emergency management center away, they would require one. If there's additional equipment or cost pertaining to building that facility.
Okay, I understand what you're
the
saying.
data storage that they might require, we might require.
Is
there a different allocation for those costs?
Yes, so these are some of the details that we have to work out in a future agreement, but to drill down a little and get specific to your question, the overall construction would be proportional, but then the finish or build out, as it's called, would be more specific to the individual partners based on the finishes that they choose. The city and the county might go with a very different look within their office footprint. And that would be up to the individual entities to decide what they want to spend, and they would be responsible for those costs.
Thank you.
Mayor and Alan?
Yes.
Steve Glassman?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes, thank you. I did have a question before we move on the proposal for cost. I look at $962,743,152 divided by a total office building space of 901 roughly gross square feet. That comes to about $1,000 a square foot. Now, I'm a layperson when it comes to construction, but is that typical? That seems high to me, $1,000 a square foot. Can you elaborate on that, Alan?
Yes, I'd be happy to. It should seem high because it is, and because the 962 million includes elements on that slide that are not specific to the office building. That 962 million includes the parking garage, the transit terminal, and the offices for the Broward County Transportation Department. So the very first number, the 700 and some odd million, is the number that you would be looking at. And that number, and as I said, it's a very conservative number, includes all costs. Includes all soft costs, all build out and finishing work, as well as the actual construction of the facility itself.
So that brings it down to about $800 a square foot roughly, but still, isn't that extremely high?
For a full finish of everything that you want in the building, it's actually not.
It's not.
Well, I'm going to say it's as I said, it's a conservative estimate, and it's on the higher side, but it's within an expected range.
So it's a conservative estimate, but conservative in the sense that it's much higher than it might be. That's conservative? Is that the conservative you're looking at, or am I looking at conservative in the wrong way?
Well, the bottom line, Commissioner, is that when we get to the development stage and selecting development teams and then actually designing the building, we'll get actual real costs for this project. This is based on, some working assumptions and there's some guesstimating in this. That's why they are conservative projections. The closer we get to designing, the closer we're going to get to an actual cost.
The other thing that you may want to point out. The other thing you may want to point out is there are some amenities that we are contemplating in the building up front that would have a positive impact on the O&M costs. So when you're looking at getting to net zero and a series of other things to make the building overall efficient, then you would include that into the calculation of what that's cost.
And Mr. Siskovich also pointed out to me that he built in an awful lot of contingencies into these numbers. So there's a lot of padding in them. But Ms. Henry's point is very important, is that we committed to spending a little extra money, which is going to save us a lot more money in the long run in our operating costs for this facility.
And conservative for you.
Thank you very much.
Conservative for you means it's more likely to be less than it is likely to be more.
Yes.
Commissioner Udine.
Following on a comment that the mayor had asked, when we look at the design criteria package and with the Emergency Operations Center for the city of Fort Lauderdale, was there any thought or was there space parameters to combine the county's EOC there? So we would build one that would be used by both the county and the city, or ours may be too big.
The space that we would require for an EOC would be tremendously costly to try to squeeze it on that site. We need a lot of space.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cohen.
Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to my esteemed colleague, George Tablak, our CFO, and on the phone we have Wendell Gertner. He's with Public Resources Advisory Group, acronym is PRAG. They're one of our financial advisors, and George will tell you a little bit about Wendell. And Wendell is going to run you through this spreadsheet, and I'll be his wingman and move it as needed.
Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon, Commissioners. PRAG is one of our 4 financial advisors within the county's library of FAs. A little bit about them: they handle quite a few sophisticated credits across the country, including New York City and Los Angeles. To give you an idea of the scope, I believe they're the second largest financial advisor in the country for municipal type debt structures. So without further ado, and to keep things moving along, Wendell, if you would like to go over the spreadsheet, please.
Thank you, George. As George said, my name is Wendell Gertner. I'm a Senior Managing Director with Public Resource Advisory Group. We are one of the county financial advisors. My office is located at 150 2nd Avenue North in St. Petersburg. As you consider moving forward to accept and then implement the design criteria package, you got a spectrum of procurement options available to manage that implementation. You'll see 4 options as examples in the spreadsheet. And although there are a number of considerations as to the delivery option, it really differ primarily in who's responsible for and who takes the risk associated with each of the tasks, whether it be design, construction, finance, operations. The first project delivery option on the spreadsheet is historically the most common process, the design, bid, build, in which the government contracts for each function separately and maintains control over the entire development and operating life cycle. The government maintains control, but the procurement process generally takes longer since each step is handled separately. And this is the process that has historically been used for general construction projects. In the next option, design build, the design and construction tasks are provided by a single entity, the design builder. This option can save time, and it can also reduce change orders and finger pointing between the architect and the builder. And this option has historically been used for larger or more time-sensitive projects. As you move further across the spectrum, the private side takes on more responsibility and more risk. The third column can be thought of as a hybrid P3. And in this case, the private side could provide in addition to the design build, the construction financing to minimize construction risk, or they can even be responsible for operations and maintenance of the facility. For all of the first three, the government provides the permanent financing due to your ability to access low-cost tax-exempt debt. The option on the far right is a full privatization. And in that case, the private side provides all of the design, construction, long-term financing, operations, and maintenance responsibilities. And with this structure, the government's historically traded a somewhat higher cost of capital for reduced revenue risk and reduced operating risk. Historically, this structure has been most commonly used for revenue-producing projects such as bridges or toll roads. If you were to decide to proceed with the project as envisioned in the DCP under the traditional design, bid, build process, the next step would typically be to hand the DCP to an architect and have them design the building, and then you bid out that design to a contractor. If the city and the county, however, think there might be benefits to greater involvement from the private sector in the development or the operations, the next step is typically to initiate some form of value for money analysis and try to quantify the costs associated with each and the benefit of each of the various options to this particular project. Historically, for these types of projects, a competitive solicitation process is used in which the first stage after you have your needs assessment or your DCP is to you shortlist based on qualifications. And then you wind up with a smaller pre-qualified group that you invite to propose on the specifics of the project. Historically, on the procurement side, we see unsolicited proposals involved in projects that relate to something the government had not been considering or necessarily planning for. For projects the government's already planning to do, the solicited procurement process can allow the government to determine its needs, as you're doing today, and then use a two-step competitive process to identify the best proposal that meets those needs. What makes this project a little different and unique from many government projects is not just the office, the transit, and some of the other real estate that's being freed up, but both from a development and an operation perspective, you have joint ownership and joint use aspect. And given that piece of it, a deeper analysis of project delivery options kind of beyond the standard for this particular project, it could be beneficial. And moving towards, as you develop the other milestones, looking at some level of analysis of each of these to this particular project could add some real value as you look at a long-term development and operation of a large project. There's a lot of information on the spreadsheet. I know we're short of time. I didn't want to cover every one, but wanted to give kind of an overview of the options and what we see the differences and how they're being used. George and Alan and I are happy to address any questions now or at any point in the future.
Vice Mayor Gallo.
Thank you. Again, you and I and Alan have gone over this at great length, but one of the questions I have then is based on everything that we've seen, including the length of the proposals, and this is just my personal view, I don't think that it necessarily makes sense for us to be looking at a design bid build, whether we'd be looking at design build finance, design build operate maintain, design build finance operate maintain, those all, I mean, I'm prepared to still consider those. When I look at the time frame on 8 years to do a design bid build and combine that with the fact that this project is so large that I would make a fortune by betting that there will be substantial finger pointing between the architect and the GC. I mean, we know that that will occur. At some point in time, how would we decide to say that while we're prepared to consider these others, that design bid build is not appropriate for a project of this complexity?
First, technically, I'm going to stop share a moment so that you can see your colleagues, Mayor, and call on them as needed. The question that you're asking is one that this body would need to come to terms with and answer. There are pros and cons to each one of these approaches, and we are not here recommending any one of them. We're here to talk about the pros and cons and to discuss them in more detail with you. And we just wanted to give you that information today. There's no expectation of a decision today. So we wanted to start the conversation, so to speak.
Thank you. Well, just to respond, if I would ask then, are either the attorneys or the mayors, if they could, just give us a way, because again, I could argue for design build, I could argue for DBF, DBOM, DBFOM. As an attorney, I don't think I can make a straight face argument for straight DBB, and I'm hoping at some point in the near future, we can at least start to narrow the options available to us, and I'm done now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So this would be coming back to us for a separate vote at a separate time as to what we do with this. This is just to open the conversation at this point in time as to what we could be looking at in the future. So I don't know that we need to spend a whole lot of time debating on these different delivery mechanisms, because that's not really what we're here to try to accomplish. And considering that we have some very lengthy item coming up, and I know the city commission has a meeting today also, Mayor Trentalis.
It started 2 minutes ago.
Okay, so
may I just make one comment,
go ahead,
Mayor?
please.
Our commission has discussed this, although these numbers and all of this stuff is very fresh to us also. So I know you've worked with all of us at our commission, so we really, really appreciate that, Alan. I just want you to know that the sentiment that has been expressed by my commission is expediency. We have term limits, and and we would like to see this completed before we run out of our term limits. So,
Thank you, Mayor.
So whatever the most, and we've had very good success with unsolicited proposals. As you know, in our city, we built a beautiful soccer stadium, which was a completely unsolicited proposal, and they built it, and it was done, okay? And it's gorgeous. So there are two opposite ways to look at this. So somewhere in that spectrum is where I feel we will end up. But I just want you to know that the sentiment of my commission has always been to find the most expedient way of moving forward.
All right, thank you. And if I may, to really get to where the debate is a little limited here on this item, because we're talking about an item that we have to bring back.
Yes.
What is our timeline for us to bring that portion of it? Do we have any time frame set?
We have not established a next meeting yet. Our meetings diverge in their schedule for at least next month.
But once we accept this, then we can consider that.
Correct.
The option.
And as I pointed out, Mayor, we have to amend the ILA before this board can take any
So the
action.
next item is going to be the ILA that we need to amend.
The ILA.
And then we look at the delivery mechanism.
Right.
Okay, I got three of you on from my side. And it sounds as if we have someone else from the commission side. So let me just run through my commissioners. Commissioner Glassman, they've been waiting for a little while. Commissioner Bogan, Ryan Denfer.
Okay, I'm not going to address this because this is for another meeting. We're here to approve, as the mayor said, the design package. I'm going to just say, I'm hoping, George, that if we're going to be given advice by an outside consultant, I want one that is a pro unsolicited bid, and so the person we're using now works for a company that makes money if we issue bonds. Okay, I'm not saying that his advice is going to be slanted in any way, but I'm going to say that from our conversation, that's so that's fine, and I think we should have them. I'll say it again, I think we should have them. But I want then somebody on the other side that is an advisor who does, who advises on P3s, unsolicited, so we can hear both, so we just get that. I feel more comfortable, I feel more comfortable. Whoever you use, I have the highest integrity of you. So whoever you use, I respect and want. But everybody comes from a different background in any profession, and so I'm hoping that when we do listen to our options, we have a consultant that comes from both sides. That's it.
So, just to make sure the record is clear, our FAs act as a fiduciary to the legal entity, and with a library of 4 of them, you have the availability of any of those 4 FAs to advise you on the transaction. So it's not necessarily true.
Well, he's the one that keeps showing up. He was on our telephone call, and he's here today.
Well,
so if we have 4, that's great. I just want the other side to be brought, invited. I don't do the inviting. I assume you do. So I would just like the other side to be coming here as well.
Understood. All we wanted to do, Commissioner, is give you a person with vast experience for 19 years in P3s to give you some perspective.
Again, I'm holding up in the highest integrity. I'm not suggesting. I just want somebody that just is on the flip side. I'd feel more comfortable.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryan, followed by Commissioner Furr.
I'm sensitive to the timeframes also, but this project delivery system is really a discussion of the finance components. And I believe our selection between these 4 alternatives should be based on the unique factors of this project and the 2 governmental entities that are participating. Now, we have a very high-quality credit rating, both of the county and the city. That's something certainly to be factored into what finance selection process we select. And obviously, we're going to talk about this in greater detail. But I hope that as you do your analysis, Mr. Tavlak, as our finance expert, and rely upon those consultants, which we have asked you to do, that you will look at that. The very last proposal was one where it appeared that it would be best for an entity that may not be able to have this level of financing and a project that may be a revenue-producing entity or infrastructure. So that doesn't fit into what we're talking about. And I don't have a problem with a P3 if that helps us, but I don't want to just select it just because it's, what some of the developers may favor. It's what's going to be best for the taxpayers, what's going to be best for the delivery system, cost effectiveness, cost of money, and a quality product.
Thank you. Let me Commissioner Furr, before I go to you, Commissioner Rich and anyone else, it appears as if we should be through with this item by about 2 o'clock. This is about 20 minutes from here. If we're not done, if we get done earlier, we'll probably take a break because or note taker needs to have that. And then we will come back to the school board item. So if someone can alert members of the school board that we're looking at this point in time at about 2 o'clock or shortly thereafter for us to deal with that item, we'll have about a half an hour to deal with it when we come back. Commissioner Furr, go ahead. And then we'll go to Commissioner Glassman, Vice Mayor Glassman, Mayor Trentalis. Okay, just one moment. Commissioner Furr, and then we'll go to your side.
No, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to compliment Bernard Siskovich and his associates. There's a tremendous piece of work in a very short amount of time. Very voluminous, very hard to get through all this. Some dry stuff in there. But I will say, when I look at this, and I understand Mayor Trentalis wanting, searching for expediency on this, my tendency would be to say, there are some things here that we really need to be looking at. And I'm really thinking primarily along the transportation issue. This is the epicenter of our transportation network. We're looking at Brightline coming through here, and we have to decide, and I'm throwing the ball your way, Mayor. We have to decide whether or not we're doing a tunnel or a bridge. And because that is going to determine design elements by far. How does that integrate into the terminal? How does that integrate into the parking garage? How do you get in from off the train, go off, go right into the buildings. Those things are essential. But the other part of that is, when I look at where all the different pieces of property that are around this, that are state-owned, county-owned, federally owned, city-owned, how does that work into the whole situation? You were talking about trying to back it up. Okay, which property, who owns that property behind? Well, I think it's Brightline, if I'm not mistaken. So there's possibilities there. There's numerous possibilities of moving things around to make sure that it works. We need to know what we're doing on Broward Boulevard and what kind of a transportation system we're having there. Whether or not we're doing rail, are we doing elevated, or what are we doing? And that has to be decided before we do this. Otherwise, we're going to be going backwards. We have some chronological steps here, and I am begging us to think that way. I understand you wanted to get it done quick. I think we all do. But those decisions have got to be made. And, you know, and I think this week or either next week, Miami-Dade County is taking a major vote on Brightline. We have already issued letters to Brightline to, you know, look at what's going to happen here with the airport, connections there, how's it coming into the city. And for your city's sake, I think it begs for a master plan around this area. I really think it does. You have a once in a lifetime opportunity to decide how the city's going to look in this whole area, and it's about to blossom like nobody's business. I mean, the potential is amazing.
I could not agree with you more. Thank you for bringing it up, and just include us in the conversation. That's all I say.
Well, I think you guys obviously have major decisions to make with regard to what we're going to do transportation-wise.
Right.
I mean, you know, I think the big question is tunnel or bridge.
Correct.
We got to make that decision.
Correct.
And you know, some of the finances may make those for us, regardless of what we want. But that has to be figured out. And then we have to decide what we're doing on Broward Boulevard. So I'm not going to reiterate, but I really do think that we should be thinking master plan. And I think that would, you know, and not drag it out forever, but just to think real quickly, what are all the other pieces? What are the jigsaw part? What do we have? What should we be considering? What other options do we have? Because right across from this, we own the property.
Right.
Which gives us numerous opportunities for other things. So that's my take on this. Okay. And I don't know what your fellow commissioners think, but if I were a city commissioner, I'd say, I want to see the whole thing before.
Mayor
Thanks.
I think Vice Mayor Glassman was.
Vice Mayor Glassman. Vice Mayor Glassman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, mayors. Just a question, because Mayor Trentalis actually mentioned the Inner Miami project that we did. And that one was sort of a phased-in approach. That was almost that we didn't bite off everything at one time. We had an interim agreement, and then we sort of phased in and went along. We didn't just do everything all at once. Is that even possible here, that we look at almost a progressive P3 approach here, as opposed to just what we're looking here at the delivery options that have been presented to us? I'm just thinking that, you know, if it's maybe phased, again, a progressive approach where we take it step by step, is that even a possibility? Where we had, for instance, with Beckham, we had an interim agreement, and then we just built upon that. Is that even a possible approach here?
I think that's what Mr. Cohen was referring to earlier about modifying the ILA as we go forward. That's going to be part of it, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll have our discussion. I know our commission is going to have some questions and some points of view that need to be addressed. So when we reconvene amongst ourselves, we can have a more detailed discussion about what we're hearing today.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
Mayor
Udine,
Trentalis.
followed by Commissioner Philish. Fisher.
Just one question. Now that and I think they did a great job with the design criteria, so very well done. Will we be getting a presentation at some point in the future from AECom, who put together the unsolicited bid? I mean, if they can comply with the design criteria package, will we hear from them as well?
You should.
I'm asking our county attorney's office to respond to this. Mike Kerr is coming forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. The answer to that is yes, you can. In fact, I was contacted to see if that would be a potential possibility by representatives from AECom, but it's up to the UDPA.
Just as one person, I mean, at some point, I'd like to see a presentation by them. They put a lot of preliminary work into it, and it would be good to see what they've come up with as far as.
They and
designs.
others.
Yeah, and maybe we ought to, after we modify or agreement, look at that. Should be that be after that or before, attorney?
It can be at the pleasure of the UDPA. It can
Okay, all
either
right.
be before or after, because it's just a presentation.
Okay, all right.
If everyone's already gone, I'd make a motion to accept the design criteria package.
All right, no, Commissioner Fisher wanted to speak first.
No, that's right. I'll second that motion. But just want to go back to what Mayor Trentella said, and I understand Commissioner's first concerns, but let's get aggressive on this timeline, Alan, if we can. Let's get the ILA done quickly. Let's get the next steps quickly done so that we can move this project along. I know government's very hard to get together here, but let's be aggressive on it, and let's don't waste a lot of time. And I know we got holidays coming up, so I just ask the commissions on both sides to be aggressive on the timeline. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay. So if there are no further questions of the UDPF staff, we're now going to consider motion. In order for this item to move forward, there must be a minimum of 5 affirmative votes from the county commission and 3 affirmative votes from the city commission. First, as to the county, is there a motion to accept the design criteria package for the joint governmental center campus, authorize county and city staff to work with Ziskovich Inc. to make non-material changes to the DCP and direct county and city staff to incorporate the DCP into any solicitation documents for the JGCC and bring them back to the UDPA. We had a motion and we had a second. A motion by Commissioner Udine and a second by Commissioner Fisher for that. Now, let's go on the city side.
Let's vote on the county.
Yeah, let's go on the county side. From the county, those in favor vote by saying aye.
Actually,
Aye.
I wanted discussion for a second.
I'm sorry, you wanted to say some more? I'm sorry, we were premature in
right
taking
into
that
it, sorry.
vote.
I guess
I
my,
I didn't realize you wanted to speak.
okay, that's all right. My only question is, does this prohibit doing a master plan, or can we look at this and try to incorporate it? I guess I'm asking the county administrator.
No, it does.
This can be independent of that, and
Yes,
then we
it
can.
could.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you.
So that didn't interfere with, we had a motion, we had a second, and let me ask again, those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It passes 9-0. Mayor
let me-
Trentalis,
okay.
as to the city.
So, City Commissioner of Fort Lauderdale, you heard the motion and the second. Any further discussion from anybody on the commission?
Mayor, yeah, Commissioner Sorensen here.
Yes, sir.
Yep, all in favor of it. I think it would be helpful in the efforts for expediency if we could have city and county staff work together to set up a every other month meeting. In other words, a joint UDPA meeting every other month, put it on the books. If, 2 or 3 weeks before we don't need to meet because there's nothing to cover or address, then cancel the meeting. But I think it'd be good if we had an every other month cadence.
So to set a meeting, that makes a lot of sense because it gives us deadlines against which we would work in order to ensure that we had made progress in the effort. So that makes a lot of sense. Do you agree with that, Ms. Henry? Okay. All right, any other questions or comments from the City Commission? If not, I guess I'll just ask each one of you. Vice Mayor, your vote?
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes, so 100%.
Okay.
It's a good way to start out, Mayor.
Okay, good.
Say
Mayor Dean Trentalis, it's now 1:51.
Yeah, we need to go.
Would you please adjourn the city commission
Okay,
meeting?
so our commission meeting is now adjourned, and we will reconvene in the conference meeting in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
The UDP meeting is adjourned, although the county commission meeting will continue in this room. We will take a break and come back to our regular meeting at 2 o'clock, so you have 8 minutes. We're past due. 2:08.
Too generous with the time, Mayor.
Because you didn't take lunch, we figured we'd give you an extra break. But folks, I need a quorum, please. We've got a long agenda. We have two of us, Commissioner Sharif and Commissioner Udine. I need two more.
I'm here.
Okay, good. And Senator, you're on.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So we now have 4 with 1 on. That gives us 5. We're about to get started.
All rise.
What item am I? Yeah, we're gonna go to the school item. If we can settle.
Item number 70, Mr. Mayor, and you have 9 speakers on the line.
We have 9 speakers on the line. Okay. The hell is that? All right, we're back. I got enough of us here? Okay. Okay, item number 70. Motion to enact ordinance, the title of which is as follows, and this is continued from September 22nd, 2020, and that item was number 37 on that agenda. This is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, pertaining to the Land Development Code, amending Section 5-1A2.9 of the Broward County Code of Ordinance, providing for adequacy of school facilities as part of development review and providing for severability inclusion in the code and an effective date. I understand we have some folks on the line for this, and we're open to the public now. And we have a list of speakers, and if I can find that document. Item 70. 70. Okay, and I don't know if someone moved my document. County, Deputy County Manager. Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I can bring you another one in, but in the meantime.
I found it, thanks. There's
Okay.
smaller space and more stuff. So item 70, we have several speakers here. And I know that is School Board Member Patty Gooden, Patricia Good, the School Board Member, is she on? We would allow her to open if she's on. School Board Member Good?
Yes, Mayor Holness, I'm on the line. Thank you, sir.
All right, would you please go ahead? We have.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank the County Commission for having the opportunity to hear the item before you. It is critically important that this ordinance be enacted. School board hasn't had an increase in impact fees for quite some time. I believe it's since 2014. I, along with several board members and county commissioners, appointees and county commissioners, serve on oversight where we've had the opportunity to discuss this issue. We have spent funds hiring a consultant to do a very thorough analysis of the impact fee and conduct a study, which again is the results of that study are before you. I know one of the issues that you had was the issue of affordable housing. The district has dealt with that issue straight by allocating a yearly allowance of about $375,000 for very low and low income levels. We too feel it's critically important that we be supportive of that effort. Those dollar allocations have not been utilized in their entirety, so we feel that the allocation is sufficient. I will just tell you there's several issues that continue to come up regarding our ability to utilize impact fees for debt service. I guess I'll say this as a homeowner. It's a very simplistic thing to explain. No different than purchasing a home and having multiple years, 34 years, to pay off that mortgage. Well, with schools, it's the same thing. The acquisition of land, the building of schools is a considerably expensive endeavor, costing millions and millions of dollars for the district. And so therefore, the opportunity to pay those debt services off with impact fees through multiple years is something that is helpful. Not only is it helpful, but it allows us to address capacity issues and also expand on the availability of capacity for future development to have to their service. So again, I'm on the line. Should you have any questions, I know you have a very long agenda, and I'm trying to juggle my agenda today as well. So I know Mr. Sullivan is on the line as well, and will be speaking. And I thank you all in hopes that you will consider passing this today. It's been delayed a sufficient number of years, and I just want to make sure that we can move forward in a way that's amicable to all involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Good. We'll go on to Mr. Christopher Akabosu. Mr. Akabosu. Christopher Akabosu. Would you
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chris Akabosu, Director of Subject Planning and Real Estate for Broward County Public School. I reaffirm, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I reaffirm what was just said by our school board member, Patty Good. The only thing I just wanted to add, staff, we totally appreciate the cooperation of your staff. Pretty much this study, as usual, was done in accordance, with the third amended and restated into local agreement for public school facility planning. So mainly meaning it was done in coordination with Broward County staff and then municipal staff, and then we followed all the hearings and public workshop, giving everybody the opportunity to speak. It was the staff working group, which is a body of that agreement, and also the oversight committee, which overwhelmingly supported it, and which also has members, appointed members from the Broward County Commission. So I just wanted to reiterate that and not to say too much, because I think our school board member has pretty much stated. So thank you so much. I'm going to be available for questions, and also the consultants that were retained by the school board are on the line for additional questions. Thank you.
Hello?
We'll go on to Mr. John Sullivan, followed by Ms. Kathleen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. John Sullivan, I'm Acting Chief Portfolio Service Officer. Unfortunately, the superintendent is still in our board meeting, so he was unable to participate in this meeting, but he does ask that you support item number 70. Ms. Good, our school board member, explained the reasons why it's important and critical, and we appreciate our continued partnership with the county. And with that, we'll stay on the line for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good, thank you. Is Ms. Kathleen on?
She's not on the line.
Okay, then we'll go on to Skeet Jernigan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. This is Skeet Jernigan. I've been involved in this discussion of school impact fees since the summer of 2017. I've attended many, many meetings, and I think that I will have to give credit to the school board staff for taking into consideration some of the issues that we've raised and incorporating them into this document. Unfortunately, we're still not there yet. The school district has not been able to show, as required by law, the rational nexus between the fees and the payment of bond debt. It is unusual to expect that the new residents of a city like Parkland would be asked to pay for schools built decades ago in Margate when the schools in Parkland are overbuilt, and when the fees that are being collected for them in Parkland will never be available to build school capacity in Parkland because they've already been spent to pay debt service someplace else. Let me just address what I think is the most important issue here, and that is, of course, housing affordability. This new fee for a 4-bedroom house is going to cost the new homeowner over $12,000 a year. That is impactful on new homeowners. But we're in the middle of a pandemic. This is not the time to be raising these fees when the fees are not going to be used for new capacity. We don't know what the world is going to look like when this pandemic is over with. Only about 30% of the children are attending classroom at the present time. The vast majority of them are still at home. We recommend that you keep the fees exactly where they are until this pandemic is over, and we can determine, based on new data and analysis, what is really needed for impact fees and additional classroom space. The ordinance done by the county attorney's office incorporates a number of changes that need to be made to update it to House Bill 7103. We would encourage the fee schedule to stay exactly the same as it currently is.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy.
And that the other amendments to the ordinance be adopted at a later date. I'll be here online to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you. Stephen Tyndale, followed by Truly Burton.
Steve is not on the line.
Truly Burton.
Also not on the line.
Catherine Catlin. Okay, I have 2 other speakers signed up, and it says for questions only. I want to make sure that that is truly what it is. Aliyeh Kamp and Mohammed Rasheduzaman.
This is Nigerian Camp, which is, I guess, Aliyeh Camp. We are here just for questions. We are the school district consultants.
And that's the same for Mr. Rasheduzaman. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to ask if we could have our county attorneys, Maite and Drew, if he would like to respond to a couple of points that have been made that over and over are inaccurate and not true. And I've gone over this with Maite, and I feel that we need to have the opinion of our county attorney with regard to some of these issues regarding debt service and other things that were mentioned. So I wonder if you could give them an opportunity to just respond.
Okay, we'll give you the line. We'll follow up. We'll follow up with Vice Mayor Geller as the next speaker. We have someone else on?
Yes, I'm sorry. I wasn't unmuted every time you called on me. This is Catherine Catlin.
Okay, go ahead, please. We'll take your comments, and then you have 2 minutes. We'll go on to Senator Nanrich's question of our county attorney's office. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Casey Catlin. I'm the Executive Officer for Gold Coast Builders Association with offices in West Palm Beach. For the local chapter for the National and Florida Home Builders Association, we represent over 250 companies in the building and supported industries, including professionals, subcontractors, suppliers, and small local business owners. We've submitted 2 letters in the past. I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm going to ask, though, that I put front and center impact that these increases will have on people in Broward County. I've listened to this Commission meeting since this morning, and I've heard speaker after speaker express concerns for Black, brown, impoverished, and homeless residents. This ordinance and fee increase strikes at the heart of these individuals' ability to obtain affordable, safe, clean housing. When oil prices rise, the gas companies don't eat the cost. The consumer does. We pay for it at the pump. It's the same with every business. With all due respect to Ms. Good, mortgage payments don't increase based on today's construction costs, nor do our incomes increase just because we want them to. There have been no new schools built, and there are no new schools planned to be built. South Florida is facing a housing shortage and affordability crisis. People are out of work. In 2020, lumber prices tripled. The minimum wage is poised to increase. And if anyone thinks the federal taxes won't increase to pay for COVID-19, they're dreaming. To add one more cost increase to the already burdened cost of building and price out thousands of future buyers and raise rent for thousands more is just unconscionable. It's insensitive and unnecessary. We stand before you as residents, employers, and families and ask you to do your part in helping to make housing affordable in Broward County. There's no reason to increase these impact fees at this time. Enrollment's down, no schools being built or planned to be built. We respectfully request you not support this agenda item until the challenge of COVID is behind us. And at that time, we'll gladly participate in a revised and updated study conducted by the school board.
Thank you, Ms.
To be
Johnson.
based on the information available for the construction of new student stations needed generated by new development.
Thank you, Ms.
We
Chamberlain. Thank you. We'll go on back to Senator Rich. You had a question for the county attorney's office?
Yes, I did. I wanted Maite, who sits on this board, to respond to the continued statements about debt service and also the issue that this has nothing to do with new student stations at this point. And I'd like her to just explain a couple of these issues so that, the letters that we're getting that have inaccuracies in them need to be, clarified for, I think, for those of us who are going to support or not, or, vote on this issue.
County attorney?
Yes, Mayor, and Senator Rich, I can certainly have Maite elaborate on this because she is on the line. But just to state it very generally, we have analyzed it, and we believe that using the fees to pay debt service is valid, and that the ordinance is otherwise legally sufficient. Maite, would you like to elaborate just a little bit on that, please?
Thank you, Drew. That's accurate, and this was codified in House Bill 7103 in 2019, that it can be used to pay debt service. The second issue that Mr. Jernigan spoke about was the second prong of the dual rational nexus test, and it's related in that the expenditure has to be rationally related to the benefit of the users of the new construction, the new homeowners. And this issue was resolved way back in 1991 by the Florida Supreme Court in St. John's versus Northeast Florida Builders, which is ironically cited in some of the correspondence that was received. This was a countywide impact fee zone or a service area, and the court said that but for the fact that that ordinance had an exemption for municipalities that had not entered into an ILA to collect impact fees, which is not the case in Broward, that they could have easily found that it met the dual rational nexus test. In Broward County, as of today, we have 4 service areas, so that there's even a greater rational nexus. And in this proposed ordinance, there's going to be 7 service areas, so that's an even greater rational nexus. So I have no concerns about this ordinance or our existing ordinance meeting the second prong of the dual rational nexus test.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Rich?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that before we continue.
All right, Vice Mayor Geller?
Thank you, Mr.
Followed
Mayor.
by Commissioner Bogan.
Mr. Mayor, I've expressed my concern at prior meetings about the impact fees. However, candidly, based on what we've seen from the realtors and home builders, which has been largely a large yawn up until the day before each meeting. I did have an amendment that would have capped it at 25%, which I am not offering. If anybody else wants to offer it, it's already prepared. I did have one to phase it in over 3 years, which I'm also not offering. If anybody would like to offer that, it's already prepared. But there is one that I do feel it important to offer, and it's item number 4. It delays the implementation date for 1 year, so that it would pass it now, but only on fees charged as of 1/1/22. And the reason for this is if you are a builder, you have already made your long before you're ready to pull your permits, you've already put your financing in place. And to put your financing in place on one set of assumptions, and then know that a couple of months from now, that's going to be complete, those assumptions are completely changed by government act, I think is completely unfair. So my amendment leaves it capped at the 49%, leaves everything else in it the way it is, but delays the implementation date only on the new impact fees for 1 year, an effective date of 1/1/22. Actually, it's a delay of 11 months. The current bill would have it take effect February 1, 2021. So my amendment will delay this an additional 11 months to 1/1/22. The school system will know that it's there because we will already have passed it, and this will give the developers the chance to the people that have put their financing in place based on the current impact fees. It will give them the opportunity to stay with that current set of impact fees. So that is my motion, Mr. Mayor. I'm hoping there will be a second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second for amendment. We'll continue debate. Commissioner Bogan.
You know, after talking to many people that are in my district, I got a phone call also from Adam Sanders, who represents realtors. I think we're crazy if we're going to be raising fees in this worst economic time. Raising fees in the worst economic time in over a decade. I don't see, I just don't see it. I just can't imagine us doing it. I'm going to be voting no, and I hope even if it shows it's needed, there's always a proper time and place for everything. And with what's going on in this economy, in this world, this thing needs to be continued down the road to see what happens next year with the economy. I urge my fellow commissioners to vote no on this.
Commissioner Udine.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be voting no on this, and the reason why is when we get the backup from MITE and when we look at some of the backup around this, these dollars are strictly for new student stations. Anything that's being built in the future comes with it an impact fee. It's the same that it's been since 2014. The school board has indicated they're not building new student stations. They're losing 5,000 to 7,000 students per year, so it's leaving them with open stations. I'm not in total agreement with the debt service argument, but I agree with what Drew and Maite said. I believe that it's permissible. Whether it's the right way to handle it or not is another reason, but I believe it's permissible to use these dollars for debt service. With that said, these fees were set forth in 2014. From 2014 to now, debt service rates have gone way down. We've refunded all of our bonds over the last few years and cut those numbers way down. So even at the same number of impact fees from 2014 should more than cover the debt service. And I'm just going to close in my personal opinion. When we look at affordable housing, I call it housing affordability. It's about supply and demand, and if you make it more expensive to build these houses, we're going to just be exacerbating the supply and demand imbalances and hurting our affordable housing issue. So I'm happy to second Senator Geller's amendment so that it gets on the table, but I'm going to be voting no for the entire ordinance.
Commissioner Fisher.
I'd like to
Thank
speak
you,
as well,
Mayor, and I'm
Mr.
glad
Mayor.
that we've had time to really analyze this proposal. And if you look at the numbers on the single families right now, it would jump about, on the 3 or fewer bedrooms, it'd jump about $2,100, and on the 4 bedrooms, about $3,600. What really was astonishing is the mobile homes went from the 3 bedrooms or more, from $6,700 to $8,000. So the numbers are definitely enlightening to me, and I agree with Commissioner Udine that with the student generation that we are in today and the affordability of housing. And I also want to thank the Gold Coast Builder Association and the Builder Association of South Florida for their letters and their explanations, although I think some of them are contradictory as far as what we can do, what we can't do. But at the end of the day, Commissioner Bogan's right, this is probably not the time to do this. And the Tyndale study has also been back in 2017, so I don't know if that needs to be updated, and maybe a different method needs to be generated too. But at this point, and I sit on the School Resource Oversight Committee as well, and I know that I brought this forward so we could discuss it. But at the end of the day, I think we need to sit back and say this is just not the right timing for it. Thank you.
Commissioner Ryan.
I think that we are best to leave some level of deference to another governing board. So for us to second guess the numbers, I don't know if that was our role that was intended in this grant of authority to be reviewing their financing for capital costs. At the same time, recognizing the unique circumstances of the economy and the greater stressors that we are having on housing. I think that Vice Mayor Geller's idea of a 1-year deferral on implementation of this increase in the impact fees for new housing is appropriate. So I will support Vice Mayor Geller's amendment on the 1-year deferral. Since it is actually, permissible, I didn't realize whether we could have that 1-year extension and still vote on this item. And with that, I'll support the Geller amendment.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Commissioner Sharif, then Commissioner Rich.
I agree with Commissioner Bogan and Commissioner Fisher that now is just not the time for this. I also think that, when we're doing this stuff, we really have to be considerate of what's out there and what we're putting, what's happening with the current dollars that are in the community. I did read some of the backup material and some of the emails that I received, and I think before we take this step, we really need to explore what's going on right now with the dollars that are already being expended, and what are the plans for the future. And so I'm just I won't be supporting this item moving forward today, and I appreciate the amendment that you're proffering, but I won't be voting for this. Thank you.
For the school board member, I have, and for the members on the line from the school board, I have a question for you. What is the alternative if we don't pass this item? What will you do in order to meet the obligations that you would have these funds be utilized for? I don't know who on the line for the school board that wishes to answer.
Patty, school board member Good is on the line.
I'm here. As you know, Mayor Holness and the entire commission knows, educational funding is always a challenge for public schools throughout the state of Florida, and it continues to be a challenge. Impact fees are just one more element of additional funding that affords us the ability to deal with capital costs. I think that Commissioner Geller's motion is very feasible. It provides us a year of time to deal with what's before us, as you well know, and everyone on that commission knows, and so do realtors across this county. schools are always the topic of conversation when anybody wants to move into a community. First thing they look at is public education and public schools and our ability to provide the resources to the students that live in this county. And I would ask that you all really take a good look at Commissioner Geller's motion. I think it's reasonable. Not exactly. I think it's a hybrid response. It has a pause, so to speak, which I'm sure everyone can understand that pause in light of what we're all going through. But it does allow us the opportunity to plan moving forward a year from now with additional capital funding through impact fees to deal with what we need to deal with.
Okay.
May I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Rich.
Yeah, thank you. I would hope that the members of our board would listen to a member of the school board who deals with their funding, just as we have to deal with ours. In case anyone hasn't looked, the legislature is looking at significant cuts for public education because of COVID. And again, that there is somebody suggested that they should use their general fund money. What general fund money? This is certainly a very difficult time for everybody. But I think that Senator Geller's amendment gives some breathing room, but doesn't let 3 years go to waste of the school board and the oversight committee developing this new proposal. And I think the debt service is there. And people keep talking about new student stations. This is not about new student stations. This is about the debt on schools that have already been built. And you don't wait to build a school until, your schools are totally overcrowded. That happened once to us quite some time ago. And so I think, we're kind of penalizing the school board for planning ahead. But now they have to use this money for the debt service and looking down the pike at some significant cuts in their own funding for public education. So I would urge us to support the Geller amendment, give a year's breathing room, but at least have this on the plate for them within the next 2 years after that, the next year after that. Thank you.
Okay, County Administrator. We had to help the school board out with their COVID situation with nursing. How much money did we need to help them with in order for the students to have nurses in each school?
I'm going to have to get back with you. I know that the initial request was $6 million, and we didn't go that far. I believe we're around $3 million, maybe a little more than that, to get them through December 31st, because you couldn't really go much further than that, but I'll have to come back and confirm.
Yeah, I thought it was $3.2 million.
I'll confirm that for you.
So this is a tough one. Certainly, housing affordability is a critical thing for a community, but so is our educational system. And COVID has affected the school board as well as it has affected us. And there seems to be, as they cried out to us for some assistance, to get them some funding to deal with this crisis that they face. Certainly planning ahead is going to be a critical part. But if they don't see these funds come in, what will they have to cut in the future? How will they deal with educating our children across the county so we can build and prepare for the future? Our children certainly are our future. It is challenging time and during this pandemic economically for everyone. So it is not an easy decision that we make. The situation is that the school board is asking us to be the agency that carries out their request for these funds that they need to take care of our children. And there's some deferment that we offer to agencies that are asking for us to empower them to do what needs to be done to run their agencies, such as the school board. I agree with your argument, Vice Mayor, that these builders understand the cost previously. Now, these impact would be something that would add to that cost going forward. And well, Ms. Henry tried to find those numbers, but I still believe that the impact financially that the school board's going to see will probably get worse in the coming year. Because we don't always see the impact of economic downturns immediately. It usually comes further down the road when we go to meet our obligations here at the county or the cities, and in this instance at the school board. Vice Mayor, you wanted to close on your item?
I'm actually considering withdrawing the amendment, and let me explain why. I offered that amendment simply because I was opposed to the 49% increase and didn't think, because we can't talk to each other, and I thought that that was the best that I could do, because I'm not comfortable with 49% either, and I thought that I should at least do something. While speaking with the various parties back there, I think all of us are concerned with the affordable housing issue. I know nobody here is more concerned with Senator Rich than Senator Rich is. I also know that we're all concerned with properly funding education, which puts us in a difficult situation. While speaking with some of the, I believe it was the realtors, they had one of the things that they said that made some sense to me was to do an increase. I just didn't think we had the votes, was to do the increase, cap it at 25%, phase it in over 3 years. While not being comfortable with the 49%, I am completely comfortable with an increase of 25% phased in over 3 years. And based upon, I've heard at least 4 hard no's here on anything. So based on that, it could be 5 hard no's. Not everybody has spoken. I would actually withdraw my prior amendment, because even with that, it may fail. And what I would offer again, and Drew, I know that I had given you separately the phase in over 3 years and the 25%. I don't think I had done it at one. Could that be done as one amendment pretty easily?
Yes, I think, Senator Geller, that I don't know that we've broken down the 25% over 3 years, but I think we have the numbers, and I think Maite's on the line. If that were the will of the board, we could probably just table this for a couple of minutes and then come up with language that could address that. Maite, and may I ask, Maite, have I missed something? I don't see that specific option with 25% broken over 3 years in our documents.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to respond to this when you get a chance. Yeah.
We did not. We gave the 25% number, but we did not break it down, but I can do so.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I'd like to withdraw, and again, I'm not sure even with the 1 year delay that passes. I've heard at least 4 strong no's, and I'm not sure how I would vote. So I'm withdrawing that amendment. I would like to instead offer an amendment that I hope can pass, which is to cap it at 25%, phase it in over 3 years. It gives the school board extra money that they badly need, while I think is a reasonable compromise, and that is so I'm withdrawing my 49% 1 year delay, offering this as an amendment, and hope somebody will second it. And again, that's the problem with not being able to talk to our fellow members in private. Would anybody be willing to second that?
Vice Mayor?
Not for this.
The motion is to, is to cap the amount rather than 49%, but cap it at 25%, and have that phased in over 3 years. So it's a very small incremental increase over that 3-year period. Am I correct? That's your motion,
Yes,
Vice
sir.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Bogan, you understand that? And I have 2 other speakers. Okay. All right, so we'll go to Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Furr, Commissioner Bogan, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Rich, you wanted to speak also?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so we'll do it in that order. Commissioner Fisher?
Vice Mayor, would you maybe consider that starting in 2022? The phase?
I would like to pass something, so I will be willing to amend it to what I need to do to pass something.
Okay. I think that's a little bit more palatable rather than starting this coming February. If we started in 2022 and to phase the 25%, that might make sense. That gives people time to prepare. It also gives us time to see what COVID is going to do to our educational programs and so forth. So
If you will second that, that's what the motion I'll make.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay. Commissioner Furr?
Yeah, I have a question. When we talked about this last time, I had asked about the waiver for affordable housing. And I'm looking at a chart right now that shows that it wasn't allocated to the extent that it could have been. But I'm looking at it, and the qualifying income levels only depict that waivers were given for very low and very low.
No, very low and low.
Very low and low, right.
Very
But
low
most
and low.
affordable housing projects deal with, there's a moderate, you have a 30%, a 60%, 80%, up to 120. My question, and I'm sorry I'm late on this, but I was waiting for this chart, is when we're offering affordable housing projects, when we're trying to do that, the majority of those units are looked at moderate. Are they not getting a waiver?
No, not currently.
What we're wanting to see happen as a board is that we're trying to push forward affordable housing and projects. Those projects are most of the ones we're doing, and it's probably 80 to 95%, means that they're not getting a waiver. And I guess I want to ask school board member or...
School board member Good or someone else on the line, would you answer that? And we have 2 times certain that we have passed the time on now substantially. Go ahead. But I'm hoping that the folks who are waiting would have some patience.
Answer the question. The allocation of impact fee waivers were given to very low and low income levels because of the fact that that's where the focus had been for affordable housing. If that is now, if Commissioner Furr is shifting that, that's new information that wasn't discussed by the Oversight Committee.
I guess the greatest need is at low and very low.
It is
low and very low.
It definitely is, but the cost of affordable housing has gone up per unit, and this is where those affordable housing actually need the waiver. I mean, most of those projects will build 75 units. 3 or 4 of those will be very low, which is why this is not being utilized.
Okay,
I'm just now understanding this, I'm sorry.
So are you suggesting that we...
So I'm suggesting that the school board allow for that waiver to go to the next level. That helps the entire affordable housing. We can go ahead and support them, but they got to support us on this.
Would you maybe, Mr. Mayor, if you have several other times certain, there's a lot of debate and dissension, it maybe makes sense to postpone this.
I'm wondering, because we've postponed it so many times, I'm wondering if we could, is that an amendment you're asking for?
I would like to make an amendment that it allows for, and I wish I had the numbers exactly.
No.
I think
Would you take
this
that
is
as a
30.
friendly amendment?
Can I respond to this?
Senator Rich, maybe you can help me on this. This
Yeah,
is probably,
yeah.
the very low is at 30%.
Are you willing to have...
The
it?
moderate
But it's
goes,
the very-
Do it separate.
the moderate goes at 80%, 60 to 80%.
If you look,
To my amendment?
that's why we just changed the issue of moderate, low, and very low, because they lump it together. Most cities do have enough moderate. They don't have enough low and very low. That's why the school board is focusing on this, and a lot of service sector people and even teachers, they need it for the low and the very low. So that's why they are focusing on that. That's the answer for that. And I have one thing other I just want to say.
Okay,
I think it's, yeah, go ahead.
I
It's kinda
understand what
hypocritical.
the school board's focusing on, but we've been focusing on affordable housing all across the board. We're not just trying to do low and low, we are trying to go across the board. And I would hope that those projects would be getting the waiver on the moderate as well. That only makes sense. We're trying to get as much affordable housing as possible. The other, I can support what the school board's asking for. But I would like to see on our side, when we're putting forth affordable housing projects, this is our number one priority. We are not getting the bang for the buck on this that we're asking for. We're trying to put as many affordable housing units out there in this county as possible. By throwing another impact on them, that makes it harder. I absolutely think we should be going to the moderate part.
Okay.
That's an amendment.
Okay, can I follow up
So
then?
it's,
now?
so you're offering it as an addition to what Vice Mayor Geller is asking for, that it be phased in over 3 years, but it's not separate, but you'll go along with his suggested amendment and add that moderate.
I can do that.
Yes, okay. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, good. So I think we're pretty much there with the number of people who vote for. Commissioner Bogan, did you want to speak or are you done? Okay. Senator Rich, we got to move on. We got to call
Okay,
the
but
vote on this.
I just need to say this. I mean, we're in a state of hypocrisy right now. We cut our own affordable housing from 10 million down to 5.6, and we're now talking about other people's affordable housing. So that's a little problematic. The other thing is, I was okay with Senator Geller's amendment to phase it in, wait 1 year and then do a phase in. We've done that before. We did that in 2014. We phased in 2015 and 16. We staggered it. Okay, but to say now to wait a year and then phase in 3 years, 25%, we are practically giving them nothing. And I just don't think that that's right. They're willing to compromise with us and talk about a phase in or do it for 2 years, stagger it for 2 years, or get Senator Geller's last amendment that phase it in after the 2 years. But to say to wait a year and then phase it in 3 years, 25%. I mean, I just think that's just not, it's just totally inappropriate for us to be doing this to the money that they need for their debt service. And you can say whatever anybody wants about COVID-19, but the budget of the state is going to be impacted. They're going to impact education, and they will have less money to be able to do anything.
Okay.
And it will end up resulting in hurting education of the children in our community.
So let me get a clarification here. Are we saying wait 1 year and then phase it over 2 years, which total 3 years? Is that what we're saying, Commissioner Fisher? Is that?
Mr. Mayor, I had asked for phased it in over 3 years.
Yes.
Well, Commissioner Fisher said wait 1 year and then phase it in 3 years. I'd prefer to phase it in over 3 years, but if that will cost us your vote, then I will wait 1 year and phase it in over 3 years.
It'll still be 3 years, but you're not in the first year.
Okay? Or are you okay with the phasing it in over 3 years? Well, in that case, please don't withdraw your amendment because I need your vote. I know how to count.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
again, knowing how to count.
Yes.
My motion, which was seconded by Commissioner Fisher, which is wait 1 year and then phase it in over 3 years, capped at 25%.
Okay,
well, don't count.
That's what.
Don't count on my vote for that.
I'm not, but
Mayor, can we get control of this meeting?
Control,
This is ridiculous.
I'm doing what I need to do. Thank you. All right. I'm looking at. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Geller. Second by Commissioner Fisher. County Attorney, you want to make some comments?
I just wanted to find out if that included what, I don't think it does, but what Commissioner Furr mentioned in terms of the waiver.
Yeah, I'm fine with Commissioner Furr's language.
Are you Commissioner Fisher as a seconder of the motion?
He doesn't care. Are we going to start phasing next year?
No.
No.
We're going to start phasing in 2022?
Yes.
January? You are?
Yes.
For the 25%.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
I can't hear. She's not talking into the microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Based on what Commissioner First talking about for the affordable housing, I want that in there as well. Okay?
All right, so the motion is that we wait for a year to start a phase-in 25% over the following 3 years with affordable housing being included, moderate affordable housing being included in there. You understand that clearly, County Attorney?
Yes, sir, Mayor. The only remaining question on that would be that right now the school board has a limit. I think it's $375,000 a year. I don't have the exact amount, so I just want to make sure that Commissioner Furr's piece is not requiring any change to that.
They're not going to change that.
I think it does.
It's, okay, but they would have the policy, I guess, there's still policy decisions they would need to make. Is there a specific amount that the board is asking or that Commissioner Furr is asking for it to be increased to?
Is there an amount that you're looking
Mayor?
for?
I don't know what that number would be. I would have to, I don't have those
No.
I don't have those calculations in mind.
I'd love for us to move forward with this, and if
Mr.
you want
Mayor.
to put 100,000 in, let's do it, and let's go
I'd say
forward.
put it up to $1 million.
Mr. Mayor,
Do we know what the total amount is that's this is going to be
it's
generated?
inappropriate for us to tell them how much to put in of their budget into this. This is going off the rails.
Okay,
This looks good.
okay,
Mayor
Commissioner
Holmes?
Rich.
Mayor Holness?
Yes.
Yeah, let me hear from Patty.
School board member Good?
I would just say, I understand what everybody's trying to do. First of all, the issue of the 375,000 cap, that's something the school board did on their own through a policy. I don't know that the county can impose that. I would ask that you vote on what's before you, and if you have a recommendation for a change, that you forward that forward to the district for consideration. As one school board member, I don't have the authority to commit the entire board to $1 million cap. I mean, numbers are being thrown out here as if there's absolutely no sense of, I respect each and every one of you. I know each and every one of you on a personal level, and I have to say I'm taken back by the commentary here today.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so let's do this then. Would you make that a recommendation to
We'll
them?
make a recommendation, because,
Okay.
and like I said, I
Okay.
don't have the calculation.
So include affordable housing and a recommendation that it be at $1 million.
Not so much that it's being, the number is not the important part. The important part is to include,
Affordable housing, and you're leaving
Moderate.
the money out.
leave the money
Okay,
out.
all right, so that's where we were before.
To
Okay.
expand
All
their
right.
definition.
Okay.
What I'm asking is for them to expand their definition.
To include moderate.
To
Okay.
include moderate.
All right, that seems feasible. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Those in
I have a question.
Go ahead, Senator.
Are we talking about 25 when you say phase in, you're phasing in a portion of the 25% each of the 3 years?
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay.
All right,
That's it.
those in favor, I'm sorry, County Attorney.
Sorry, at this point, if that's where the board is going to land on it, I think that it's appropriate just to ask you to table this until just after you get through these time certains, because
So you
we
get
should
that-
have the
okay.
language
All right, good.
prepared.
Thanks. Then we're going to go to the delegation request. We'll continue this item after we get input from NAMI. Delegation request from the National Alliance of Mental Illness. Are you still on the line?
I am on the line. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. Andra Kumper, Executive Director of NAMI Broward County.
All right, go ahead, please. And I understand there's two of you that will be speaking.
Yes, there is Judge report after we.
Judge, our report. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you again. Today we ask for your support of the restarting of the Stepping Up initiative in Broward County as we move to improve mental health treatment and reduce the number of mentally ill people in jails. While NAMI can and will initiate the link between the behavioral health community and criminal justice leaders in our community, we need leadership from our bodies to help provide coordination amongst the various agencies involved. We have also determined that for the program to succeed, we will need to hire a program coordinator to propel and oversee the project. To fund this position, we will be looking at funding options from various sources. However, we're also asking for the county's support in funding this endeavor. An estimated 2 million people with serious mental illness, almost 3/4 with substance use disorders, are booked into our local jails each year. Once incarcerated, individuals with mental illness tend to stay longer in jail and upon release are at a higher risk of recidivism than those without these illnesses. Decrease the number of people with mental illness in our jails and reduce the time they stay in jail. Army Advocacy Group has formed a subcommittee starting the Stepping Up initiative. 15, a sequential intercept model was presented by Behavioral Health. According to the sequential intercept mapping, community resources at each intercept point were identified, as were gaps in services. As a result, a resolution was adopted unanimously by the Broward County Commission on May 19th to launch the initiative. Stepping Up provides counties with the necessary tools to develop data-driven strategies that can lead to measurable reduction in the number of mentally ill people in jails. To date, approximately 500 counties have passed a resolution or proclamation to participate in the initiative. Collaboration between criminal justice, behavioral health entities, and our multiple local stakeholders is the key to the success of the Stepping Up initiative. Therefore, in preparation, we have reached out to several key stakeholders to partner with us and get their buy-in. Our collaborative efforts have received positive feedback from lead representatives for BSO, the Public Defender and State Attorney's Office, Broward Behavioral Health Coalition, the Department of Children and Family, Court Administration, and others. And today, we have Judge Ari Abram Porth of Broward 17th Judicial Circuit's Mental Health and Drug Court, with whom we have had many discussions on how the Stepping Up initiative can help Broward County. We're incredibly pleased to receive his guidance and to have him here today to speak with you. Again, thank you, and we ask that the Stepping Up initiative be supported by county leadership on an ongoing basis. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. Judge Port?
And Commissioner.
Judge Port, Judge Ari Port, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. In late April of 2015, community leaders from Broward convened what was called the sequential mapping exercise that you heard Sandra mention. 38 stakeholders participated in an exchange where they shared their frustrations, their suggestions, and hopes on how we can improve our delivery of services for those suffering from mental illness and substance use disorders in the criminal justice system. That exercise was credited with highlighting the importance of crisis intervention team training, or CIT, that many law enforcement officers in Broward have gone through. A CIT-trained officer, as many of you know, has learned better ways to improve an outcome, reducing arrests, and getting those that need it services. Additionally, that exercise brought about the Felony Mental Health Diversion Program housed at Broward Regional Health Planning Council, where a person with mental illness can be diverted from court into treatment and ultimately, upon the successful completion of diversion, have their case dismissed. More is needed, though, to reduce the number of chronically mentally ill from custody, to help ensure that they have a safe and stable place to live, and that the limited resources that are available are spent in the right way. To that end, the National Alliance on Mental Illness has created the Stepping Up initiative to better link people to treatment and services while not compromising public safety. I come here today with Sandra from NAMI on behalf of the 17th Circuit and with regards from our Chief Judge, Jack Tudor, I would ask this commission to renew their support as they did in 2015 at the behest of then Commissioner Lois Wexler to, one, support a resolution to participate in the Stepping Up initiative, and in doing so, I would ask that the county participate in a soon-to-be-set mapping exercise where we'll measure the county's temperature. We'll get an idea on what's important, what are our priorities now on a mental health delivery system for those involved in criminal justice. And lastly, I would ask you to join us on a date to be set in May, Mental Health Awareness Month, for a public signing ceremony of a memo of understanding between all of the interested stakeholders, between the sheriff and the state attorney and the public defender and mayor and members of the commission, so that we will be committing to the policies that we are recommending, steps that we endeavor to complete. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Board. What we'll do is we'll work with you. I promise you that I'll work with you to bring something forward. And I hear no objection from my colleagues. We look forward to working with you. It's a very important issue. And thank you for taking the time to be here. You've covered a bit. We have a very long schedule and we're behind a bit. So again, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for being patient. And we'll work together to do something here to help those who are mentally ill in our society.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to say hi to my old friend, Derry.
You guys serve together, correct?
Hi, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
I very much like the beard. It looks excellent.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Furr.
I just want to congratulate them. They just recently got an extension from the state to allow for what was the old state mental health facilities in Pembroke Pines.
Right.
They got an extension to be able to build affordable housing there for those that need it.
Yes.
So it opens up a place
Yes.
where affordable housing could go for those who need it.
Right.
With an extended lease there. So they did a great job of being able to make that happen.
Yes.
And hopefully we can work with them on that.
Yeah, we look forward to that, putting that in a resolution, how we can collaborate with them going forward. Thank you both.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Mr.
go
Mayor?
ahead, Senator Rich.
I just would like to say that I, too, congratulate NAMI. We all worked together, the Broward Behavioral Health Coalition. Many groups worked to urge the cabinet, who had to approve the extension of the lease, to do that, and we didn't have a cabinet meeting for a very long time, state cabinet meeting, so we had to kind of wait. We knew we had the votes, but just want to congratulate them because this is going to be an excellent opportunity for affordable housing for people with mental health issues.
Thank you so much, Senator Nance. Rich. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks to both of you.
Thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for your...
Appreciate everything you're doing.
Yeah, thank you both. Thanks to both of you for taking the time out and for your leadership role that you're playing to help build our community and strengthen our community. We're going to now go back to our public hearing agenda. Item 75 is where we are. Item 75 is a motion to adopt resolution to transmit a proposed amendment to the Broward County Land Use Plan PC 20-2 in the city of Tamarack as an amendment to the Broward County Comprehensive Plan to designated state review agencies pursuant to section 163-.3184 Florida statutes as amended. The substance of which is as follows: a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, transmitting a proposed amendment to the Broward County Land Use Plan of the Broward County Comprehensive Plan within the city of Tamarack to designated state agencies and providing for an effective date. Now, I know we have a large number of speakers and some videos. And I know county attorney, I didn't get together, but there was some sequencing that we had agreed to.
How many speakers? Ms. Sapero would know the full number of speakers, but yes, I believe that the public comment, live public comment was going to be taken before the videos, correct?
That's correct.
And there also, and I think there was an understanding that if the applicant's attorney wished to do so, that he could open, it's Mr. Backman?
Yes.
And that he would be, because he's aggregating time with other individuals that he's identified, he would have up to 10 minutes, including the ability to reserve some of that to close if he wished.
Okay, so we are then gonna open to Mr. Backman and,
Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Can you hear me?
One moment, Mr. Backman.
There are 26 speakers and 11 that have registered for questions only. And there are 65 videos that I understand total 66 minutes.
For 66 minutes.
That's correct. It was a 2-minute limitation, so
Yeah. No, let me ask or minute taker whether or not she needs a couple of minutes now before we go into this. Is there a minute taker? We're okay? It's gonna be a couple of hours.
The videos, though, can be in the record, Mayor, so they won't need to be transcribed.
Okay.
They can just be placed in the record.
All right, so we'll go ahead then with Mr. Backman. The floor is open to you.
Yes, Mayor.
And then we go down our list. I think the city of Lauderhill wanted to chime in also, so, and they're up early. So we'll go ahead and hear from you, and then we go to the city of Lauderhill. Go ahead, Mr. Backman.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if I can, one other formality. I know I submitted a PowerPoint presentation that I'd love to be able to follow along, have the commission follow along as I'm speaking with a few graphics. Is that loaded up by any chance?
I'm sorry, yes, it's loaded on our screen.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So as I understand it, I'll just request next slide as I go. I have about 10 minutes and I've tried to work this through to get through it relatively quickly. I just want to give the commission an overview. So again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much. Scott Backman on behalf of the applicant 13th Floor Homes. If we can go to the next slide, it should be an overall aerial of the community. And wonderful. So just a little bit of background. The property itself, we're talking about the Woodlands Country Club. It's located on the southwest corner of Commercial Boulevard and Rock Island Road. It's comprised of about 275 acres of former golf course, along with about 892 existing single-family homes within the community. The course, interestingly enough, was originally owned by the membership and owners within the Woodlands community. Back in 2011, so within the last decade, as we all know, obviously, a number of land use applications have come through the county. Golf is struggling, and the membership sold the community to a group called Club Link, who owns and operates a number of golf courses around the country, also in Canada, throughout the state of Florida. Club Link invested a couple of $1 million into the course, really gave a go of it for several years to try and make golf work here, but unfortunately continued to lose significant dollars. And at the end of 2016, they solicited offers from developers within South Florida for the redevelopment of the country club. My client, 13th Floor Homes, who I'll tell you a little bit more about in just a few moments, was fortunate enough to be awarded the opportunity, and it spent the better part of the last 3+ years working with the community, the city of Tamarack, a variety of different development consultants to propose the application that's before you today. So with that said, next slide, please. Just very quickly, what you see before you is all green. The existing land use of the golf course is commercial recreation. Next slide, please. The request before you is to change about 165 of those acres, which you should see before you in a beige color, to a residential 3 units per acre. As you can see, we really tried to focus on larger areas of fairway on the golf course and the perimeter of the community, while leaving 109 acres that will remain as open space. It will actually, at the recommendation of the Planning Council, go from commercial recreation to recreation and open space as part of the land use change, which is more and better protection within the community. We also tried to focus the proposed redevelopment in the manner in which we did, in order to ensure that we were leaving the wide open spaces, some of which will certainly be used for drainage, recreation, things of that nature, around the center of the community, so it still appears from an open space standpoint as though there's about a golf course to a golf course and a half. Again, it's 110 acres plus an additional 50 to 60 acres that we will be reserving through a deed restriction as part of our site planning process with the city. That's also one of the conditions of approval that the Planning Council has suggested. From a density standpoint, the existing density within the community for the existing 892 homes is 3.1 units per acre. Our proposed overall density is less than that at 2.3 units to the acre, so certainly compatible, and the blended density with the existing and proposed homes will be at 2.3 dwelling units per acre, which over the course of the entirety of the community is actually less than what exists today. Just very briefly, and this is all in your staff report, but obviously there are requirements for a land use change. We meet all of those requirements. We met all of the city's requirements as well. And as I believe you all know, the city of Tamarack obviously voted to approve transmittal of this application so that it is before you today. And again, I mentioned that Planning Council, I believe by a vote of 10-4, recommended approval of this application. And I think I forgot to go forward a couple of slides, sorry, as well as the staff report. If you can flip forward a couple of slides, there should be a slide that says 13th floor communities with a number of graphics on it. So this is just a brief introduction to the client. 13th floor homes is one element of 13th floor communities. They really are not a one-trick pony, single family, multifamily, mixed-use development. They've been developing in South Florida for almost 15 years. And this is a proposed single-family community by 13th floor homes. So what I think is very important about 13th floor homes is the manner in which they approach each development project, and have been doing so for more than a decade. They've really kind of coined the phrase and implemented an outreach solution known as the solution spectrum. Rather than a lot of these other projects, in particular golf courses, where the game plan might be shut down the golf course, create strife within the community, depress property values. What 13th floor does is initially from the get-go, before ever submitting an application or working up a plan, reaches out to stakeholders within the community. I'm sorry, and if you can go to the next slide, it should say solution spectrum. And they spend a lot of time working with the community, working with consultants, rather than this typical game plan or playbook that really does not work in situations like this. Next slide, please. So we've spent, as I said earlier, over 3 years reaching out, working with the communities. We've had more than 75 individual, group, community-wide meetings. More than about 2,000 notices have gone out, hours and hours of door-to-door outreach in order to get to the point where we moved our applications forward, proposed the site plan, and ended up in front of the commission for the request and the approval today. Next slide, please. And again, I know you're going to hear from some supporters shortly as well, but before you to be a community support slide showing that throughout the community there are over 150 individuals who have submitted emails or cards in support of the proposed development. Next slide, please. In addition, the umbrella organization for the Woodlands is known as the Woodlands Homeowners Association. We've been working with them from day one. They provided a letter of support for this project earlier in the process, in accordance with an agreement that we have in place with the community for all of the various improvements we're proposing to make. And I will now touch on those improvements and then wrap up my presentation. It's going to be but a couple of more minutes. So what I think is very important here is 13th Floor really gave a lot of time, perspective, studied the Woodlands community before coming in and proposing any of the development. noticing what's going on in the community. Property values in the community have been depressed. It's an older community. It's about 50 years old. Infrastructure needed upgrading. It was all developed at a point in time where water lines and sewer lines and lakes and drainage were all developed under a very different standard than what we have today. And so we came in and said, look, first and foremost, we need to preserve a significant portion of this golf course as open space, more so than what we're proposing for development. We need to ensure that the community is secure. We are proposing to gate a community that is not currently gated. We've been working very closely with the city of Tamarack, with their engineering division, in order to ensure that that will not and is not an issue as part of our site planning process. We are proposing a brand new clubhouse, new amenities, a new gatehouse, new entry features, walking trails, exercise stations, a lot of things that are really going to help to revitalize the community. We're proposing a resilient community that's going to propose new infrastructure for this community, upgraded water, sewer, lakes, as I mentioned earlier. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Yeah, excellent. Another piece of all of this is the status of home values. And I think obviously there are a lot of factors associated with that, but we all know that the Fallow Golf Course does not lend to that. It also creates uncertainty within the community. And moving forward with this proposed development is going to stabilize the community, it's going to increase home values, and remove that level of uncertainty rather than the potential for the project to not move forward, the golf course remain closed. It's inevitable, whether it's a year or 5 years from now, another application is going to come in at some point to propose development. Next slide, please. So with 13 floors committed, and we have a number of documents in place associated with this, is spending over $15 million in upfront improvements, completely exclusive of all of the infrastructure costs that are going to be necessary for the new homes that are being proposed. These are upgrades, as I mentioned, to the security system, to the gated access, to the infrastructure that's existing, to the new clubhouse, all over and above what still needs to be spent in order to move forward with the proposed development. Next slide, please. So these commitments, I just mentioned all of them. We have a development agreement we're working on with the City of Tamarack. In addition to that, we have 3 separate declarations of restrictive covenant to ensure that all of these obligations are met and complied with, recorded against the property, one to the benefit of Broward County, one to the benefit of the City of Tamarack, and one to the Woodlands Homeowners Association. And so all of the commitments and obligations that are being made here have to be implemented in order for this development to move forward. So the last item I'd like to address, just 2 slides left, and they both relate to the same item. Traffic certainly has been an issue. You're going to hear from some opposition, certainly, that has concerns about traffic. This area of the county, if everyone's familiar with it, along Commercial, Rock Island, and the Turnpike, it's congested, certainly during key times of the day. We went through traffic. I'm sorry?
Please wrap, Mr. Backman. Your time's up.
Okay, absolutely, Mayor. So a number of off-site improvements, as you may see on the screen before you. The last slide that I want to address, if you can, there should be a slide that says Exhibit 64 turn lane. If that can be pulled up, it should be 1 or 2 slides later. We are proffering a condition of approval. The 64th is on the far west side of this community, in addition to all of the other traffic improvements that we intend on implementing. We've been working with the city of Lauderhill neighbors that live on this area.
Your time's up.
A right turn. Okay, thank you, Mayor. So we're going to be proposing the turn lane as a condition of approval.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we're going to go to Mayor Ken Thurston from the city of Lauderhill, followed by Commissioner Denise Grant, and then Mayor Michelle Gomez from Tamarack. Mayor Thurston. Operator, would you give instructions as to how they open their lines? Operator, are you there?
Mayor Thurston, please raise your hand by pressing pound 2.
Okay, Mayor Thurston, Commissioner Denise Grant, Mayor Gomez.
All right, I think I'm here now.
Okay,
Mayor
go ahead.
Holness, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mayor Thurston.
All right, I apologize for not having the technique all worked out. But good afternoon, Mayor Holness, to Vice Mayor Geller, to the commissioners. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Back in July of 2019, the entire Lauderhill City Commission met. We discussed the idea of the new homes being built on the Woodlands Country Club. Lauderhill shares the border with Tamarack on two sides. The west side, 64th Avenue, the south side, 44th Street. We passed an amendment that's a resolution which says that we're opposed to the use of Lauderhill streets for ingress and egress for this project. Tamarack can do whatever it wants with development in its city, but we don't want their traffic. If in fact they need egress and ingress, then they're certainly welcome to use Commercial Boulevard on the north or Rock Island Road in the east. But it was a unanimous vote of the Lauderhill City Commission that the Lauderhill streets cannot be used to provide ingress and egress for this project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Denise Grant.
Commissioner Dennis Grant, please press pound 2 to raise your hand. Commissioner Dennis Grant, please press pound 2 to raise your hand.
Not there. Mayor Gomez.
I don't believe so.
Mayor Michelle Gomez.
Mayor Michelle Gomez, please press pound 2 to raise your hand.
Good afternoon,
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Gomez.
Mayor and County Commissioners, I respectfully request to go after all the speakers speak. I'd like to hear from my residents, please, before I approach.
Okay, all right, no problem. Let's go to...
Thank you very much.
Mr. Michael Moskowitz.
Mr. Mayor, I am with the applicant team and will always speak if necessary along with Mr. Backer.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go now to Mr. Andy Felix, followed by Christopher Hodgkins, followed by Elaine M. Gastas Esquire,
Mayor Holness?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Andy Felix here. 28-year resident here at the Woodlands. Been here my entire life, seen this place as a kid, seen people come and go over the years. And after carefully studying this, looking at traffic reports, seeing how the whole thing is going down, the traffic is going to be a big problem for a lot of people in the community. Emergency vehicles being able to come in and out, people's safety is going to be at risk. Without 64th and 44th, all the traffic come onto Commercial Boulevard and Rock Island. It's going to be a complete nightmare, and we shouldn't have to make these things a lot worse for people in the community. There's no amenity in the world that's more valuable than the safety and the lives of people here in the community. So I would request that the commission vote against this project, as it's not in the best interest of the community or the neighbors of Tamarack, including Lauderhill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Christopher Hodgkins. Senator Rich, are you still up there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Yes, I am.
We have a quorum. Go ahead. Continue, Mr. Hodgkin.
Mr. Brock, Christopher Hodgkin, please press pound 2.
followed by
Once again, Christopher Hodgkin. Sorry, go ahead.
Ms. Elaine Gastas, Esquire.
What happened to Hodgkins?
Ms. Gastas. Jeffrey Shapiro.
What happened to Mr. Hodgkins? He was there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
This is Elaine Gatos. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I am General Counsel to the Inverary Association, the Master Homeowners Association, to over 8,600 residents in Lauderhill. I'm present here today to advise the Commission, as I did the Planning Council, that on May 7, 2019, the member associations and board of directors unanimously voted to oppose the 398-plus home development of the Woodlands Country Club Golf Course. That opinion has not changed in the interim. Inverary was created for the purpose of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Inverary. The addition of 398 homes in Woodlands will result in a direct, severe, and negative impact on the safety of the residents of Inverary. Regardless of the change to the plan that now has only an emergency egress on 44th Street, we demand written confirmation that that emergency crash gate will not in time be converted into an actual entrance exit to the development. We have children boarding buses on Inverary Drive. We have senior citizens walking. We have exiting and entering traffic for 4 developments along Inverary Drive. Backups already spill onto Inverary Drive every day from those developments. This will only worsen if this project is approved and access eventually opens to 44th Street. In addition to the entrance issue, the fact that the developer will be tearing up acres of golf course means that arsenic will be released into the air. The Inverary Association is demanding a commitment that the developer will be liable for any personal injury that occurs to the residents of Inverary as that arsenic floats over the fence and into the lungs of our residents. If the county is going to approve this unwarranted development, please include the developer's liability for any damage created by the removal of that golf course. There's no upside to this development for Inverary or for Lauderhill. We ask that the commission realize that not every square inch of Broward County has to be cement. Thank you.
We'll go on to Mr. Jeffrey Shapiro, followed by John Herron, followed by Jose Spina.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, this is Jeffrey Shapiro.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Mr. Shapiro.
Okay. I am a resident of Woodlands Country Club community. I live in a section called Section Number 8. I've been here 22 years. First of all, the infrastructure for the sewer systems within the community are already at their maximums. There was a year ago a PVC lining system put in the original clay system, shrinking that circumference of the sewer waste flow by 1 inch in diameter, meaning it's less. It can carry less because of the design of the new liner. That and the fact that any new homes that are put in here have to tie into the existing sewer systems. We're going to have major problems with sewage backing up into houses, and our sewage flows out east to Rock Island Road and then south through Lauderhill. It could cause havoc outside the community as well as within. Secondly, drainage here. The new home development has to be elevated higher than what was built 50 years ago. Those are the Broward County codes. The waterways they plan on putting in are not adequate, and many homes are going to flood in heavy rainstorms and other type of tropical storm events. We're in the age of global warming. Please take all these factors into consideration. The waterways, yes, they look like on the map they're going to be expanded,
but at the narrowest points, the water's going to fill up because
We lost you, Mr. Shapiro.
So I don't know if you were getting the gist of this, but the waterway new design is not going to be adequate for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. We're now going to go to
Thank you.
John Herron.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Board of County Commissioners, Vice Mayor Geller as well. My name is John Herron. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Fox Rothschild, and I represent an organization, a nonprofit organization called Defend the Woodlands. Additionally, I am a resident in Lauderhill that lives immediately adjacent to this proposed development. So let me make some comments in response to those mentioned by Mr. Backman initially. He made a big issue about the reserved area. Let me tell you that the reserved area that he's talking about can't be used anyway because either it's stormwater retention area, it's an existing FPL easement, or it's going to be required open space. So when he says they're making this big deal about preserving area, that area already has to be reserved and preserved whether or not 13-4 wants to or not. The Woodlands Homeowner Association does not have authority to bind the individual homeowners. That's a volunteer organization. So when they say that the Woodlands Homeowner Association is in support of this, that's again illusory. It's not real because that association is in fact voluntary. The issue of gates that was mentioned, again, that's a false statement. These are public roads. They're already dedicated to Broward County and to the municipality of Tamarack. There's existing case law that says you can't put up gates, security gates on public roads. All they're going to do is going to have a trip wire or trip mechanism. They'll automatically go up. You cannot stop people from traversing public roads. The infrastructure improvements they talk about and they make a big deal about, those are already required. It's not voluntary. They're going to be required to do these things. The issue of the North 64th turn lane, they don't have the space to make that turn lane that they're proposing. There's a huge Broward County mast arm that's been there for years, the big hurricane-resistant one, as well as a brand-new light post that the Broward County put up on that part of commercial that have to be relocated for this turn lane that they say they're going to be able to put up 64th. Any room. Let's go to the issue of the comp plan. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay. With the comp plan itself, policy 2.4 of the Broward County land use plan states that amendments to the Broward County land use plan which would result in the loss of open space shall be strongly discouraged. That is your own language. Furthermore, policy 2... Mayor?
Yes, thank
you. Is it possible to supplement the record with all of these comments? Because 2 minutes, frankly, is not enough when the applicant has had 10 minutes to make their case.
Okay, they consolidated time with other members that will speak on their behalf. So you can send us those documents, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Jose Spina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, is this Mr. Jose Spina?
Can you?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this is Jose Spina. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My hope is to motivate you to pause this process of sending this land use amendment to the state for a few months to allow the Urban Wilderness Advisory Board to assess, consider, and produce a recommendation about the merits of the woodlands to be dedicated in perpetuity as an urban wilderness area of the biological, aesthetic, and scientific type. The woodlands is the largest natural area remaining in the east of Tamarack. The 6 acres lake and wooded areas in its entrance enhance the attractiveness of the scenic for the passerby and there are no comparable landscape aesthetics miles around Commercial Boulevard. This scenic entrance is threatened by the landfilling of the lake to build Pod C. The woodlands contains ecosystems with a variety of living species, and there are many mature trees that have thrived since its foundation. One of them is an exotic banyan tree of the type Ficus microphylla, estimated to be 45 feet tall with a crown spread of 65 feet. This botanical treasure is threatened by being killed 100 years too early to build in Pod E. Half of those acres mentioned to be green space will be drenched with water to create 12 water retention ponds. Those are existing habitats and usable open green space to be obliterated. The filling of more than 200 zero-lot line dwelling units with clustered mailbox kiosks will stand in stark contrast with the minimalism and integration with nature of the mid-century modern architecture of the woodlands. Mid-century modernism is supposed to be appreciated and has to become eligible to be on the register of historic places. Let us seek to preserve the woodlands for the current and future citizens of the Broward County. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. We'll go on to Lawrence Melgram. Lawrence Melgram.
Hi, this is Lawrence Milgren. I reside at 4509 King Palm Drive, and I just want to express my opposition to this development. We moved to the woodlands because we wanted a quality of life. And the reason we bought there, we paid a premium because we were on a golf course. And we depend upon zoning to protect us, so when we buy, we get what we paid for. That's the most important issue, is the quality of life that we have. Woodlands is supposedly a country club community, and it should stay that way. Secondly, the traffic is bad already, but when you look at all of the existing approved developments that haven't been built yet, I don't see how Commercial Boulevard is going to be able to take it. And then also the loss of property value. We paid a premium to live on a golf course, and the
This is not right.
We're not hearing you, Mr. Mayor.
Give me 1 second, sir. We're running into some technical difficulties here. Looks like the bridge got dropped. Give me 1 second while I reestablish the bridge.
Mayor?
Yes.
While you're waiting, I just wanted to mention that the other commissioners are in the back monitoring the meeting remotely as they're permitted to do right now, so they are listening during the public hearing. They will let us know if they end up leaving for quorum purposes, but I imagine there'll be, a number of them will be returning here at some point.
Okay, so we have 5 here on desk and 1 online, so we do have a quorum, even with them being in the back.
I'm here, just to let you know.
I know you are. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Operator,
Give me just 1 more minute, sir.
how much time we need to the bridge? We could take a 5-minute recess. Yeah. All right, while we're waiting on her, if we may take a 5 minutes recess We'll be back at 3:45. 3:45? I'm sorry, 3:55. I'm look, it's longer. 3:55, so you get 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Okay. All right, and it gives us or minutes, take her a minute to stretch or to relax a little bit, stand if you need to. Because we still have a bit of time to go.
Mr. Mayor, I understand the line is up and running now, and we're able to start when you're ready.
We are. I need my colleagues back up so we can get started. And let's get this done. We were in the middle of speaking to Mr. Melgram. No, I guess we give him a couple of minutes. Colleagues, I need enough of you here for a quorum.
I'm here.
Okay. Okay, we now have 5. We'll continue. Did we lose Mr. Melgram, or is he had about 10 seconds left?
Melgram is no longer on the line.
Okay. All right, then we'll go on to Lily Vickers.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Vickers.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, for opportunity to speak with you. My reasons for objecting and opposing the use of 64th Avenue for ingress and egress to residential development proposed by developer 13th Floor Communities in Tamarack. There is currently incoming and ongoing traffic from residents of Cypress Hollow, Forest Lake Estate, where I reside. There is also vehicle traffic from the following: from the Marathon gas station, there's school buses twice per day. You have 3 of the largest transportation companies entering into our development: FedEx, UPS, USPS. In addition, Amazon and DHL travel down that road into our communities multiple times a day. Adding an additional 300-plus homes with vehicle traffic would add an overbearing amount of traffic with access to 64th Avenue. And I, along with several other residents, feel would be disastrous for the impact of traffic onto 64. That's how we enter and exit our community, through the use of 64th Avenue. I also feel there would be a health and safety hazard with the flow of traffic and delays getting onto commercial, regardless of which direction one would be headed, be it north on 64th across commercial or going east or west onto commercial. Currently, only 3 to 4 cars can get in the left-hand lane to turn as it is. If you want to turn right, going east onto commercial, and there are cars going north across commercial on 64th, you will be delayed. The traffic light is about 2.8 to 3 minutes long to go in any direction present. With an additional 200-plus trips a day with additional homes added to 64, I don't see how our lives being made any better when entering or exiting our community. Too much traffic for one short street. I am also concerned, thirdly, about the sewer system and drainage with additional plus homes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much, Lily. We'll go on now to Natalia Diaz Lurkan.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
I would like to concede my time to Veronica Altuve from McMahon Associates.
I'm sorry?
I would like to concede my time to Veronica Altuve from McMahon Associates. Is that okay? She's also registered to speak?
She's registered also? Okay, I see Veronica
Yes,
here.
she is.
Okay.
Yes.
We usually don't do that. I'll give her a little grace to take a little more time. So if Veronica is on, go ahead.
Thank you.
Veronica Altuve?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving us some time. My name is Veronica Altuve with McMahon & Associates, and I am here on behalf of the City of Lauderhill. I am a traffic consultant. McMahon & Associates is on 2090 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, West Palm Beach, Florida, 33409. The city of Lauderhill has tremendous concerns regarding traffic. Under the restricted covenant analysis that was performed by the applicant, Northwest 64th Avenue, south of Commercial Boulevard, was not analyzed, and it appears to be a significant link. The PMP Coward Way project trips may be as high as 230 trips on its two-lane local residential roads, because that driveway on 64th Avenue does not exist. That driveway will be new, and therefore trips associated with that driveway will be for the proposed additional units plus some of the existing units. Some of the review of other studies in the areas that we have, it indicates that that intersection of 64th Avenue and Commercial Boulevard does not operate at accessible services. And residents have indicated significant queuing at this intersection. So the city is concerned that Northwest 64th Avenue, a local road, two-lane undivided, will be adversely impacted, and that is the road that was not analyzed in the restricted covenant analysis. Further, under that same analysis, the future year 2040 level of service analysis for Northwest 44th Street is shown as level of service D. It would appear to be acceptable. However, the 2019 volumes, based on the 2019 volumes, the level of service for that roadway is F. So the peak hour volumes were decreased by almost 400 trips from year 2019 and future between year 2019 and future year 2040. And this is really not reasonable for the following reasons. There is no parallel roadway that would make diverting existing traffic from Northwest 44th Street possible. The two existing parallel roadways, Commercial Boulevard and Oakland Park Boulevard, are not being improved to increase vehicular capacity. And the future 2040 level of service for those two parallel roadways will be F. Now, if I look at the combined 2040 traffic and level of service for the three parallel facilities, Commercial, Northwest 44th Street, and Oakland, the combined traffic and the combined capacities will be level of service F. So there is no possible way that traffic is a major bypass roadway to both Commercial Boulevard and Oakland Park Boulevard, and that is expected to change. Therefore, we believe that Northwest 44th Street is being adversely impacted by the proposed woodland development. Also, in order to access Northwest 44th Street, traffic from Woodland has to use the intersection of Rock Island Boulevard and 44th Street intersection, which, it's a major portal intersection to the city of Lauderhill and to access Northwest 44th Street. Again, review of previous studies have indicated that this intersection does not operate at acceptable level of services, with significant queues for the eastbound left movement. But we have made all these determinations based on our knowledge of the area, based on other previous studies, and the minimum amount of traffic studies that was provided in the restricted covenant analysis. We have yet to see a detailed traffic study. We don't have one. So because of all of this, again, the city of Lauderhill is concerned with the traffic impacts of the proposed woodland development. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay. We'll go on to, I see Ms. Attorney Maxine Calloway is non-speaking. We'll go on to Oliver Felix, followed by Philip Daspit, then Ronald R. Coles. Oliver Felix. Philip Daspit.
Oliver Felix is not on the line.
Philip Daspit. Ronald Coles.
Philip is also not on the line.
Ronald Coles. Then Stephen Meza. Then Sue Roberts Daspit. Ronald Coles.
Is he sure that they know how to get connected? That none of these people are on?
Stephen Meza. Sue
Susan
Roberts.
Steinhardt, please press pound 2.
Press pound 2 if your name is called. Sue Roberts Daspit. Susan Steinhauser.
Hi, yes, this is Susan. Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, who is
and
this?
thank you for.
Suzanne Steinhauser?
Hi, this is Susan Steinhauser.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As we said, my name is Susan Steinhauser. I live in Coconut Creek, and I work in Tamarack. I volunteer with a number of environmental organizations, but today I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not any particular organization. When I initially signed up to speak, I planned on discussing this specific project. However, about 2 hours ago, I received an email reminding me about this Thursday's Broward County Climate Change Action Plan 2020 workshop, and that kind of derailed what I planned on saying. Because I thank you for indulging me, I need to shift gears for a moment, and I'd like to read a description of this Thursday's meeting just to remind everybody about what we're facing here in Broward County. The Climate Change Action Plan consists of nearly 100 strategic actions for addressing the economic, environmental, and social impacts of climate change. The plan is intended to be implemented by local government, community partners, and residents alike. And then the very last sentence of the meeting description is, what actions will you commit to? So while I planned on talking about traffic and I planned on talking about all sorts of stuff related to this project, what I'm ending up asking you all, each and every one of you, is I would like to know what actions this county commission is willing to commit to help deal with climate change. At this crucial moment in history where the climate crisis dictates that we must not only reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but actually sequester carbon from the atmosphere, how can we continue to pave over green spaces? At a time when Broward County is faced with a solid waste management emergency, how can we consider changes of use that allow for a population boom? In the 1.5 years that I've been active with the Broward Sierra Club, I've seen over 7 requests for assistance from residents to fight development issues. Most of these have been brought to our attention way too late. So the action that I'm going to discuss at Thursday's meeting that I'm committing to.
Thank you, Suzanne. And we do have...
Thank you for your time.
We do have an expert, Dr. Harada, who does a tremendous job. Maybe you could connect with what we're doing. And
yes, I'm familiar with Dr. Harada.
Okay, so you'll know.
Thank you. I'm grateful for her, all the work that she does.
You can get a full detail as to what the county is doing and what we plan to do. Thank you. We'll go on to Thomas Harney.
Commissioner Ronald Coles is on the line if you would like to take him.
I'm sorry, who?
Ronald Coles.
Okay, go ahead.
Coles.
Mr. Coles, yes. Open his line.
Yeah, I want to thank Mayor Holmes and Vice Mayor Geller for the opportunity of talking to the entire panel of commissioners. I'm a full-time resident of Tamarack, and I live right on a golf course in the woodland. I see many, many golfers. What Mr. Backman, who represents 13th floor, has failed to mention to this panel is that Club Link, that owns the golf courses involved, has abandoned the 2 golf courses very, very recently. And the city of Tamarack has only voted 3 to 2.
I don't think that was a full 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, we have some disruption. Mr. Coles, go ahead.
So thank you very much, Mayor Holness and Vice Mayor Geller and the entire panel. The owners of the present Woodland Golf Course is Club Link, that recently has abandoned the 2 golf courses. They've stopped spraying. There are weeds growing where sand traps used to be. They have totally given up. They made a business decision. The city of Tamarack voted 3-2. So one person really has control over 280 acres. That the 13th floor, a Canadian corporation which has a private deal with Club Link, which is also a Canadian corporation, to have an option to purchase the land. Does Broward County, which is one of 3 counties, which is paradise, and we live in paradise. We do. I look out the back of my house to the golf course, and it's full of golfers, and people come to Florida, including residents of Florida, to play golf. And to Club Link to abandon the courses is horrible. I am reminded some 50 years ago from the songwriter Joni Mitchell. I'm sure the panel is familiar with it.
Mr. Coles, you're out of time. I gave you a few minutes extra. Please close. A few moments.
Yes. On August 21st, I sent a complete letter to Bill Holness with a copy to each of the commissioners, and everything contained within what I want to say is within that letter. I'm sure every commissioner, if not the commissioner himself, but the staff for the commissioner has read that letter.
Thank you, Mr.
There is
Coles.
a way for Broward County not to pay the lower taxes, and it doesn't cost Broward County anything.
Thank you, Mr. Coles.
Mr. Backman doesn't mention that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Stephen Meza. Ms. Sue Roberts Daspit, Philip Daspit, or Oliver Felix. And then we'll go on to Mr. Thomas Harney.
This is Sue Roberts Daspit. Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing us to speak once again. This is becoming absolutely ridiculous. 13th floor has said to us from the beginning, and the mayor of Tamarack, we cannot answer your questions until the site plan is complete. Apparently, from what I gathered today, the site plan is complete. So that leaves an abundance of unanswered questions to the residents of the Woodland. For instance, we were told it was going to be gated. Then we were told it's not going to be gated because if it's gated, the city of Tamarack does not have to maintain the streets. Another question was obviously concerning the traffic and why they're building lakes is, from what I gathered from the Woodlands 2020 website, their 13th floor's website, is to separate houses. There is not a significant green space on the east side of Tamarack, as they just west of the turnpike. 13th floor has already built 2 developments, one on the north side and one on the south side. Now, I listened before to, there's obviously a need for homes. And according to 13th floor, these homes are going to go from anywhere from $300,000 to $600,000.
Thank you.
With a postage stamp lot.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
your
you,
comments.
and please.
Is Mr. Thomas Harney on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Holness and Commissioners. My name is Thomas Harney. I'm the president of the Inverary Association in Lauderhill. Our legal counsel spoke earlier. I know you're well familiar with these issues, but we just can't handle any more traffic coming into Lauderhill on 64th Avenue. And once again, I'm asking for a personal guarantee for future flooding, for arsenic in the air, and to make sure that that crash gate is not going to become a full-time entrance or exit. Although I don't really expect 13th floor to guarantee anything, but I ask the commissioners to not consider this project due to all the things that you've heard so far, and especially for the residents of Lauderhill. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to Valletta Maxwell, followed Valletta Maxwell.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
My big issue is, hello.
We have some
Thank you
feedback.
for letting us have the opportunity to talk.
Operator. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Maxwell. Ms. Valletta Maxwell?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Belita Maxwell. I have the same issues as everybody else. Houses are going to be higher, which is going to cause flooding, and the 13th floor going to be held accountable for any of our damages. The wildlife that we have around here...
You have some feedback, Ms. Valletta, you have some feedback. You have an electronic device, whether it's your TV or something else on. Would you turn that off and just leave your phone on?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Hello? Okay.
Go
My
ahead.
issues is the houses are going to be higher. Floodings are going to be, or 13th floor going to be accountable for any of our houses that will have any water damage from the overflow. We have wildlife here. I live on the back of a golf course, and every day I see possums and coyotes and stuff like that, and I have no issues with them here, but it's their place first. We took over their area, and we're going to build 34 homes in the area behind my house where only 20 homes are. So that just tells you how much squeeze space is going to be built. Those houses are going to be on top of one another where we have spaces between our own homes. Construction sites are high theft areas, safety for the homeowners' homes broken into during the construction of all these, the dust that's in the air. I talked to people that had their golf courses taken over. It took years to get the dust out of their homes. And construction starts from 7 to 6 at night. That means 7 o'clock in the morning, whether you work nights, days, whatever, is going to be disturbed by their construction. I don't want a gated community. If I had wanted a gated community, I would have bought a home in a gated community. I don't want a soft gate. What happens if electricity goes out and you're getting off work and you can't get into your home? That's something that we did not want. That's why we all bought in here. This is the reason why we want the Woodlands to stay as they are. We have an older generation here that this is their forever home, and now they're thinking about moving because you're going to be moving in 400 people times 2 adults plus 2 kids plus 2 cars per family. That's just going to cause so much noise, and the streets are going to be just filled with traffic. I also go out to commercial for work. It sometimes takes me 10 minutes to get out from Banyan to commercial. I usually have to turn left and then go up and do a U-turn in order to be able to turn on the street that I need to go to. So these are my concerns with the Woodlands, and I vote no.
Thank you.
For the housing.
Okay. We go on to, I understand there are a couple of people from Lauderhill that were, Mr. Zach Davis. I see on my list it says questions only, but I understand you wish to speak. Mr. Davis, representing Lauderhill.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Zach Davis Walker, Operations Administrator with the City of Lauderhill's Planning and Zoning Division. I'm speaking today to reiterate the city's opposition to the proposed single-family project at the Woodlands and Tamarack due to the traffic impacts the project will have on Northwest 64th Avenue. Northwest 64th Avenue is the sole means of access to Commercial Boulevard for approximately 337 single-family homes within the two Lauderhill communities that abut the subject right-of-way. These residents have been adamant in their objection to this project as they already face substantial vehicle queues when traveling 64 to access Commercial Boulevard to go east or west. The project will also exacerbate the already substantial wait times for motorists heading west on Commercial Boulevard who intend to turn left onto Northwest 64th Avenue. The City of Lauderhill is the primary owner of the subject right-of-way as shown by a Silence Hill survey on file. Despite this fact, neither the City of Tamarack nor the developer has provided any communication as to what they are proposing to do to address our residents' concerns. As such, the City of Lauderhill is left to make its own interpretations based on the site plan provided as part of a public records request. The site plan shows the developer proposing to make two existing full-access intersections exit only along Commercial Boulevard, and in turn proposes three full-access intersections, one along Commercial Boulevard, one along Rock Island, and one along Northwest 64th Avenue. The newly proposed intersections will result in a diversion of traffic flow to one full-access intersection on Commercial Boulevard, one full-access intersection on Rock Island Road, and one full-access intersection on Northwest 64th Avenue. The developer's proposed points of access seem intended to relieve the complaints of existing Woodlands residents concerned with traffic increase on their existing internal road network and the highly traveled Woodlands Boulevard. However, the City of Lauderhill rejects such relief at the expense of Lauderhill's residents. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. I understand we also have Commissioner Richard Campbell and Chris Torres, if they're on. Staff. Commissioner Richard Campbell, Chris Torres from Lauderhill.
Commissioner Campbell, please press pound 2 to raise your hand.
Not there. Commissioner Chris, oh, sorry. Commissioner Campbell not there. Commissioner Chris, not Commissioner, but Chris Torres.
Chris Torres, please press pound 2.
Okay.
And on the line.
They're not? Okay, now I understand we have some videos. Do we play them now? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Mayor Gomez, I'll come back to you now. Mayor Gomez? Mayor Michelle Gomez, if she's on, please release her. She wanted to wait till the end.
Thank you for releasing me, and thank you again for the
I don't know
opportunity
that's
to
the end
speak.
yet, though. We're listening to the videos for, so the videos will be played.
Whatever's easier, I can go through the videos if you like.
Did you want to wait for the videos, or do you want to go now, Mayor?
I'll wait till after the video.
Okay, so
Thank you.
we'll come back to you. So, staff, would you cue those videos up for us, please? I think we have 40-something of them.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for taking the time for watching all these videos. My name is Harvey Quinton. I live at 5415 Banyan Lane, Tamarack, Florida. And just so you know, my home does face one of the golf courses, and I'm very excited that this month, October, is my 17th year anniversary here. Since the golf course was put up for sale approximately 2 years ago, I've been to numerous of those very late night commission meetings. I've attended some of the 13th floor home get-togethers where they presented the plan and then the revised plan. And I've also gone on a lot of walks and met some of my neighbors who are very excited about what's the possibility here. Like I said, I've been here for 17 years, and quite frankly, it is time for a new Woodlands. 13th Floor Homes has addressed so many of the issues that have been brought up over these past 2 years. the drainage issue, traffic issues, how many entrances and exits the property will have, the density of the property, what type of homes. And actually, the proposal is presenting way less than what is allowed by law as far as density. But one of the most important things for me is the amount of open spaces that will remain after the renovation. We will have over approximately two-thirds of open spaces remaining on the two golf courses, not the 80% claimed by some. So yes, I'm in favor of 13th floor, I'm in favor of the plan, and I appreciate your time. Have a great afternoon.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Anglin. I live in the Woodlands. My address is 5300 Woodlands Boulevard. I'm very excited about 13th floor, the proposal for Woodlands 2020. As you know, Woodland is considered a treasure landmark, and it should be treated as such. There's nowhere in West Broward that you'll see this type of magnitude, this gem, I call it, here at the Woodlands. Like everything that is beautiful, it needs care. It's time for that care. Our wonderful community needs a facelift, and we have, as residents, we have that duty of making sure that we take care of this beautiful landmark. The 13th floor is planning to provide us with better roadways, drainage, walking trails, better landscaping, everything you could possibly think of. I'm so happy that 13th floor actually had us involved with the changes, with the proposal. They listened to everything, our concerns. They really accommodated our request. I'm looking forward to having more residents here at Woodlands. I miss seeing young children. God knows we need it. I can't wait for kids to start knocking at our doors and saying, trick or treat. We haven't had that for 8 years since I've been here. So I say yes to everything that 13th floor is planning to do. I'm looking forward to it. There's nothing more that I can say. Out with the old, in with the new. It's time for the old way of thought to move aside. I welcome 13th floor, and I'm just really excited.
Hello. I live at 6307 Tamarind Circle in the Woodlands, and I am a supporter of the vision plan proposed by the 13th floor developer. My name is Zipnarayan Maharaj. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Butler, and I live on Banyan Lane, and I support a Better Woodlands.
Hello, my name is Carlton Anglin. I reside at 5300 Woodlands Boulevard in Tamarack here, 33319 Woodlands Boulevard. I've been in this community now for the past 8 years, going into 9th year, and I would say it's a lovely place, lovely community. But for the past few years, it has been down in a downward spiral, and I think it's about time that we take the opportunity to work with 13th floor to help to develop this community and give it a great refresh. It's a beautiful place, but it's been neglected for quite too long, especially now since the past 3 months. The golf course has been abandoned. The front of the community is horrible. It's always been that way for the past couple of years, and we need some security here as well. So I'm 100% behind the proposal, and I've seen all the proposals that have been made, and I've been in great agreement with what they're proposing, especially with the empty space that's going to be available for everyone to use. I do 100% support this project, and I'm all for it. Thank you.
Hello. I'd just like to say that I support the 13 floors of the construction, and these are the reasons why. I think we live in a very nice community as it is right now. It's a very green, it's very lush and everything like that, but I also can see that they really don't maintain it how it should be, and that everything is getting very old and it needs to be revamped, and the whole community needs just a big uplift. And I think 13 floors give this to our community, and it's going to give a benefit with us, with our kids. They want to give us a nice clubhouse and just a nicer community all together where we could all live together. And that's what I really like about 13 Floors.
Hi, my name is Betsy Shira. I live at 6202 Hazelwood Circle in Tamarack, Florida, in the Woodlands Golf Course community. We are in Section 6, and I am in support of the Woodlands 2020 Vision Plan for 13th Floor development. Please listen to our opinion and move forward with the project. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
My name is Sarah Jane Rose, and I live at 5607 Mulberry Drive. I have been a longtime resident of the Woodlands over 20 years. I am in favor of 13th Floor redeveloping my community. I have attended numerous meetings, and I have seen their visionary plan. It's an excellent plan, leaves us with a lot of green space. Please support this project and vote to rezone the land. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Rose. I live at 5607 Mulberry Drive in Tamarack, which is in the Woodlands. I'm here to say that I do support the development by 13th Floor. The Woodlands isn't what it used to be when I first came there. So I implore you to let 13th Floor bring new development to the Woodlands and rejuvenate us to the neighborhood that it once was. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to review this video. My name is Christopher Cord. I live at 5609 Mulberry Drive, and I am in support of the development of the Woodlands. Over the past few years, I have noticed since living here that the Woodlands has been a little bit in a bad state of where it's getting run down. And obviously our golf course since closing has been neglected. And I would really like to see the Woodlands go back to something that's beautiful, welcoming, and inviting.
Hi, my name is Cesar La Cruz, and I've been living at 5611 Northwest 48 Lane in Tamarack for about 5 years now. And I do approve for 13 Floors to build new homes in the Woodlands Country Club. Thank you.
My name is Jim McDaniel. I live at 6203 Royal Poinciana Lane in Tamarack. I am in favor of the redevelopment of the Woodlands by 13th Floor. Club Link has no interest in this property. They have closed the clubhouse and the course, which is now growing into weeds. 13th Floor has proposed a transformation of the Woodlands that will raise property values and make this development a beautiful place once again. I do hope that you will approve this redevelopment so the Woodlands will once again be the pride of Tamarack. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts. I am Karen Malkoff on Banyan Lane. Time moves on, and there is no stopping positive change. The Woodlands Golf Course is not what it once was. We no longer ask if it will close, it is closed. The golf course is non-functioning and will never reopen. If another golf course company was interested, they would have acted and purchased these courses long ago. Therefore, it is time to look forward and accept change. 13th Floor has proposed a residential development in the Woodlands. We need to accept this proposal as we cannot continue to look back. We cannot be NIMBY, not in my backyard people, and only think of ourselves. We need to be proactive and forward-thinking. Those in opposition are blindly following another without proper knowledge and do not have alternative suggestions. You cannot simply oppose something and not provide alternative options. Commissioners, many of you have dealt with this type of situation in your own cities and are knowledgeable on the process. Therefore, I respectfully request you approve this proposal by 13th Floor and pass this on for continued future approval. Thank you for your time.
My name is Walt Saworka. I live at 6203 Royal Poinciana Lane in the Woodlands Country Club in Tamarack. and I am here in support of the 13th floor buying and redeveloping this country club. Club Link does not want this golf course, and if 13th floor doesn't buy it, some other builder will come in, and God only knows what we'll get out here. 13th floor has been working very hard with everyone out here for years to please everyone, and they are doing a great job. I do think our home values will increase with the sale and redevelopment of the Woodlands, and I think it'll be a place that Tamarack can really be proud of. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Patricia Fox. I reside at 5601 Mulberry Drive in Tamarack, Florida, and I have lived at this address for 17 years, and I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to submit the video. I just wanted to let you know that I do support the project that the 13th floor is going to be doing at the Woodlands, hopefully. The development of the golf course, I think, will lead to an increased value of my property once the project is completed. And right now, the course is, as you know, abandoned. The residents here will have permanent preservation of over 65% of open space. They'll have gated entrances, we'll have new landscaping, and above all, we'll have enhanced stormwater management than what we have right now. I do strongly urge the Commission to proceed with the approval, whatever step you're at now, so to get the 13th floor project started so we can have a better Woodlands. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Klein-Richard. I live at 6203 Hazelwood Circle, and I'm really asking you to let the 13th floor develop the Woodlands. We really, really need them. I'm asking you, please move it forward. There's so many people in my neighborhood who I speak to that don't want to come forward. They don't want to go to meetings, but they're in favor of it. So I'm asking you on their behalf, plus my own, please let 13th floor develop our neighborhood, and it will be such a nice asset to Broward County. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioner. My name is Jonathan Dahari. My partners and I own 31 of 298 units in Sun Vista Gardens Association, located on Commercial Boulevard and Rock Island, across the street from the Woodlands. I'm recording this video today to express my support for the thoughtful redevelopment of the Woodlands Country Club Golf Course as presented by 13th Floor Homes. I've reviewed the site plan, studied on and off site improvements, and discussed the type and pricing of the housing they intend on building. It is not only a thoughtful development plan, much like Central Park was, but it is also far better than a closed golf course. The units I own abut Central Park, another 13th floor housing development. Central Park used to be a closed Sable Palm golf course, so I know firsthand how bad that can be. Anyway, since 13th floor has taken over, the appearance and maintenance has improved, rents have increased, and as a result, I've seen property values improve substantially. I would expect the same to occur in the Woodlands. With all that in mind, please vote to approve this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Borwick, and I reside at 4807 Bayberry Lane in Tamarack, Florida. I'm submitting this video to extend my support to the Woodlands 2020 plan as presented by 13th Floor Homes. This is not a decision between keeping the golf course and development, so let's be clear. The golf course has been in decline for many years, and Woodlands residents knew it was only a matter of time before the course was closed. Residents of the Woodlands do not have use of the shuttered course at this time. However, the plan 13th Floor presented will preserve nearly 200 acres of green space and over 40 acres of new lakes, all available for the enjoyment of all Woodlands residents. The Woodlands now is an aging community with a 60-year-old infrastructure and little to no amenities to support existing families and or attract new ones. The development by 13th Floor will provide much needed improvements to our infrastructure, add amenities and security. The gating of the community and overall improvement will once and for all lift the Woodlands out of the long-term home pricing depression the community has been facing and improve property values for all residents. Lastly, let's talk security and safety. There are more younger families moving into the Woodlands, mainly because of the size and lower cost of the homes within this community. This neighborhood is very unsafe for families with children. There are no sidewalks, open spaces, or any designated areas for families and children to play. Many families, myself included, have had to dodge speeding cars, delivery trucks, and other distracted drivers while trying to take a walk with our families on narrow streets within the Woodlands. 13th Floor has a remedy for this. They will offer walking trails, secured entrances, and the safety that a new generation of Woodlands residents demand and frankly deserve. Commissioners, I urge you to pass the rezoning for the Woodlands redevelopment. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christine Ann Vaccaro. I live in the Woodlands at 5206 Bayberry Lane, Tamarack, Florida 33319, period. And I support the development by 13th Floors. Our community's infrastructure needs refurbished badly. The golf course is in disrepair. The clubhouse is underutilized. The development by 13th Floor will provide modern, up-to-date security and family amenities. It will increase our property value. It will make our community safer. It will decrease the amount of through traffic tremendously, hence making it a safer place to live. And it will be able to enjoy all of the amenities instead of having a wide open golf course with weeds growing in it to look at. In a word, the development would return the Woodlands Country Club to its former grandeur. I support development by 13th Floor, and my name once again is Christine Vaccaro, and I live in Section 1. Thank you.
Hi, I am Javier Rivera. I live 5101 North Travelers Palm Lane in Tamarack. Submitting this video in support of the Woodlands Vision Plan presented by the 13th Floor Homes. In general, I feel it would greatly improve the quality of life in a more secure environment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Debbie Gonzalez. I currently reside at 6201 Royal Poinciana Lane, Section 8. I've been in this house for 6 years. It backs to the golf course. Previously, we lived in Section 6, and we were in that house for 8 years. I'm very happy that 13th Floor wants to revitalize the Woodlands. I feel the community as a whole needs some major upgrades. And I support their plan for a number of reasons. First of all, I like the amenities that they're offering. The idea that the community will be walled and gated adds to the security for everyone. I feel also the entrance needs to be revitalized and improved, upgraded with new landscaping, water features that will really add to the attractiveness of the community as a whole. The planned recreational clubhouse is a nice feature for everybody who wants to join. And I especially like the walking trails that will be added. A nice feature is that these amenities will be funded and maintained by the new homeowners that are moving in. So it won't be a burden for current residents. The revitalization of the Woodlands, in my estimation, will help bring up our property values. And that's really important, an important aspect for me. Finally, I like the fact that over 65% of the open spaces within the Woodlands will be maintained so that we can enjoy the nature aspect of the Woodlands community. And that's why we moved here to begin with. So, in summary, I really like the 13th Floor plan and support it. Thank you.
My name is Gabriela Faubert. I live on Bayberry Lane, and I support a better Woodlands.
My name is Martha Martin. I am the owner of the house at 6009 Umbrella Tree Lane in Woodlands, and I support the project of 13 homes because that golf course it's not being profitable anymore, and it may get overgrown, and we need someone else to take care of that. We hope that the houses will be nice, and also I am interested in that becoming a gated community. My house faces the golf course, and we are going to be able to keep the view of the green and grass there, because it's going to be kind of a park with trees in that area. So I believe that with the project of 13 homes, everything is going to be much better than what it is right now. I hope that everything goes well with that project.
Hello Commissioners, thank you for taking the time to review this video today. My name is Michael Cord. My address is 5609 Mulberry Drive, Tamarack, Woodlands, Section 7. My husband and I purchased our home in the Woodlands about 3 years ago, and in the time we've lived in this community, we've noticed that the community does look increasingly run down. We have a golf course that is not being taken care of very well, at least since it's been closed, and even prior to the closure it wasn't maintained very well. We drive past the main clubhouse every time we're leaving our home or coming back to our home, and that is quite an eyesore for us. The clubhouse is in very bad condition. We also think that the community could use a lot of improvement in terms of landscaping, and we have 13th floor homes willing to pour millions of dollars into this community to make it beautiful again. What they've proposed in terms of gating the community, adding parks, walking trails, possibly a dog park, these types of things will actually add usable green space to our community. The golf course is not usable green space unless you're playing golf, and I don't think that it is the best option for the younger families that are now moving into this community. When we purchased our home about 3 years ago, the reason we decided to move into this community is because we were actually able to get this home for the lowest price of homes that we looked at, and it was also the largest home that we looked at. Now, although that's a good thing for us, it does speak volumes to the fact that home values in this community are not on par with neighboring cities like Coral Springs, Davie, and Plantation, where we also looked for homes. But we did decide to proceed with purchasing because we do like our community and we love our home. So what 13th floor is proposing, I think, is going to best meet the needs of this community. It'll make this community beautiful again, and this company has bent over backwards to make sure that the residents are as happy as can be with what is being proposed. I offer my full support for this development, and I look forward to hearing a decision from you all soon. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Vashisht Jadunanan. I live at 5305 Buttonwood Court, Tamarack. That's in the Woodlands. And I would like to explain why I do support the vision plan from 13 floors. I believe it will improve my neighborhood, improve my property value, make my neighborhood more safe and better maintained. And that's the reasons I support, and I support them 100% on the plan they laid out and the vision they laid out for the Woodlands 2020. Thank you.
My name is Marguerite Sankalal, and I am from 4801 Holly Drive in the Woodlands. I've been a resident here since 2007. I support the 13th floor project and looking forward to the state-of-the-art amenities, the gated entrances, new clubhouse, and also the new improvement that will benefit all residents with no impact on our association dues. Thank you for your kind consideration in this, and I do fully support the 13th floor project.
Hello, I'm KT Catlin. I'm the Executive Officer for Gold Coast Builders Association. We're located at 2101 Vista Parkway in West Palm Beach. We're a trade association, and we represent over 250 different businesses and builders that do business in the Broward County area. We are the local chapter for the National Association of Home Builders and Florida Home Builders Association. We're very much in support and believe fully in what 13th Floor Homes is proposing for the Woodlands. The golf courses in South Florida are failing, and it's a financial burden on the individuals that live in the communities that have the underproducing or failing golf courses. That 13th Floor is willing to come in there and keep over 60% of it as open spaces while they develop and provide much needed housing is just a wonderful marriage. As you know, the affordability of housing is directly impacted by the demand for housing. And in South Florida, we have a fabulous, thankfully, demand for housing. So this is a win-win for everybody. It provides much needed housing. It keeps a lot of open space and takes the burden off of the homeowners. I strongly recommend that you move forward with them for their proposal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Simone Bonwright. I live at 4808 Holly Drive. I'm totally in support of 13th floor coming into the Woodlands and totally renovating and making it much better than it is. I totally support the cause as I see it as something great for our future and of course ultimately improving our home value and our qualities of life. Good luck, and I hope that it all goes through and hope to see the work start soon. Bye.
Hi, this is my dad, Helmut Nelson, and I'm Zariah Nelson, and we live in 5308 West Palm Circle, Tamarack, Florida 33319.
In the Woodlands. So, guys, I'm excited about the new development that's supposed to be taking place in the Woodlands. Can't wait for it to happen. Definitely with all the new state-of-the-art things that they're going to bring in. They're going to bring in a walking path, definitely for me who likes to walk out there. Sometimes these cars are just zooming by and I have to jump on the side of the road. With this new walking path and everything, I think it's going to make the community a lot more safer, and definitely with a gated community now, making both entrance gated so not anybody can just come into the community without notice. And another thing that I'm looking forward to is just, the state-of-the-art country club, right? Because my daughter plays tennis, and this would be a good opportunity for you to what?
Play tennis.
And train, right? So we could play there and enjoy some of the things that are going on. So I'm excited about this happening. I can't wait for it to develop. And I believe this also would bring some increased value to the properties, definitely over here. This is a safe neighborhood, and now with everything that's going on, it's just going to enhance the living experience and enhance the community for us. So I'm excited about this. I can't wait for it to begin so I can see how it develops. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Hi, I'm Claudia, and I live in Hidden Trails, 4509 Northwest 48 Terrace, Tamarack, Florida 33319. And I just want to thank 13th floor for building this amazing community, which now is my home. It is amazing. The houses are beautiful. The team is perfect, excellent. They're very helpful. They're very wise. They help you with everything, very supportive. I want to give special thanks to Emily, who was our rep and our agent, who always was there to answer all our questions. No matter what time we tested or call her, she was always there. And I also want to approve and support 13th floor homes with their new project, The Woodlands. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Negevin. My husband and I moved here to the Woodlands at 6001 Umbrella Tree Lane in June. We bought this house. We really like it, and we're excited to see what the Woodlands Vision Plan development turns out to be. When we moved to South Florida 3 years ago, we lived in different neighborhoods. We lived in Hollywood. We lived in Boca Raton for a while. We lived in Coral Springs. We liked all of those areas and would love to see some of the advantages that we recognized in those neighborhoods brought to the Woodlands. In particular, in Boca, they had bike paths and open spaces and beautiful development, beautiful landscaping in all of the developments. So we're looking forward to seeing that through the Visions Plan. The Woodlands Redevelopment Visions group seems to be very well organized, well capitalized. I think they can pull this off, and it would be a great benefit for Tamarack and the Woodlands and Broward County to have this revitalization right here in the middle of Broward. Tamarack is a great location, so close to the turnpike, close to 95, easy to get on the Sawgrass. It's a wonder that more people don't flock to this area. We do understand that the vision includes more retention, stormwater retention, and lakes and things like that, which are going to be really beneficial for the ecosystem and for providing a beautiful place to live and recreate. We also understand that they're going to do a new clubhouse with some sports amenities, which I think will be fun for young families. So we really support this plan and hope that you recognize the value to the community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Schmidt, and I am the president of Woodmont Country Club. I am also a Broward resident, and I am very familiar with what's going on in the redevelopment in Broward County. 13th Floor is one of the finest companies, and I have the utmost respect for their integrity, their honesty and sincerity in developing properties throughout Tamarack and in Broward and Palm Beach counties. I believe that this project is an excellent project and that this redevelopment will benefit Tamarack, the community, and Broward County. I look forward to seeing that development go up in the near future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eola Cook, and I am the Vice President of Off Place Only, and we are proud members of the Tamarack North Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce. And I am here today to speak in support of the Woodlands 2020 Vision Plan. This is a great project for our community, beautiful houses, wonderful landscaping, and brings up the value in the area. It also helps our business community because it brings more people into our restaurants, our offices, and even our auto dealerships. This is a great project for our community, and I hope you will support it too. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dominica, and I have been a Woodlands resident for a little bit over 5 years, and I am super excited about having 13th Floor come in and basically give this community a little facelift, and I am looking forward to having a more secure community with gates and guarded security posts. I think that there are way too many transients coming through here, and so we are super excited to see what 13th Floor has to offer. Thank you.
My name is John Walters, and I am a Woodlands resident, and I think that 13th Floor coming into our neighborhood and redesigning and building new homes will add to the value and to the prestige of the Woodlands, and so I welcome them with open arms. Thank you.
Hello, this is Robert Witherwax. Address 4406 Queen Palm Lane, and in regards to the project with 13th Homes, my wife and I both approve of this project. One, for the update that it will bring to the community. The front gate would be nice, with different exits out of the community. Also, the clubhouse, which is run down and looks like an eyesore, which would be nice to have something new there and new and improved. Also, the open space areas and the walkways for biking and walking, which will keep people off of the main road and much safer for the community. As for the homes, I don't believe that's going to be a big problem with, they say, more traffic, but there's a lot of traffic in there now, so don't see that as a problem. I see with the updated new homes will be a revitalization of the community, and I'm all for it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tao Pan. I live at 4909 Umbrella Tree Lane. I lived here for 5 years. I'm so excited when first time heard the new plan from 13th Floor. They will build the gate, a new clubhouse, all the new houses. After all that done, our community will be more beautiful and safety. The property value will increase too. I'm looking forward to see that happening soon.
Hey guys, my name is Joel DeVoe. My family and I are current residents in Hidden Trails community, built by 13-floor homes. Our address is 4814 Northwest 48 Terrace. I want to talk a little bit about the process of purchasing a home here. Almost a year ago, we decided to purchase a home with 13-floor homes. The process was great. First of all, our sales lady, her name is Emmy. She did a fantastic job with us. Buying a home is difficult, and so we wanted to be patient with that, and Emmy was fantastic. She explained all of the options, the flexibility with the floor plans and what would work for us as a family. And I tell you, we moved in and we couldn't be more satisfied with this home. The home was built within 4 to 5 months. It's very sturdy. Everything came out as we imagined it. And the family-friendly community was what we were looking for. And I tell you, my family and I have been able to connect with different families in this neighborhood. And my son, he's having a fantastic time connecting with his friends. And so we really like it here. We have no regrets. It's been one of the best decisions we made as a family. And I tell you, I support 13-floor homes with the Woodland Project. I think it's going to be a great idea based on our experience here with Hidden Trails.
Hi, my name is Neeraj Maharaj and I reside in Tamarind Circle of the Woodlands community. And I just would like to say I am in favor of 13th Floor's vision plan.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Cohen. I live at 5302 Date Palm Place in Section 1 in the Woodlands. And I'm here today to add my voice to those of all the people who for the past 2 years have repeatedly spoken and provided evidence against why this project should not move forward. In spite of that, for 2 years the mayor and city council have chosen not only to turn a deaf ear to us, but they've made it crystal clear that they've chosen to align themselves with the developer. I'm going to give you just 2 of many examples of the developer's tactics that the city has chosen to accept. First, they use 5- and 6-year-old statistics as part of the basis of why they want to move forward with this, when all current information from golf publications indicate quite the opposite. Second, they pack polling data with responses from people who live outside the city of Tamarack. Their own so-called corporate counsel, a state representative incidentally, is quoted as saying, "As Floridians, we rely heavily on the health and well-being of our environment." Yet, he advocates for a company who with this project will be releasing hundreds of tons of arsenic and other carcinogens into the air. Perhaps he feels that since we're not in his district, those things don't matter. Nor does it matter that since this is estimated to be a 7 to 10 year build out, apparently the dust and noise pollution for that period, nor increase in crime that a project like this brings, nor does it matter the traffic nightmare it'll cause. Since my time is quite brief, I'm going to leave you with this question. Unlike Michelle Gomez and the rest of the city council, are you here prepared to honor your campaign promises to listen to and act in the best interest of your constituents?
Hello, I'm Jody Sierra. I live at 5101 Banyan Lane in Tamarack, Florida. I live at the Woodlands, and I want to be enforcing and supporting 13th floor developers because I feel that the Woodlands has always been known for its beautiful natural environment and nature and upscale way of life, and I think that we deserve Tamarack and the area near Fort Lauderdale deserves to have a beautiful area where people can come and live, middle class and upper middle class, and enjoy life and be close to everything, and the Woodlands offers all of that stuff. It's a very beautiful community, and we want to preserve the reputation that it has always had as being beautiful, upscale, and wonderful. And so that is the reason why I am supporting, and my husband Giovanni supporting. We live here and we want to maintain it and even have more value to it because it deserves it. It's just a wonderful place to live. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Giovanni Sepulveda. I live in 5101 Banyan Lane, Tamarack, Woodlands, and I support the Woodlands 2020 project for Woodlands because I like the open space, lakes, and the full environment that is going to bring value to our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
My name is Betty Henderson, and I live at 4927 Northwest 52nd Street in Tamarack. I was president of the Mainland Section 6 Homeowners Association at the time that 13th floor homes came into our community to redevelop the surrounding golf course. 13th floor homes was true to their commitment to us and made the best of what was a very difficult situation at the time in our community. They were open and honest with us and communicated with us throughout the entire process. I would highly recommend 13th floor homes and their future projects anytime.
Hello, my name is Jules Keenan. My fiance David and I recently purchased our dream home in the Woodlands Country Club. One of the motivating factors for our purchase here was all the exciting plans for development we learned about during our buying process. As a young couple who plans to set our roots here in Tamarack, we look forward to the positive changes and growth that will come from the proposed development. Some of the things that we are most excited for are the gated community for security purposes, the increase in our property value, the amenities in the common areas, and the overall growth not only for our country club, but for Tamarack as a whole. We hope that this video of support will help show our community leaders how important it is to us and how excited we are as new members of this community who want to start a family and build a legacy right here in Tamarack. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Susan Rizzi, and I'm the Managing Director of the Commercial Sales Department at City Furniture. And I'm making this video in my support of 13th Floor and the developments that they're building in Tamarack. We're a Tamarack-based company, and we have a need for more housing for our 2,200 employees. Thanks. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Sandra Coronel. I live in Woodlands in Section 1.
And my name is James Porter. I live at 4802 Holly Drive, and we both support the changes going to be made to Woodlands by the 13th floor homes.
Thank you. This is our support. Bye.
Hi there. I'm a neighbor in the Woodlands. I live in Section 7, and we have been very happy almost from the day we moved in because of the way this has been run, management, and we have had our pool shut down for 2.5 years a few years ago because it was being fixed, totally uncalled for, and nothing should take that long. And now because of the COVID, we have our pool has been shut down for the second time. Every other community around here, their pools are open. We bought this house because it had a pool and we were a block away and we use it all the time.
Please enter your access code followed by the pound sign.
It's just a shame. Some of the other pools in the Woodlands have already been open. We have no communication
To join the conference
with the board.
as the host,
They just
press
kind of hide
star.
under their
Otherwise,
pillows,
press
and
you are joining your conference as a participant.
there's no
For a menu of
memos
available
or anything
commands,
that goes
press
out as to what's
star
going
pound.
on.
Your connection
So
is now
we
in
look forward to
listen-only
joining
mode.
the membership with the new things that 13 homes will be putting up, playing tennis, their new pool, and not worrying about the that goes on, hopefully. So again, we look forward to seeing this come to fruition. And again, I'm one of your neighbors, Susan Schulman.
Hi everybody, my name is Ed Brown. I have been living in the Woodlands at 4605 Norfolk Island Pine Drive for 30 years. I am delighted to see somebody come to this community's rescue. As we've been living here, we have seen great signs of degradation and repair problems not attended to. Now with the golf courses closed permanently, quite obviously, we could end up being in a jungle. and I have no faith in that being of any consequence to us. Fortunately, we have 13th Floor who's come along to rescue this community, and I am all for what they are proposing. I believe that we have a great future. What was once the belle of the ball is now really not the belle anymore. And I just think that we can become something great instead of what we are. When we first moved in here, we thought this was the ultimate place to live. We still do, but it needs a lot of refreshment. So using your good judgment and the good faith that we have in our community, in our city, state, province, pardon me, I don't mean province, that's my Canadian background coming out, but everybody has to be on the same playing field, and we think the 13th Floor has the playing field that we'd like to participate with. Thank you for hearing us. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Marielle Brown. I live at 4605 Norfolk, and I support the plan that 13th Floor has. We are much in need of improvements in this community. It's 50 years old. We've been living here 30 years and looking forward to seeing what's going to happen. I think it's going to be great.
Hello, my name is Brandon Foster. I live in Central Park at 4959 Northwest 59th Street, and I'm in support of the Woodlands Vision Plan presented by 13th Floor Homes.
Hi, my name is Robert Messenger, and I live at 5203 Sago Palm Boulevard in Tamarack, which is part of the Woodlands development. I am sending this message in stern opposition to the proposal to build new housing in the Woodlands Country Club area. I think this development hasn't thought through all the complications that will arise from the plan that they're putting forward. Most serious to me is the endangerment of the health and safety of the people living in the development, not only the hundreds of families that live here at the present time, but also take into consideration the new families that will move into the area. The plan calls for closing off most of the entrances and exits to the Woodlands development, which will definitely decrease the time for emergency vehicles to get to any of the houses in the area. Fire trucks, ambulances, police vehicles, all of this will be put into jeopardy for the people that live in the area. Of course, I'm sure you've heard many arguments for and probably against going ahead with the plan. I just don't think it has been thought through. Traffic in the area is terrible as it is, and adding hundreds more houses will do nothing to improve that. Utilities are strained, and of course the damage to the ecology of the area is something serious that needs to be considered. So I would definitely recommend not voting for this project to go ahead as it stands. And I thank you very much for taking the time to hear my message. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Pesh. I'm a resident of the Woodlands, and I'm very much opposed to the development as proposed by 13th Floor of the Woodlands. Not only is there going to be a negative impact to our traffic on our already congested roads, they're F-rated. The study cited by 13th Floor just doesn't add up. It can't be true that there won't be a negative impact. Not only that, but 44th Street and 64th Avenue egresses were turned down by our neighboring town of Lauderhill. Lauderhill is opposed to it, Inverary is opposed to it, and the majority of the people who live in Tamarack, and especially the Woodlands, are opposed to it. We don't need any more houses out here. Look what's happening to South Florida. Do we really want this to become another Miami? I used to work in Miami for a hospital system down there, and it was a nightmare. I couldn't wait to get home every day and escape that cluster of cars. And that's what this is happening. This is how Tamarack is headed, all because of Michelle Gomez, I believe. We're going to lose more green space. Do we really want to get rid of the precious resource that we have? Once houses are built on it, it's going to be hard to ever get that green space back. It's going to be congested. It's going to get hotter. There's going to be destruction of wildlife habitat, including that of the burrowing owl, an endangered species in Florida. I strongly encourage the commission to consider maybe putting development to a vote by residents of the Woodland and surrounding communities and living by what they say. Have it be a majority. If the majority are against it, that's it. It doesn't go any further. It's the will of the people, not some greedy developers. So thank you for hearing me out. I don't know that this is going to do any good. So many of us have testified against it. The great majority of people that have testified publicly are against it, and yet it's still moving through. I'm losing confidence in our leadership here in Fort Lauderdale. Thank you for listening to me.
Good afternoon. My name is Demetria Rawls. I reside here in Broward County with my husband and 3 children. I am coming to you today to speak to the issue of the Woodlands, changing the land use amendment. I am begging, pleading with you, please vote no. This is what it looks like. This place has brought me so much peace, tranquility during this time of a pandemic. It brings such joy to my physical and mental health. I can ride my bike and see land. If you change this land use, that means we have builders coming in, we have politicians making decisions, and I'm the one and thousands of homeowners that are actually going to pay the price for that. I can see grass, I can see trees, I can see the clouds, and God isn't making more land. I live off Commercial Boulevard. We don't have any Broward County parks right here in central Broward County off Commercial Boulevard. We have to rely on green space like this. When this land is gone, it's gone. We have tons of buildings that are built up off Commercial, apartments, duplexes, single family homes. If you allow this to take place here, we're going to have more traffic, less walkability, and just things you can't put a price on. So I'm begging you, please do not change this land use to the Woodlands. It will affect many counties. It will affect many cities in the county. Tamarack, Lauderhill, North Lauderdale. We love this space. Do not change it. I thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion, to let you know how much my family and thousands of homeowners value this space. So for the amendment, vote no. God's not making more land, and we love it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bryce Short. I live at 5300 White Oak Lane, Tamarack, Florida, 33319 in the Woodlands. The item 75 that's on the agenda today is about converting Woodlands to more housing from a golf course. We do not have a lot of green space in Broward County already, and to just blindly say yes to something and turn it into more housing seems to be a really disservice to the county. We need to preserve green space. It's crazy to just keep building more and more. Our infrastructure can't handle it. In the commission meetings in February and March there was a traffic study presented that gave us a grade of F in our area, and to add 400 homes, probably 600 to 800 more cars, is crazy to think that our F is going to get better. The city of Lauderhill has said no to egresses on 44th and 64th. And those would allow some traffic to go elsewhere, but all of it's going to come out on Rock Island and Commercial. So it's crazy to think it's going to be any better. The sewage system is going to have to be rebuilt. But east of us in Fort Lauderdale, the sewer system's already a problem. So I don't think if you just blindly say yes to things, you're thinking through the long-term ramifications. I think as council members, your job is to do the right thing, and that isn't always just saying yes to everything and passing it on to someone else. It seems like the earlier meeting and maybe the Tamarack City Council, which has 3 people who vote the same regardless because they're all friends. I think your job is to look at the bigger picture and not to just pass it on to the state. If you just want to say yes, I don't know what you actually think your job is, because you have to make decisions that affect a lot of people. I hope that you will think about this before you vote, and thank you and have a great day.
My name is David Price. Me and my family recently moved to the Woodlands community, and part of what attracted us to this community was its preceding history and the bounce that we got driving down Woodlands Boulevard, just everyone out walking, rollerblading, things like that. And once we learned about what the plans were for the redevelopment, we felt like that would solidify us, the property value here, as well as ensuring that the community will continue to grow. We loved the potential of adding a gate to the front of the community. We feel like that would add a level of safety and also help keep the neighborhood clean and make sure that anyone who's close to our homes and our loved ones are supposed to be here. Another attribute to the redevelopment we felt was the community center. Just being able to be around my neighbors and go for a swim or go to a cafe or the gym, we feel like will bring a level of camaraderie amongst the people in the neighborhood. All in all, the property value will continue to excel if the current homes are less than what is potentially being built here. So the redevelopment would, all in all, help everyone's property value go up because the houses are coming in at a level that's higher than what's currently out there. So we feel like it's a good business decision. We feel like it's great for the community, and we're on board with the redevelopment. Thank you for listening. Have a good one.
My name is Alan Wise. I live at 5208 Buttonwood Court in the Woodlands. I support the new development by 13th floor because it's our big chance for the community to be revitalized, for us to get a fresh, updated entrance, and most importantly, the security of being surrounded by fencing and gates. It's most important because this community had a big crime problem for years. Also, 13th floor is going to update the community with new looks, new houses. We won't have a golf course that hasn't been used in years where there were no members. And it's going to be turned into beautiful homes and lovely greens and lakes. And I think that's most important to save this community. I think our one big chance at updating the Woodlands is 13th floor development coming in and totally doing everything they've told us they're going to do, and also improve the community with new people coming in that are going to have a big interest in the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wayne Wise. I live at 5208 Buttonwood Court in Section 1 of the Woodlands. We look forward to 13th floor coming in and creating their Section 9 and beautifying the Woodlands and redoing the entrances and giving us better security and a safer and happier place to live. They're going to install pathways and walking areas and areas where people can enjoy their kids out on the lawns and take their dogs for long walks. It'll be good for our community and good for the entire surrounding area. We definitely look forward to 13th floor coming and helping us restore our community to what it once was.
Good afternoon, everybody at the Commission. I'm Wayne Hockrow. This is 5310 Mango Circle in the Woodlands, Section 1. And as you can see, I'm a real estate agent with Keller Williams, the #1 company in the world. And my mother has owned this house and I for over 30 years. And we support, now I take care of her because she's 87, and we support the 13th floor homes project because it's going to revitalize the community, revitalize Commercial Boulevard, and we're going to have a better influx and a higher pricing. So you should advance this project as quickly as possible so they could take a turning golf course or two into something useful as it grows bad, and we can turn this project and development around and have a better community. Don't waste time. Step on the gas. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Deb Quinton, and I live on Banyan Lane, and I support a better Woodlands. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Zoila Crescenbene. I live at 4609 Holly Drive, Tamarack, Florida. And I just want to mention about the new project. It's the new state-of-the-art amenities and features Amenities and features for existing Woodlands residents include new gated entrances, which is very important because a lot of people are coming fishing all around here and dumping their garbage. Okay, and a new Woodlands clubhouse, resort style pool, tennis, and pickle ball courts, active recreation trails, and more. I think everybody will benefit from this, especially it's going to be more private and more secluded and less people from the outside coming in. We need this. Please support us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Armando Perez, 4609 Holly Drive. I'm part of this community, which I love, but I support everything that 13th floor is doing because it's becoming a jungle over here with wild animals. The grass is growing, nobody cuts anything. We got strange people coming in. They block the entrance because they're fishing. There's no control anymore. It actually has become a jungle to live here. I support 13th floor 110%. I wish they stopped building yesterday. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
Good afternoon, evening, morning, whatever time it is when you view this. William Goffinette, 5106 Bayberry Lane. I'm here to address the issue, item 75, the Woodlands attempt at a land use change. There's been many arguments as to why this shouldn't take place, and very few as to why it should. Okay? One thing I'd like to ask is that should the county choose to vote on this, because you don't even have to vote on this, it makes no sense. You can kick it back to the city and say, make something better before we look at it. But if you choose to vote on it, I want to hear everyone's explanation for why they voted the way they voted. Don't be hiding behind the dais. Your job is to protect the citizens. It's not to protect the developer. Everyone's watching. The world is watching. Hey, Sean Penn, if you're out there, this is your spot, bro. You could take this and run with it for an Academy Award. Currently, I'm making a little documentary about it too, but I'm sure he could blow it out better than me. The owls on the course that are being trampled over, collapsed burrows. That's a state matter. Even if you push it to the state, that'll be investigated. So who knows where this thing ends up eventually. Appreciate you letting me have the time. Thank you. Vote it down.
Wow, I wish we were done. So we have Mayor Gomez, if she's still there. We can have her speak, but I understand there are a couple of people who we said they were on, but got skipped or got disconnected. Let me hear from Mayor Gomez. Mayor Gomez, go ahead.
If you'd like me to go before the others, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, because I don't know who else is left on the line. We're going to try and do a little cleaning up, but let me let you go ahead.
Understood. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody on the dais for listening and to all my neighbors for their comments and their time. The Woodlands Country Club community is a country club in memory only. When my grandfather and his friends built their homes in the early 1970s, the mandate was to play golf at the club. You needed to live in the community. It was not created as to live in the community. You needed to be a member of the club. The club was run by well-intentioned members of the community for a long time. While many were successful business people in their own businesses, there was never a true golf management of this club. As time progressed, the world around us has changed. Membership decreased. Money was needed for club success. Unfortunately, this community was hit hard by Bernie Madoff and the downturn of the economy. Membership dues and golf play was not bringing in the capital for the club to be sustained. a private loan was taken from a member. Then in the early 2010s, the club was on notice that the loan was being called. In April 2011, ClubLink purchased the club from the then small group of membership owners to pay off the loan. I've been coming to visit my grandmother since 1978, and in July 1994 moved to Tamarack. I became the youngest junior golf member of the club. I kept my membership that evolved into a social membership through 2017. When I learned of ClubLink's intention to sell the property, I did not renew it. It is my understanding that of approximately 875 homes, there were only 9 people living in the Woodlands that were currently ClubLink members in January 2020, before COVID-19 closed the golf course. The club and the course have not reopened. As you've seen on the videos, and I've been seeing in my over 26 years of living in Woodlands, the community has transformed beautifully from a retirement community to a community from people of all ages, and heard its demands for gating, security, landscaping, etc. The City of Tamarack attempted to work with the community by creating the Woodlands Neighborhood Improvement District. After years of the community not resolving issues to move the district forward, the WNID was dissolved. As mentioned, there are 8 sections that make up the community called the Woodlands. To access many of these sections, you have to go through another section. For example, to get to Section 8, you have to drive through Section 4 and possibly Section 6 or 1, depending on how someone accesses the community. As also mentioned, 6 out of the 8 sections are part of the Woodlands Homeowners Association, which is actually a business association under Florida Statute 617, not under Florida Statute 720. There are approximately 50 homes in 2 associations that are not in the WHOA. The Land Use and Zoning came before the Tamarack Commission in 2019, and both items passed 3-2. 2 items that I requested for my comfort level to approve the first reading was making certain that the second reading of the land use will be heard at the same meeting before the City Commission for site plan, thereby making certain that the Land Use and Zoning would only change if the site plan was approved. As the comment made by the resident, final site plan has not been submitted to the City Commission for review. In January 2020, Broward County Planning Council staff recommendation included a reduction in density from low 5 residential designation to low 3 residential designation to make certain the Woodlands community felt more secure if the project should move forward. The question before you today is the transmittal of the proposed Broward County Land Use Plan. It is a step in the process. It is not the final step, but an important step to allow this process to proceed in fairness to those in the community that support it, to those in the community that are uncertain and still want to learn more, and to those in the community that state they have concerns and allow the applicant the opportunity to address those concerns if possible. Much of the opposition today has been from Lauderhill. They have had their own closed golf course community that they will have to deal with, along with redevelopment it seeks for the southeast and southwest corner of University and Commercial, which border Tamarack. I know there are concerns with my neighbors, and I share these concerns, and I too have vested interest in the Woodlands as well. I live here. These concerns are primarily site plan issues that will continue to be discussed. Some discussions were slowed or stopped during COVID, and now will resume through proper meetings with new CDC guidelines. I feel that a no vote now will detrimentally silence the opportunity to complete the plan, and a yes vote allows the conversation to continue. I ask you to allow this matter to come back to the Tamarack City Commission, where it will vote on actual plans and complete information, and the Commission will then make a fully educated decision based on such. I thank you for your time, and I remain available for any questions the Commission may have. Thank you.
Okay, I gave you extra time for Maxine Calloway, your city staff, I think Economic Development Director.
I appreciate it. I didn't realize the time. Thank you.
We have, we have, let me go back. I think we missed some folks that we've been getting email and text on stuff. We missed Christopher Hodgkins. I don't know if he's on. And let's see who else we missed. Okay, and there are a couple of names. We have Oscar Felix. I did call his name. And Philip Daspit. If they're on, those were people who signed up that when I called their name, they didn't answer. So we'll go ahead and see whether or not we can get those folks. But I will only take the people who actually signed up on time. And we missed somehow when we went through our list. So if those folks are on, Christopher Hodgkins, Oscar Felix or Philip Daspit is on. We'll go ahead.
Christopher Hoskins, Oscar, if you guys are on the line, please press pound 2. I do not see them on the line.
All right, is Penny Coleman on? Okay.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Penny Coleman. I'm a Woodlands owner. I'm a new transplant from Maryland and was lucky enough to have made the move right before COVID-19, and so I have isolated in our new home here for 7 months. We are so lucky to have this place. It's a beautiful place to live. All of the houses are different. It's a great place to walk around. And I didn't know how badly this development company was giving us the Kool-Aid. When you start looking closely at the plans, you realize that that the houses are all going to be right on top of each other, that the amount of open space is going to be negligible, that is absolutely going to negatively impact our house values. I mean, right now, the way it's set up, I'm going to have a walking path and a tree as my buffer between me and 34 houses. That's not a buffer. That's just ridiculous. If we are going to have development here, we need to have development that is consistent with Woodlands. Let's make it. Let's improve it. Okay, let's have a walking path, but that doesn't mean that we should go with 400 houses. I mean, just think about those houses on 44th Avenue. Those hundreds of houses, they're going to drive all the way through Woodlands every day.
Thank you for your comments.
That's just crazy. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Any of those other folks that I called, are they there? We're going to move on. Oliver Felix, Philip Daspit. I think Meza was signed up also. Stephen Meza. And final call for you and Christopher Hodgkins. Not there?
We have William Lips who would like to speak.
I'm sorry, whom?
William Lips.
William Lips, I didn't see you on the list. You didn't sign
He's
up
on
on
the
that.
list.
Oh, yeah, you're right. William Lips. It says for questions only. Go ahead, William.
And final call for you and Christopher Hodgkins. Hello?
Go ahead, William. We have feedback operator. I don't know what you got open.
William, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Okay, let me mute my phone real quick. I mean my audio on the computer. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You got 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The Woodlands 2020 rezoning and revised land use will allow irreplaceable open spaces to be developed utilizing the same drainage criteria and standards as put into practice over 40 years ago. These standards were put into practice without the knowledge of climate change. Climate changes consisting of higher tides, higher water tables, more intense storm events, and higher flooding levels. This year alone, we saw an unprecedented number of hurricanes that luckily missed South Florida. There's climate change upon us. Meanwhile, Broward County sustainability staff hosts and attends sustainability meetings that teach municipalities to embrace and proactively implement measures to withstand climate change. The Woodlands is part of the C13 basin, which is located upstream of South Florida Water Management District Structure S36. This structure limits discharge to the tidal portion of the C13 located in the city of Oakland Park. I work in the city of Oakland Park, and we have several structures that no longer work as discharge during king tides, but the tides overflow into these structures. The S36 structure is not a pump station, but it's a gated structure that discharges by means of gravity, given the freshwater levels are maintained slightly above the mean high tide. The mean high tide as well as the mean low tide are proposed to increase by 2 feet or more by 2060, depending on various authorities on sea level rise. When these tides are realized, the discharge through this structure will be significantly reduced, causing increased depth flooding upstream as well as increased durations of flooding. Now, you've heard both sides of the story, many people in favor of, many people opposed of, or and against. If Commercial Boulevard is 1 foot deep and Woodlands Boulevard is 1 foot deep,
Thank you.
nobody's going to want to live here, whether you're for it or against it. That is what could happen. There are island communities around the world that are trying to figure out where to relocate to. Can I finish? My wife would give me her 2 minutes. I've heard you give other people additional time.
What's your wife's name?
It's important that you have the opportunity.
What is your
I'm
wife's
sorry?
name?
Jenny Lips.
Oh, she didn't sign up, but I'm going to let you close your statement.
Thank you. There are island communities that are trying to figure out where to relocate to. To embrace this level of planning, they're no longer considering redevelopment or how to sustain their community, but to walk away from their homes, communities, and their heritage. Given this outlook, Broward County and the entire state of Florida is reevaluating where we can draw a line, the south tide. Even if the location of the line is drawn further east of the Woodlands or the C13 basin, it will adversely affect our quality of life. And this open space is critical to better utilizing and better decisions in the future. And I request that you wait, that you vote no at this time, and let the future mayors and vice mayors and commissioners decide when more is understood and it's not
Thank you, William.
a moving target. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, do we have any of the other names I called, operator? We move on?
No, I still do not see them on the line.
I'm sorry?
I do not see them on the line.
Okay, good. Thank you. There's a lot of issues that were raised, and I'm hoping that some of these can be addressed, whether by Mayor from Tamarack or the applicant. Traffic on 64th, I know I had conversation that you were going to make that turning lanes there and ease the traffic, make it even better than it is now. Would you speak to that? There was issues about sewage, issues about arsenic, flooding, the roadways having gates and whether that can be or cannot be. The level of service was mentioned, that's going to be an F. I need to hear whether that's true or not. And a crash gate on 44th Street, whether or not that's going to stay closed or not. So if you could address those for me, please, and then I'll go around the commission. I think Vice Mayor Geller and whoever else has. Okay. Mr. Bachman or Mayor Gomez or anyone from the applicant side or the city, please.
Mayor?
Yes,
Scott Bachman, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, if I may, I'll run through the handful of points that I just heard you mention, which I think were iterated in some of the comments from the opposition as well. Let's start with the traffic issues that were raised by the City of Lauderhill, both 44th and 64th. Prior to our Planning Council meeting, there were a number of issues and concerns raised by Lauderhill. We had been speaking with the City of Lauderhill as well as residents within Lauderhill. We removed all access from this project into the City of Lauderhill. Currently, our site plan does not even propose fire or emergency access. However, obviously, if that is necessary as a result of the City of Tamarack, I am sure they are going to request it. We are willing, as a condition of approval, 13th floor is the developer, to guarantee in a deed restriction or otherwise that we will never have any public access on 44th. So I think that is the first issue. I know some of the people that spoke asked for that. We are certainly willing to commit to that. As it relates to 64th, we have, again, been meeting and speaking with the residents of those communities. I believe it's Cypress Hollow, Forest Trace, a number of the homes off of 64th. 64th, south of Commercial, dead ends into those communities. It does not go through or connect anywhere else. We have very, very minimal traffic on that road as a result of the project. There is certainly an increase. I believe it's about 27 trips in the peak hour. It is not substantial. We've done the analyses. We meet the level of service requirements. That said, currently, and I believe one of the residents in Lauderhill mentioned this, the left turning movement at the light, the intersection of Commercial and 64th, heading north on 64th to go west on Commercial, is a very, very short turn lane. There is right-of-way in both the City of Tamarack and the City of Lauderhill. And if you remember back from, I know it was 2 hours ago, but my presentation, I showed a graphic. There is enough right-of-way for us to create 3 dedicated lanes, one going left, one going straight through the intersection to the north, one going right. Both turn lanes and through lane with significant stacking, substantially more than exists today. Currently, there are 2 lanes, a very small left turn lane and a shared through and right turn lane, and that is the reason for a lot of the congestion. We are agreeing as a condition of moving this forward to that improvement, in addition to all of the others that we are proposing. I'll address the sewage, the flooding, the arsenic as a whole. I'm happy to go into them individually. I'm sitting in a conference room with my entire development team if the commission so desires, but those are all infrastructure-related issues. We spent 2 hours, our team, in a meeting with the city's engineering division just last week, talking through all of these items. We have a site plan that has been submitted that is currently in its 3rd round of review for all of these other issues, the infrastructure, the drainage, the water, the sewer, all of those items. They are being contemplated. The city is asking my clients to spend millions of dollars upgrading the sewer lines, the lift stations, the water lines, upsizing to ensure that the flow and the rate for the existing community and the new homes work. If we don't do that, if we can't make that work, we are never going to get permits from the City of Tamarack for the project. On the arsenic component, there's cleanup. It's all in your backup in the staff report from the Planning Council, but we have already submitted and are working with the county's environmental division in order to address all of the arsenic-related issues associated with the fertilizer that was previously used on the golf course, all legal at the time it was utilized. However, we acknowledge we have to clean up the arsenic. It is being done. We are in for review. We have encountered 0 issues from the county to date as it relates to that item as well. The last item that I heard you mention, Mayor, and if I missed any, please let me know, relates to the gating of the roadways. From day one, we knew this was something that we were proposing. All of the roadways within the Woodlands today are public roadways. They are maintained by the City of Tamarack. In order for us to continue moving forward with the project, we needed to make sure very, very early on in this process, we had meetings with the city manager, the city engineer, the city attorney, the planning and zoning director. I know Maxine is on the phone. I've heard that. As it relates to this specific issue, we have a development agreement in draft form we're working on with the city where they have acknowledged that the gating component in the manner in which we're proposing it, these roadways will continue to be public, city-maintained roadways. And so the gating component should not be an issue based on all of the discussions that we have had with the City of Tamarack. Happy to address anything else if I missed anything, Mayor.
Okay. I'll go on. It's been a long day to Vice Mayor Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I ask if Mayor Gomez is on the line?
I am. I'm on the line.
Thank you, Mayor Gomez. I have a couple questions for you. If the opponents would like to comment when you're done. Golf courses are always a difficult, I always have a problem with the development of golf courses because you have two competing interests, kind of similar to what we were doing earlier today on affordable housing versus education. I always feel bad for the residents of the golf course because they paid premiums to live where they are. On the other hand, I recognize that you cannot force a developer or golf course owner to continue to pay to maintain a golf course when it is not profitable any longer. And if you fail to do anything, it seems to me that the property gets overgrown. And then you end up with something where both sides lose. My first question to you, Ms. Gomez, and if you can tell us again about the approval, because although I have problems in general, in the event that we're talking about a strictly local issue, unlike if we were dealing with county communications towers or county transit, if we're just talking about local issues, I have an extremely strong tendency to side with the local government simply because they're the local government and they made the decisions. Can you explain what the approval process was? And then my second question is, if in the event that we turn this down, what happens? Because in my experience, if the county, local government doesn't approve a development of the golf course, the owner simply lets the golf course get worse and worse or stops taking care of it until a new development comes in and gets approved. So can you address those two issues? Number one, what was the approval process in your city? Number two, what happens if the county rejects this?
Thank you very much. The approval process, it did occur in July 2019. It was a record-breaking meeting for us of about 10 hours long. I think an hour of it was spent on something that wasn't the Woodlands. It requires the community to be heard, meetings to have been had for residents to come out and speak with the developer. I'm not sure how detailed you would like on the approval process, and for that I probably would tag in.
I just want to verify that this went through your normal process and received a majority vote from your city commission.
It did. It received a 3-2 vote for the city commission for land use and for zoning. And as I quickly stated, and maybe not so, in my comments, one of the very big concerns that I have as a commissioner and the mayor was that if we gave land use, if we didn't have it tied to the site plan, then we can have a land use that would be changed, and if it doesn't go through the process through site plan, the land use would still be changed, and anyone can come back out here and develop. So the applicant was amenable to tying the last vote of the land use to the site plan, which would come back together to allow a full project to be reviewed and discussed, taking all
Ms. Gomez, are you telling me that if the city does not approve the site plan, that the land use change is not effective?
Correct. That is the way, presumably, the commission will vote at that time when the second vote for land use comes around. If the site plan, I apologize, if the site plan is not going to be seemingly to be approved, then neither will the land use.
Okay, thank you. And then my
So at
second
the time,
question
even though-
is what
yeah.
happens if it's turned down? What happens if the county turns it down? Again, I heard some people say it's easy to complain, but what is the alternative? So if we turn it down, what happens? What is the alternative?
It would be a very good question, actually, for the owner of the club of what he plans on doing, or the entity plans on doing for its property that that the homeowners in Woodlands have the benefit of living on. and buy. It is not a buy into the course. So it could go the way of other golf course communities where it's overgrown and is nasty, or the entity will maintain it, but it would not become a golf course, or as far as we know.
If any of the other speakers would like to answer that question, Mr. Mayor, I only had those two questions.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is any other of my colleagues wishing to speak on this item? Commissioner Furr.
Do we have, I know there's the applicant, I know 13th floor is there. Is the owner available to speak?
Mr. Backman?
Yeah, the owner of the golf course.
No, unfortunately, Commissioners, no one from Club Link was available for the meeting today, no.
That's the current owner, but the developer, I think, is who you're speaking of?
Yeah, I guess.
The developer is available and here, yes.
Okay.
You're speaking of.
And I asked that because the minute we change this land use, the price of the value goes sky high.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, the only if I lived in that community and I wanted to keep it that way, the only chance of being able to buy it is maintaining the land use where it is right now. Now they haven't shown an inclination to do that.
That's right.
Which is unfortunate. And I think they've had numerous opportunities as well. I'm afraid that they've been looking at, as 13th floor, who I think has actually done a fairly good job of doing outreach. But I think they've been looking, the 800 or 900 people that live there are probably looking at this as their way out, their savior, to do this. As opposed to looking at themselves and saying, the 800 or 900 of us either have to buy this together, and they used to own it together. They sold it. Unfortunately, because now they don't have control over it. And that's where I'm having a hard time with it. Because, if they still owned it, they would have a little bit, they'd be able to do something with this. So I'm a little, I wish the 900 of them were all here, or I wish they could decide if they were willing to do something. A number of cities have been buying these courses. In fact, Tamarack actually did buy one of these courses.
They put quite a bit of money in it.
They did. Well, they bought it at a price that they could afford. They bought the Colony West on a short sale, if I'm not mistaken. And they've been able to, and that is a great course. And they've been able to maintain it and hold on to the value of it.
And nobody knows golf courses like Dean Furr.
I have played this course.
I was just thinking that.
Number of times, and I like this golf course. I don't like to see golf courses disappear. So yes,
might be a no vote.
I have a little bit of a bias here. But beyond that, in terms of sustainability, I also think in terms of the reason that you have to go to a kind of a higher level to sell a golf course in this county is because as a county, we've said we put a premium on open space. We've done that for good reason, because we have hardly any open space left. And, I am trying to preserve as much open space as possible. I give credit to 13th floor for at least keeping 65% of this as open space. Ideally, I'd love to keep all of it. And I'm still not, I'll be honest, I am like back and forth on this. Because it is, I'd love to keep open space. But I don't know what the alternative is. I don't want to see it turn into which is why I wanted to talk to the owner. I don't want to be incentivizing any other developers to say, you know what, you come in and buy a golf course and, you keep it open for a couple of years and then you sell it you go through this process and suddenly you've made a big return on investment. I don't want to see that. And I've seen that happen already here a few times. I saw it at Hillcrest. I've seen it You know, every developer is looking at golf courses throughout this area. I was interested in hearing what Mayor Gomez says, only because she has a history of it. And it goes back to her grandfather being one of the founders. I give a lot of credence there, like Vice Mayor Geller said, to what the city itself has voted on. You know, it's in their domain. This isn't a county issue, a county other than land use, and they're having to figure that out. I would hope that if it goes back to the city, that they explore more options than just the site plan. I would hope that they would ask that community, are you interested in buying this? Would you consider keeping one course open? Because I thought that might be the best alternative. Close one, you know, because it is expensive to keep two open. This is the classic 60s, 70s community that came down here, that had a golf course. Many retirees came down. They were retired, they had a pension, they had time to play golf. We are seeing that scenario has changed dramatically. So I'm going to listen to what everybody else says. I am yet to make a decision. I did want to hear from the owner if he was available, and if he's around, if he's hearing this, and I still would like to hear from him. That's all.
Okay.
I'd like to speak. I'd like to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll go to Commissioner Udine, then I'll come to you, Commissioner Rich.
Commissioner Furr makes a good point, a lot of good points in there. I know a little bit about that course isn't in my district, but I grew up on Woodmont and played on Woodlands in high school, and I know it pretty well. The only difference of what you're saying is that it wasn't owned by the homeowners originally. See, the homeowners never had to join the course. It was owned by the group of members. And then they've offered it in the past to the homeowners, but the homeowners haven't really wanted to do anything as far as picking up the courses. But it's very topical that you say that, because there's two golf courses in my district in the northwest part in Parkland. We'll see one of them eventually, because one of them is owned by Club Link. The other one, the members and the homeowners through their homeowners association just bought it. They put all the dollars in and they put it in, and now that won't be an issue. They were able to do it. It took a super majority vote of all the HOA. They voted to increase their dues and to do it. I know Mayor Gomez lives on the golf course. I know she lives in that community, and she's been dealing with this for a number of years. The only issue that I have when I look at these is, what's the other alternative? What gets presented, and if we were to shoot this down now, what happens? And if there's nothing on the other side to tell us what happens, I'm more inclined to let the city continue on the process with the understanding that they're the ones that are closest to the people, and they're the ones that can make this type of decision, provided that they're able to satisfy the city of Lauderhill with the ingress and egress issues, so it's not two cities fighting with each other. If they can make that work, then I agree with what Vice Mayor Geller said. It's pretty much an internal city issue that I'm inclined to follow what the city says.
Okay. Senator Rich.
Yeah. I have some things I want to say, but right now I just want to ask a question of Mr. Backman, because he seemed to intimate that he was working on issues with regard to the entrance and exits, the egress based on the roads, and it was very clear, as far as I can see, that the city of Lauderhill, and Mayor Thurston said so, they've unanimously voted not to approve the entrance and exits on 44th Street or 64th Avenue. So, the traffic, and, as you heard from most of the opponents, the traffic is the biggest issue that they mentioned. So, I'm just curious as to, why he is, why he's talking or indicating that might be a possibility.
Sure, Senator, absolutely. as I mentioned earlier, we have removed all access off of 44th. 44th is entirely within the city of Lauderhill. Our intention in showing it originally was that we would have to work with Lauderhill and obtain a driveway connection permit in order to access onto 44th from this community. Very early on in this process, we actually had a tri-party meeting between the city of Tamarack, the city of Lauderhill, and my clients, and a number of different traffic engineers to discuss that option, and ultimately Lauderhill made it very clear that that was not a direction they wanted to go. We removed that access. We found alternate access points that would keep our traffic the same and not create additional issues along the south and southeast portions of the project. As it relates to 64th, 64th is a split right-of-way. Half of 64th on the west side is in the city of Lauderhill. The other 64th on the east side, which is adjacent to the Woodlands community, is in the city of Tamarack. We've worked up with Sam Gorin in his office, who is the city attorney, as well as others within the city and the city engineers, that the city of Tamarack has the permitting authority, considering that it is adjacent to the Woodlands Country Club. And so we are proposing a resident-only ingress and egress off of 64th with very, very low traffic counts because it is resident only. And although not necessarily warranted, as the mayor asked earlier, we are proposing pretty substantial and expensive improvements along 64th as a result of that. And again, also at the request of the city of Tamarack. I hope that answers your question.
Well, it just, again, I mean, it's unclear, you know, because the Planning Council recognized that the city of Lauderdale has the jurisdiction over the southbound lane of 64th Avenue, and they are not inclined at the, you know, as I said, they voted unanimously not for it to be used. So I just, you know, it appears, you know, that the traffic problems are significant, and I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if you want to get into discussion now, or if you have further questions.
That's what we are, discussion. Let's go ahead and discuss it so we can get on.
Okay, so you know, for me, I've been dealing with this now for over a year with my constituents, because this is my district, and our office has received probably roughly 250 emails from Woodland residents opposed to the land use change, and many of these, I have to say, were emails that were individually composed, thoughtful, and expressed, you know, deep concerns by these residents. We did receive some supporter cards, right, what I'm calling them, that were collected by, you know, 13th floor at their meetings in the community, and we received about 50 or so of those. You know, I even had a town hall meeting out at one of the one of the clubhouses and met with a lot of the people, and it's just, you know, the issues are the same for them. I mean, clearly we have two very different pictures here painted. You have people that in all good conscience they would like to see the 13th floor move ahead, and then you have people who, as I said, I've been talking to for over a year, who have very different issues that they bring forward. I mean, you heard how many times traffic was brought up, because that is a major issue here. You have roads that already are rated C and D, and with what's going on here now, they'll be moving to D and F levels of service. And then also, we all know the commercial is this is one of the things they talk about, getting in and out of their own development. So I really have a lot of sensitivity to that, because they already have an issue, and this is going to, make it worse. I mean, multiple homeowners have stated that the traffic during a normal rush hour commute is abysmal. So they've sent photos of cars backed up at Commercial Boulevard approaching the turnpike, and we have people talking about waiting 3-4 red light cycles before clearing the intersection. So I have serious concerns for them about that. The other thing that they mention significantly more than the other side, has to do with the environment and green spaces. And you just heard Commissioner Furr, and we both kind of focus on those things, co-chairing the Climate Change Task Force and being involved in those, 100 strategies of the Climate Action Plan. And this issue is critical to a lot of my constituents, from whom I've been hearing over a year, and you're hearing today. The drainage, the sewage. I mean, it goes on and on. And so I have to say that one of the speakers said something about trying to do the right thing, and I am going to be doing, I believe, the right thing for my constituents based on what I have heard from them and the meetings I've had, communication well over a year, and I just cannot support this. So I did not on the Planning Council, and I don't plan on doing it here.
Okay. I see no one else with any comments. We have 5, so we still have a quorum on the dais. I'd like to ask Ms. Blake Boyd, County Administrator, to answer a couple of questions for me. I hear of traffic issues and level of service being F on 64th. If this happens, is that accurate? Or what is the level of service now on these roadways?
Hi, good evening. Barbara Blake Boyd, Broward County Planning Council staff. Thank you for asking the question. The traffic analysis, we did many versions of it, starting with the original land use plan amendment application at low 5, how that's distributed on the regional transportation network. Then with a voluntary restriction to restrict the units to 398 and still with access to 44th Street. And then the final version, which is attachment 4B in your backup, and that distributes 332 PM peak hour trips onto the regional transportation network. What the results were that no links were significantly or adversely impacted, and that's by your policy in the Broward County Land Use Plan, that there was no more than a 3% impact to any link. 64th Avenue, south of Commercial Boulevard, is not on the regional transportation network. It is on the regional transportation network north of Commercial Boulevard, and there are approximately 43 trips that would travel in that direction, and the level of service will not be degraded.
So there's no issue with the roadways being degraded in terms of
Correct. There was
going
nothing.
to F, so there's no F there? Is that what you're telling me?
There is F on Commercial Boulevard, but by your policy, because the impact of the land use plan amendment does not add more than 3% of the capacity, which the capacity of Commercial Boulevard is 5,390 trips at the peak hour. So if it would be more than 161 to a link, and there are no links that were more than that impacted.
Okay. In terms of the process that this developer has gone through, has it met the guidelines that we've set forth in our process?
As far as the Broward County Land Use Plan, yes, that's when the Planning Council staff made the recommendation to the Planning Council in January. It's based on the policies of the Broward County Land Use Plan related to facilities and services. That includes estimated impacts of sanitary sewer, potable water, drainage, transportation, schools, then an additional analysis, which is in attachment 13 of your backup materials, related to the golf course policies and how that analysis is handled and was submitted on that part. Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental assessment, and the confirmation from the county staff that the applicant is undergoing the remediation plan, has started that process to remediate the golf course.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to just follow up on that, on the issue of that traffic, though, because, there's, I think it's a firm called Kimley Horn that had studied the level of service on the exterior roads, which is what Ms. Blake Boyd was talking about, commercial. which are currently rated C and D. And I think D being minimally acceptable for planning purposes. And then they talked about reducing those exterior roads with this to D and F levels of service. The issue for me is all of these people. You cannot tell me that if you have 300 plus more homes, for almost 400 homes, in and out on those same interior roads, that you will not have a change in the traffic. It is impossible putting all of those cars on a road and then all of those cars having to leave the development and go out onto commercial. So
Okay.
it just does not make sense, and maybe somebody ought to do a better traffic study.
All right, thank you. Let me try and finish my question. She did say that there's a 3% increase, and it didn't, our policy allows for that to happen, so we can't deny it based on the policies that we have in place. Now, when did we start this process? And because I know we have delayed it a few times.
Sure.
Can you walk us through the time frame?
Absolutely. The application was received by Planning Council staff, I believe, in late July of 2019. The first public hearing was held in January 2020. It was scheduled for a county commission public hearing, March 10th setting for March 31st public hearing before the commission. As you're aware, that was the beginning of COVID, and the public hearing was continued from the March 31st date to a future time. Through the summer, we worked with administration and the county commission, and this was the date identified for the public hearing. So it's been in play for about 15 months at the county. And just so that you know, if the county commission transmits it to the state of Florida review agencies today or at whatever date, you would have 180 days from the time the state review agencies finalize their 30-day comments for it to be considered for adoption. So you're about, whatever day you transmit it, you're about 7 months from when you have to take a final action on the application.
Okay. And we're merely transmitting this to the state for their review, and when it comes back, it goes back to the city also, correct?
So the city has only had its first public hearing on this, and they would have to consider adoption of this land use plan amendment also.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So let me,
Sorry, does it come to the city after it goes to the state? I forgot, or before it goes to the state?
So they've asked for concurrent transmittal, I believe, so they're going to be getting their comments from the state at the same time. And then they would be able to adopt it. They would have the same time frame that you all would have of the 180 days.
okay. Thank you very much. So the issue here is, what do we do? Do we? Thanks. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. If we leave it the way it is, it's gonna stay there as it is. And whether the community will buy it doesn't seem like that will happen at this point in time. But the arsenic on the soil will be there. The fact that there is drainage issue now will be there. The issue with sewer lines will be there. I can't see the overwhelming reason why not moving forward. If there was a possibility that we could keep this place operational, then for sure. But golf courses are closing. Lauderhill closed one when I was there 10 years now. It's at follow at this point in time. I believe they're closing the other courses that they have. This continues to happen. It's not a profitable venture anymore in most instances. So one of the speakers asked that I give a reason. That's my reasoning for willing to move this item forward. And with that, is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Motion and second. Commissioner Farr, you have comments?
I did have one more question.
Go ahead.
They had mentioned about a deed covenant on this to protect the 175 acres in perpetuity. How are they planning on doing that?
Ms. Baker,
And
please.
would the covenant say that it would be in perpetuity unless overturned by the voters?
Sure, there's a couple things, and then I would defer to Mr. Backman after I give you an overview. Part of the Planning Council's recommendation includes the 100, I'm
I might
sorry.
have the number wrong.
No, there's two, it's a breakdown. There's 110 acres that we've recommended to go to, the Planning Council recommended to go to recreation open space. And then there's another 50 acres within the residential development for, private recreation use. Then that's also tied into the restrictive covenant draft that's in attachment 3. And that's how we made, the staff made the recommendation, the Planning Council said, yes, that provides kind of a double protection. It's in a restrictive covenant that would have to be released, and it's also protected by the land use as open space. And I believe that there was a comment made, and that's why I was asking if you wanted to, ask Mr. Backman about, I know there's something about a vote of the residents, and then also for that ever to be changed, it would have to be released from the DRC and have a land use change. So it would be a two-pronged approach for the release from that.
So the covenant, it would be, that was your recommendation?
So they gave us a draft covenant, and then that's how we formulated our recommendation to further protect it.
So a yes vote, it goes with that?
Yes, so the recommendation that the Planning Council made recognized, the 398 dwelling units, the affordable housing contribution, the 160 acres of overall open space use, and then restricting the emergency access to 44th Street only, so no public access to 44th Street. That's all in draft DRC, Declaration of Restrictive Covenants, in Attachment 3. And then the Planning Council additionally recommended that the 110 acres be changed to recreation open space, and that the land use be limited to low 3 as opposed to the low 5. Because if it wasn't restricted to if it wasn't changed to low 3, even though it was only restricted to 398 units, that wouldn't stop someone from coming on and saying, hey, release us from the restrictive covenant, we want more units. By changing the land use to low 3, it does restrict the density.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no?
No. No.
Okay, so we have no vote by 6-2, no from Commissioner Farr and Commissioner Rich. Okay, passes 6-2. We go on to the next item. We had said we'd do 81 immediately following this. Item 81. We have Spice. Yeah, we could probably do that quickly, if we could. County Attorney, are you ready for us on item 70? Wait, let's see, what time is it now? Because
25.
I need to get the school board. Is Mr. Ronci available? I need to get him on because I've been texting. Is Mr. Ronci on? Superintendent Ronci from the school board, is he on? Or any member of the school board? Operator?
Please press pound 2.
Superintendent Ronci? Okay. I told him, first I told him it would probably be 5:30, but then we moved and I said 6:30, and then we moved and I said 7 o'clock. So at this point in time, I think we're gonna look at 7 o'clock. So we'll go ahead with the item 81 and then we'll come back to the school board item. Item 81.
Mayor.
We have 5 public speakers on the item.
Yeah, item 81, motion to approve final ranking of the qualified firms for request for proposal. RFP number PNC 2119546P1. Managing General Contractor for the Broad Office of Medical Examiner and Trauma Services, OMETS, and Broward Sheriff's Office, BSO, Crime Lab Combined Facility. The ranked firms are number 1, DPR Construction, number 2, the Robbins and Morton Group, number 3, the White's Company, LLC, 4, the Whiten Thurner Contracting Company. With that, we're going to go ahead and go to the public. We have 5 speakers, I'm told. Let's see what the order is that will go in. We'll go ahead and start with I'll go in the order as it is on this list. Ms. Sandra Kumper.
Mr. Mayor, that was for a previous item. George Platt.
I'm sorry, we'll start with George Platt and Jonathan Peavy, Ryan Romanchuk, Seth Platt, William G. Selim, and Wayne Messam. Mayor Wayne Messam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Questions only for Messam. Yeah, go ahead. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, George Platt. Good evening. George Platt for Robinson Morton, the number 2 ranked firm. Approving this ranking would be a terrible precedent, and I'll tell you why. It would reward a proposer who totally ignored the accreditation requirements of the scope of the RFP in this very important project, $200 million, and secondly, failed to reflect any team members with accreditation experience, and number 3, and here's the precedent, surprise, at the presentation for the very first time, DPR trots out the name of an accreditation consultant, even though they had never put any consultants in any accreditation capability on their team. This violates the terms of the RFP and the procurement code, and worse yet, it obviously misled the EC members, and their scoring reflects that process was tainted by DPR's tactics. Our objection letters were rejected by the purchasing based on misstatements of fact by purchasing and misreading of the RFP, and a failure to address the essential needs of this $200 million project. The issues raised by our letters never were discussed by the EC. Rather than protest, we believe that these are issues of policy for this commission. And as you sit as an EC on the Joint Government Center, you ask yourself, do you reward a proposer who totally ignores essential parts of the RFP? And 2, do you condone allowing a proposer to insert a new, unvetted consultant for the first time at the presentation in violation of the express terms of the RFP? Under Section 21.40 of the Procurement Code, this commission makes the final determination of responsibility. Regrettably, the staff did not vet the proposers on this issue. They should have, they did not, and that got the ball rolling in the wrong direction. So we urge you to exercise your authority and find that DPR is not a responsible proposer. Alternatively, you could hear presentations and do your own independent ranking. Sadly, the EC part of the process was tainted as a result of the failure to deal appropriately with the issue of accreditation, an issue for the medical examiner and the crime lab. Accreditation is extremely important and made up 25% of the scope and was also enumerated expressly in the actual scoring evaluation. And since some of the scorers gave DPR 100% on some of these issues, we know that they were obviously misled by the way that they brought out this new company at the 11th hour in violation of your code and in violation, I might add, of the RFP, which requires key members of the team to fill out forms, be listed, and be vetted. Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration, and I appreciate how hard you all have worked today, and I've listened to the whole darn meeting, and it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan Peavy.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. I'll make this real quick. I know you had a really long day. Robinson Morton, we're a 75-year in business, and we're a family-owned company. We're working all over the county and have $1.4 billion in South Florida work along. We're over at Joe D. Children's Hospital, currently doing a vertical expansion, and we really, our core values are based on building lasting relationships and making a better community. And that's why when we proposed multiple times for the Broward County, we have partnered with Messam Construction and Keith and Associates to help grow the CBEs in the community and to keep the funds of Broward County in the county. We also, part of this proposal, we brought internationally recognized FIU, National Forensic Science Technology Center, as a accreditation specialist to help with this complex project, and we think they would bring a lot of value. And overall, the biggest thing is, we hopefully one day we'll be able to work with you guys, if not on this opportunity. Thank you.
Mayor, who was, I didn't catch the name on that.
That was Mr. Jonathan Peavy.
With?
From Robbins Morton.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Ryan Romanchuk, and he's with the Robbins Morton also.
Mr. Mayor, this is Ryan Romanchuk. I'm actually with DPR Construction. If you don't mind, can I defer the floor to Mr. Moskowitz to start, our attorney, followed by Bill Salem, and then I'll close, if that's okay?
All right, we have speakers after him, but if you want to switch, yes, that's fine. Mr. Moskowitz, go ahead.
Yes.
Mr. Mike Moskowitz, would you release his line, please?
Mr. Mike, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Figuring out that mute button.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me now? Can I have my time? Reset the time, please.
We can help you. Yeah, we didn't start the time yet. No, we'll start now.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mayor, Michael Moskowitz from the law firm Moskowitz, Mandel, Salem, and Simowitz, representing DPR Construction, Inc. Proud to say you're a #1 ranked company in this matter. We worked very hard in this matter. Bill Salem, my partner, will address the issue of accreditation and all other specifics raised by the complainant. Mr. Romanchuk, who's the Southeast Regional Leader for DPR, will talk about DPR, etc. Obviously, you know what this project is. It's an important project to Broward County. The evaluation committee met not once, they met twice on this issue. They ranked us #1 the first time around. Then after the complaint, it went back to the evaluation committee, who was given the opportunity to either confirm the rankings or re-rank. They confirmed the rankings as was, and that was before you today. Okay, DPR was the #1 ranked company on both occasions. The #2 ranked company, Robbins and Morton, filed their objection letter as appropriate. They're allowed to do that under the code. Their letter is dated May 26, 2020. Okay, they don't argue in their objections that DPR was non-responsive. Instead, they are really taking argument with the rankings, with the discretionary authority of the evaluation committee to assign numbers. They basically want to substitute their opinion for the evaluation committee. The director of purchasing decided in a letter dated August 28th to reject all of their objections. Okay, the purchasing director determined that their objections lacked merit, did not violate any county procedures, did not violate any procurement requirements, that there were no violations. Then Robbins and Morton had a choice under your procurement code to file a protest. That is the appropriate procedure under your procurement code as you have recently amended it. They did not file any protest. They did not preserve their rights by doing so. Instead, they appear before you today and they ask you to now become the evaluation committee, to rehear presentations, to re-rank everything. Well, if that's what we're going to do, why did we engage in this in the first place? Many, many, many months of very hard work by your staff, by the 5 members of the evaluation committee, by all 4 companies that presented, etc. That's not the way it works. This is not supposed to be a political solution. It's supposed to be a legal and procurement situation. I ask that the county commission adopt what the evaluation committee recommended and approve the ranking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We move on to continue Mr. Ryan Romanchuk.
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, can Mr. Salem speak next? I believe he's registered as well.
He is. He may go ahead. William Salem.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow commissioners. This is Bill Salem. I'm Mike Moskowitz's partner and likewise represent DPR Construction. Mr. Platt's argument on accreditation completely ignores the fact that your purchasing division and the EC were provided all of the RFP materials, all of the supplemental submissions by the proposers, and staff's various memos. He misinterprets the accreditation provisions in the RFP, which are not the responsibility of this proposer as a managing general contractor. Accreditation is the responsibility of the county and its design process professionals. We merely are to build and manage the construction of the project. Your purchasing division explicitly found that in responding to Mr. Platt by their August 28, 2020 letter, where they noted that accreditation was not a requirement for the managing general contractor. It is the county and the design professional's responsibility. And oh yeah, what did DPR submit as its references? 5 separate projects, 2 of which had been accredited by both ANAB and ANSI, the accrediting authorities, this of combined facility. What did RMG submit? A whole bunch of healthcare projects, not a single one of which has ever been accredited by either of those authorities. Instead, they're ACA accredited facilities, well outside the scope of this particular procurement, and we would respectfully request that this
Thank you, Mr. Salem.
commission, thank you.
We'll go on to Mr. Romanchuk. Your turn.
Yes, finally to myself. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I lead the Southeast region for DPR and have been involved in the entire process from really the interview. A little bit on DPR. We were founded in 1990, really focused on technical projects. Our core markets are life science, healthcare, advanced technology, and higher ed. Quite frankly, these are the types of projects that we do and are experts in. We originally landed here in Florida to build the Scripps Research Institute on FAU's campus in Jupiter, followed that by the Max Planck Institute here in Jupiter as well, then Florida International Science Research Complex, and even more recently, Broward Health's expansion at Coral Springs. Add to that, we bring a team that's completed, as Mr. Salem said, 2 accredited facilities, one being the San Diego Sheriff's Crime Laboratory, completed in 2018, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, completed in 2019. I believe we're the only team that brought experience constructing 2 accredited facilities, and the only team that brought recent relevant experience building a combined crime lab and medical examiner facility. We're local to the community. Our office is off of Broward Boulevard, and really we firmly believe we're the most qualified to build this facility, and believe that's why the evaluation committee has confirmed this twice. We're honored to potentially be a part of this incredible team, and really our team has been chomping at the bit to roll up their sleeves and get started and make this important facility a reality for the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We go on to Mr. Seth Platt.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Seth Platt with OSM Partners, representing Robbins and Morton Group. Well, these days we do find ourselves in unusual times filled with uncertainty and risk, as evidenced by that safety glass around you. But it is more important than ever that the public trust our government to provide us with facts that will mitigate risks to the public. What you have before you today is an item that asks you to ignore the facts and accept unnecessary risks that could jeopardize your project for a new medical examiner's facility and BSO crime lab. scientific facilities that cannot afford unnecessary risks as people's lives will be in the balance with the scientific findings of these facilities. The purchasing division's response to our objection letter was factually incorrect when it stated that past experience with accreditation was not part of the scope or a requirement of this project. Accreditation was in fact appropriately 24% of the verbiage in the required scope because it facilitates the very purpose of these buildings. Unsuccessful risk mitigation of achieving accreditation renders this entire project a failure. The recommendation before this board asked this body to ignore the accreditation was a required part of the scope and evaluation criteria, ignore that DPR did not address accreditation capabilities in their proposal and accept that risk, ignore that DPR submitted zero subcontractors with its proposal, yet proffered a phantom subcontractor during presentations, ignore that other proposers were aggrieved by affording DPR a competitive advantage to supplement omissions in its proposal. It's unfortunate that you're being placed in another box today by being asked to rubber stamp false accounts that risk this project and the public's trust. But just as you can see beyond the box you find yourselves in today, you have the opportunity to think and lead outside this box. I implore you to restore integrity to this procurement by hearing presentations as an untainted selection committee that can cleanse this process from the stain that DPR has exposed the previous committee to, as well as the county and the public. While these trying times have strained all of our resources and abilities, the public entities in which we depend to see us through this dark age of misinformation and distrust must continue to demonstrate that we are taking adequate steps to mitigate
Mr. Platt, thank you.
using factual information to protect the public.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, final speaker, Mayor Wayne Messam.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the Board of Commissioners. I'm Wayne Messam, and I'm speaking as an active Broward County CBE firm. I feel the approval of this item doesn't align with the spirit of the political will of the Commission to maximize CBE firms' participation in county procurements. The county's mandate of 25% of CBE spend is commendable, and as a former chair of the Small Business Development Advisory Board, I know the Small Business Advisory Board has worked hard over the last decade to ensure small businesses can maximize procurement opportunities by providing sound recommendation to County Commission. To have one of Broward County's largest construction projects to be awarded to a firm who did not identify or partner with a single CBE firm in their submission over a firm who not only met the minimum requirements but went above and beyond to name and commit to multiple CBE firms on the construction management side, in our opinion, doesn't meet the spirit of maximizing CBE participation. If this distinguished board moves forward as recommended, it will send chills across the small business community and sets a dangerous precedent moving forward, for it would send a loud message to all future primes on Broward County projects. Simply promise to use CBE firms, and you can win. No need to go into the community and identify highly qualified CBE partners and subs and name them and commit to them in the proposal. In fact, we can just bring partners from out of town, and the prime firm that partners with local qualified CBE firms won't be rewarded for their efforts. The Robbins Morton, Messam Construction, and Keith Engineering team and our staff live here in Broward, ambassadors for Broward, and add to our local economy, providing local jobs. Being on your side of the dais in a different capacity, I definitely recognize the great responsibility to move capital projects forward. And I also recognize the responsibility of increasing procurement opportunities for local small businesses. And it is this board's responsibility that both happen. I respectfully request that the Board of the Commissioners select an option that allows you an opportunity to see and compare the caliber of the qualified local CBE firms that were committed to on the Robbins and Morton's teams versus what is not being offered by the firm being recommended. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Okay. Let me ask, if I may, our county administrator, if Mr. Sandy Michael McDonald can speak to the issue of the CBE program and the issue that's raised.
Mr. Para, if you can have Mr. McDonald on the line, please.
Mr. Mayor, when you have a chance to digest.
He is on the line. I think he just needs to hit star 2 to unmute.
Yes, I'm on the line. And then we'll go to Vice Mayor Geller and, okay. Go ahead, Director Sandy Michael Meton.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Vice Mayor and the Commissioners. Mayor, I think you're asking me if there was a goal aligned with this solicitation, and there is. There is a 25% CBE goal that is aligned with this solicitation. This is one of the solicitations where, as a part of the process, when you have phase 1, phase 2, and sometimes phase 3, that you're then asked to submit or to commit to your CBEs as a part of what would be your phase 2. So in this specific solicitation, the goal is listed. It is still going to be required, but it was not required as the initial LOI on the front end of the bid with this specific project.
So there's nothing that precludes the addition of CBs, what you're telling me?
It requires them.
No, nothing that precludes the utilization of CBEs. CBEs will certainly be on this project. Certainly, we always encourage firms and primes when we're working with them to use as many as possible, as often as possible, as early as possible. But again, the goal is affixed to this project, and by time this project moves forward, that 25% will have to be met with our local CBEs.
So that must be done.
Yeah, it must be done. It's not going away.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Geller and then Commissioner Bogan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Drew, are you still there and awake?
Here, yes. Awake, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Better than we are. Mr. Myers, you have worked with me now for 4 years. You know kind of the way I think and my philosophy on bid protests. I think that any competent lawyer can find an argument under our current procurement code that any of the major bidders typically has done something wrong. My question to you, I think you know what, based on our lengthy discussions over 4 years, what I regard as fundamental fairness. In this particular case, I will ask you, knowing my voting style as you do on the issue of fundamental fairness, do you believe that there is anything that the first place bidder has done that would violate my goal of fundamental fairness, such that we should disqualify them or go to the second place bidder instead, or I don't want us to act as a selection committee. But is there anything that you believe was fundamental fairness that I should want to disqualify the first one?
No, Senator, I don't believe that. And a part of the basis for that is, as you know, part of fairness is allowing a process to correct things that might be an error. We're not aware of any material errors here at all, but if there had been vagueness in the bid specs, that could have been challenged initially. And once an objection was denied, which this one was in the main, then somebody can file a protest and a hearing before the Division of Administrative Hearings if they want to test any of their theories as to defects in the procurement. They did not do that, as I think Mr. Moskowitz may have pointed out. And by not doing that, they have no legal claim. If they would have pursued a legal claim and done that, it would have been judged by a standard as to whether purchasing acted reasonably or arbitrarily. And from the record as I see it, I believe that they acted reasonably.
Okay, so again, knowing, because I don't always think that the appeal standard of, is there any basis on which the decision could have been upheld, that's not always fair. but are you telling me that in your opinion, there was nothing fundamentally unfair, that I would find fundamentally unfair about the award to the first place bidder?
You know, it's an interesting phrasing, Senator Geller, because when people don't object to certain things and they want to raise them later, they have to prove there's fundamental error. It has to be error at its core. I don't think that I do not see any fundamental error here or fundamental unfairness by this process.
Thank you, sir. You've made me reach my decision. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Commissioner Bogan.
I had two questions. Senator Geller, you just had one of them that I just was going to ask about that. So our counsel said that he doesn't see anything unfair. The second thing I wanted to ask was the representative from DPR Construction, how they would answer that CBE question. Mr. Moskowitz, are you still around, or is his partner, I forgot his name.
Schillen.
Pardon me?
Schillen.
Mr. Moskowitz, are you on the phone still? Can they ask him? Is somebody operating our phones anymore, or were they done?
Yeah.
No.
Mr. Moskowitz.
Okay, Commissioner Bogan.
Yeah,
Commissioner Bogan, I've just been unmuted by your controller.
Go ahead.
All right, so first of all, Mayor Holness's question, it goes to the heart of what we all operate under here in Broward County, which is the CBE program, okay? And obviously I've represented many a vendor, many a company before Broward County, and every client I've ever represented understands one basic concept. CBE is mandatory. The minimum, at a minimum, must be met, hopefully exceeded. In this particular situation, as Sandy Michael McDonald explained, you were not required to identify the CBE companies at this juncture. You were, however, required to commit that a minimum of 25% of the work would go to qualified CBEs in Broward County. My client, DPR, made such a commitment. It restates that commitment right here in front of the Commission, that we will comply with the CBE requirements of this RFP, that we will work with Sandy Michael McDonald and his entire office to make sure that qualified and acceptable CBEs are chosen for the project. I cannot be any clearer than that.
Thank you, sir. I'm done.
Mr. Moskowitz, can you be any clearer than that?
Commissioner Ryan.
Question to the county attorney. Do we, in any of our RFPs, mandate that the CBE participation goal require the identification of those county business enterprises, small business enterprises that participate be identified? Is this some kind of an anomaly, or is this the way our RFPs are written generally?
I would defer, Commissioner Ryan, to Mr. Mike McDonald. I will tell you, however, that I think that flexibility is there, that it's for some solicitations, I think you can just submit some sort of statement that you're going to comply with the specifics with the goal and then identify them at a later time. But Mr. McDonald would be...
And Mr. McDonald, in your answer, your own opinion, with your experience, whether you feel it's appropriate that we set a percentage for small business participation, or whether in these RFPs we should require that those that submit should identify the participation from small business.
Up front.
Commissioner, in most of our projects and goal setting and recommendations, we do ask up front. In our larger projects, most recently one of yours, which would have been the convention center expansion, some of the larger projects and working with based on how the project's going to be built out, we just ask for the commitment up front. And then once identified, we work with the firm and through purchasing, and they still have to then go with our folks through the LOIs and then submit the names based on the activities. So this is not the first time that we've done this. We've done this multiple times since I've been here. And usually, for the larger projects, we do this and we make sure with purchasing is crystal clear in the solicitation that this would be a phased process, including the goal and when to identify the CBEs to be used.
All right, so this appeared to be part of the question or one of the issues that was raised. So what is your rationale in the larger projects? And this is a larger project, a $200 million construction project for the medical examiner's office combined with the crime lab. And if I can add a small editorial, hopefully our legislative delegation will assist us with some state capital funds on the crime lab, which throughout the state, the crime labs are constructed and operated with state funds. But why is it in these larger projects that you feel the contractor should have this level of flexibility in identifying the small businesses that will participate?
And when that does occur, Commissioner, for example, like CMD, Construction Management Division, when they're going through the process and they're considering the project, some of the projects have been your larger ones with your design build, and as they're coming through the design phase, then there's a determination based on all the activity to happen post that. They now have a better feel of the different disciplines as well as the additional disciplines that will be required to fulfill that. Normally, is a recommendation that's brought to us from the user agency, and again, as long as we can put the commitment to the number, it's always before the actual construction on the vertical that we always make sure, and inclusive of meet and greets, giving opportunities to understand the businesses that's in the directory, that then also affords the prime the opportunity to make the best selection. So again, it's normally an introduction and a request made by the user agency, and based on how our ordinance is set, prior to vertical construction activity, we want to assure that CBEs have been identified to meet the recommended goal, and we have the LOIs from the CBEs aligned with the primes to do so. So in my period, or my time period here, has been the recommendations coming from the agencies, and we've been okay with it in those examples with the bigger projects.
Thank you.
Okay, see no other questions or comment. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move it, Mayor, move approval.
I have a motion by,
To be clear.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bogan, second by Vice Mayor Geller.
Okay, I want to be clear, just to make sure we're voting, I'm moving to approve the first-ranked firm. Okay, yeah, just want to make sure that we weren't approving the challenge.
Okay. So motion by Commissioner Bogan, second by Commissioner Geller, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. So it passes 8-0. Senator Rich, you're still there?
I'm still here.
All right, now we are going to go back to item 70, the school board item. But if I may give our recording secretary a couple of minutes to take a stretch. 5 or 10, what do you need? 10, okay. So we're going to give her 10 minutes and we'll give us some time to get the school board member and superintendent on. You're there?
We're here.
He's there.
We're here.
Can we
Okay.
move ahead?
Second thought, still want to do that?
We're here.
They're there now. Could we move ahead?
No, let me tell you, the recording sector does need, yeah, we've been running her hard today. Please allow us to give her a couple of minutes. Thank you. 7:10.
All rise.
Okay. 7:10.
We don't have a quorum. Yeah, we do.
We're gonna go to item 70. And we're gonna go to the school board members, and I apologize to them for the delay, but we have to be mindful of the people that work for us, that they get their breaks. We'll now. We'll now go to item 70. And I know we had Superintendent Runcie on the line from the school board. I don't know if there's anyone else that he has that he wanted to speak before him, or whether or not he should go first. It's up to you, Superintendent Runcie. Go ahead.
All right, Mayor Holness, thank you so much. Appreciate this opportunity to just talk with you and the commissioners. First, I want to continue to thank this county government for your assistance and help with the meals that we've had to provide to families, adult meals, over the past several months as we try to make sure that we took care of our residents in the greatest need. And most recently, your support to help us to ensure that we have a nurse in every school as we reopen. So those funding that you've provided through the CARES Act continue to be very much appreciated and impactful. Just a couple of things on impact fees. As you know, through the interlocal agreement for public school facility planning, we are, we do these updates on the impact fees every 3 years. The last one was in 2014. So this is really going back to 2017, and it was delayed in terms of getting to this point. We've always tried to make sure that what we're doing is aligned with the county. So we've aligned with providing incentives for affordable housing. That we believe is something essential. We've got up to 30,000 employees in Broward County schools, and many of them need affordable housing as well. And since 1988, when we embarked on this in collaboration with the county, we continue to provide waivers to those units that the county has certified as affordable housing units. To date, I know we've done about $5.9 million in waivers of funding that we didn't collect as a result of that. In addition, we have set aside $375,000 annually to support that. We believe that's sufficient since that that dollar amount has not been used fully in any given year. Were that to happen, we would revisit that amount and certainly talk to the board about adjusting it as well. Finally, these funds are used to pay for capacity building, debt service that has already been advanced and incurred by the district to deal with significant expansions that we've had. Just give an example, and I think Commissioner Udine, you probably recall this. We had a situation occurring in Parkland a few years ago where there was a significant expansion going on in the Wedge, and there was additional capacity needed in schools to be able to do that very quickly. So through a great public-private partnership, the city was able to secure somewhere close to $10 million for us to build a 24-room classroom addition, which we actually built ahead of schedule and on budget, as well as provide modular classrooms to 2 other elementary schools in Parkland to be able to address capacity. So we've stepped up when we've had to do that. But these impact fees are, again, they're just absolutely essential for us to continue to deal with the retiring debt that was related to capacity building that we've had to build within this county. And again, we try to do it in a way that's consistent with the goals around affordable housing. So I hope that we can get your consideration today to make some adjustment to the impact fees, which again haven't been adjusted in about 6 years.
Okay, I have a question for you from Commissioner Furr.
Superintendent Runcie, welcome. How you doing?
Hey, Commissioner. Fine, Commissioner.
Good. In the past, what we've been doing is, and we appreciate what you have done in terms of waivers for very low affordable housing. What has not been included has been the moderate affordable housing, which is predominantly what we do. And in the county, there were about 600 units this last year. If we would have had a waiver, it would have amounted for us to approximately $3 to $4 million that we would have been able to additionally add for affordable housing. That's a large amount of money. This year we had to subtract about 10 million from the amount that we normally use. I would ask that you maybe consider allowing for a waiver of not only low and very low, but up to moderate. I think that one of our main concerns is this increases the price of housing. It's obviously increasing the price of affordable housing, and particularly moderate affordable housing. So it's a big concern for us, and I think this might be a way to kind of bridge the gap and find a way to get where we're both trying to get to. But we can't be adding more cost of affordable housing while we're doing this.
So thank you for that, Commissioner. I certainly would agree. I would say that we're not necessarily adding more cost to affordable housing, because if the county certainly certifies affordable housing, will do a waiver. Your request is a very reasonable one. I'll take that back to the school board, and I think we can make some adjustment on that going forward, given that feedback that you provided on that, to also include the moderate in addition to the two other categories, very low and low, that we already have. So thanks for that feedback on that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
that. Commissioner Udine.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Runcie. I just wanted to follow up with the comment that you made before, because I was one of the ones who said earlier in the day that I wouldn't support anything, but I'm inclined now to agree with Senator Geller's motion of the 25% and phase it in so there is an increase. But when we talked about and the reason that I said that originally is because I was under the impression that the school administration is not allowed to build additional classroom capacity in Broward County through Tallahassee's orders over this period, because that's why, from what I remember when you talked about Northwest Broward and the dollars, we got the developer to kick in those dollars so the school board didn't have to pay for anything. I mean, if you can't build additional student stations by I don't know if it's through the state, then where do these dollars go other than debt service?
Yeah. So as you can recall, even before my time, there was an enormous amount of expansion going on in Broward County. I think at one point in the early 2000s, we were growing at over 10,000 students per year. A significant amount of expansion out west. And so effectively the district couldn't collect impact fees in time to be able to do that. So we have to actually go out and borrow a lot of money to be able to go and build to try to catch up with that. So we are utilizing impact fees to actually retire some of the debt that is actually related to the expansion that we've had to actually do, because the impact fees trail our ability to do that. It's kind of it's kind of behind where the need is. If we were to wait for impact fees in order to build classrooms, we never have any students. So that's essentially the predicament we're in with this.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, we have Vice Mayor Geller, and then we'll come to you, Senator Rich.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I don't know if you were listening earlier. There were at least four no votes against any increase in the surtax at this point in time. I was concerned, as I think all of our members are, on the impact on affordable housing. And when I say affordable housing, let me change that to housing affordability, because I was not limiting that to just the homes that we designate as affordable housing. I have repeatedly said the best way to make housing more affordable is build more of it, so that the laws of supply and demand will drive the cost of housing down. I had offered an amendment that seemed to be attracting, some support. At least, again, I only need to know how to count to 5 on this commission, which would have had a 25% rate cap instead of 49, would have had no increase in 2021, beginning January 1, 2022, would increase by 8 1/3% per year, so that at the conclusion of those next 3 years, it would be a 25% increase. At 7:12, less than 10 minutes ago, one of the builders that was on the agenda to speak earlier texted me saying they could live with the 25% hike spread over the 3 years if that's still on the table. So to me, that seems like your best shot. Again, I don't know if you were listening when 4 members sequentially said that they would not be supportive of any increase. To me, your best shot at getting an increase is the amendment that I've offered, which again, Commissioner Udine has just said indicated support for. And that, to repeat that would be no increase on January 2021, beginning January 2022, which is, I think, about 15 months from now, 14 and a half. It would go up 8 1/3% per year for 3 consecutive years, meaning a 25% cap. You will do what you want. You are a very able individual, but I'm telling you what my vote count showed. And I'm done. At the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, I will offer that amendment whenever you're ready for it, sir.
Superintendent Runcie, your comments?
Thanks for that feedback, Vice Mayor. I was actually at our school board meeting when you were meeting earlier, so I didn't get that, but staff had briefed me about that conversation. So, look, we've got to, I think part of good governance is trying to come to compromises to the extent that you can. And I think I'm fortunate to see us practicing that in Broward County. So I'm certainly willing to work with the will of this body to ensure that we get something for our schools and our kids rather than nothing. I think we all recognize what the need is for these impact fees, as well as the need to continue to encourage economic development, and also, as you say, Commissioner Geller, have housing affordability. So with all those things considered, I will certainly entertain that proposal if that's the best opportunity we have to move forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and I think the county attorney was preparing something. Do we have that ready?
Could I respond? Could I speak to this first?
Okay, go ahead, and then we have Commissioner Fisher. Go ahead.
Okay. So I believe in compromise also, but this is capitulation as far as I'm concerned. When the school board comes in and has asked for 49%, and now in the letter that Superintendent Runcie said, that he would be willing to phase in 25 the first year and 49 the next, and now we're talking about waiting a year and doing 8.5% for each of 3 years. And that does not really solve the issue and the need here. And I think we need to consider, I'd like to hear what Mr. Runcie has to say about what would be a compromise that at least covers some of your needs. 8% is not the answer. for over 3 years, and it's more than 3 years because you're not doing anything the first year. So it's like hardly doing anything.
Senator Richard,
Yeah,
you wanted
it-
to make a motion that changes that, I mean, you could try to see what happened. That would be taken up first. And then
Okay,
you would have
well,
the fallback of Vice Mayor Geller, because it appears as if we have the vote for that. That would be what I think.
Well, I would like to suggest that, I mean, if Mr. Runcie feels that they could wait 1 year and then go to 25%, that would be the bottom level. That was what we had talked about last week and looked at, and then Mr. Runcie came in and in his letter said, 25 and then 49. So we'd be foregoing the 49, but we'd be at the 25%. And if, I can understand, if he believes he can deal with, the waiting the year, then begin in that 1 year 25%. And I just think that's, I mean, you're talking about having to pay back this debt service.
Which is going to
facing
continue
cuts
to
from-
grow. Yeah.
Right, and facing cuts from the state legislature. So if you
I mean, that's our
make that
our
motion,
biggest.
I will put that on the floor to motion to. You want me to do it? Amend? I don't know.
It'll be a substitute motion.
A substitute motion to wait to delay it 1 year, but then when it kicks in, then it would be 25%.
Commissioner Furr?
I would be glad to second that if we can get for sure, the moderate waiver for affordable housing. I think that's, because we can't put that big a price, a raise on the cost of affordable housing.
Okay.
That we can't do that. But I can go with that amendment if we know that we're going to get that kind of waiver.
Okay. So the question then, Superintendent Runcie, is what is the likelihood that we'd be able to get that through to the board, to get the school board to allow for that moderate housing to be included in the low, very low and moderate, to add that on?
Yeah. So the first of all, the likelihood is good. I cannot guarantee it. I mean, this is a policy matter that I just can't make that commitment my own. But what I will guarantee you is that I will present it to the board, and I will let them know that was part of the expectation of this approval, hopefully, that we'll be able to get today from this board.
Okay, so
So you have a motion and a second.
let's make sure we understand your substitute motion. Did you want to speak, Commissioner Furr? Commissioner Furr would like to speak on the motion.
Well, just to clarify one thing, they have a cap right now of the $375,000 to be going toward affordable housing. This would take off that cap and allow for whatever the number of units that allow for moderate, the moderate, and I think and I'm not sure if this is right. I think Ralph Stone would probably be able to help. The moderate housing that's 80% or below median is what I think moderate is. As long, whatever.
No, moderate is 80% above.
So.
80% of.
Yeah, 80%.
Low 80% is your low and
right,
very
and
low.
that's where I'm trying to get to, I think.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so it needs to include that. So Superintendent Runcie, it's not just it's not just saying you're going to accept moderate, but it would be raising that cap as well to include.
Right. So that would be the understanding, but there would be some number on it. It would obviously be higher than 375, but it wouldn't be some unlimited cap. So we'd have some additional number on there and include that category. That would be the proposal that we'll bring back to the board.
Okay.
And again, recognizing that the funds that we've already been putting in there, that they've never been fully leveraged, so this certainly will create more opportunity to utilize those funds annually.
And just Superintendent
and add additional dollars, yeah.
Right. One of the reasons that hasn't been utilized
We're not
is-
building low and very
is-
low.
Yeah, there's very few
Right,
units that
right,
actually
right.
get built at very low.
Right.
Most of them are at
So-
moderate level.
yeah. Okay, so we want it to be utilized and add some more to it. So we'll make those two adjustments.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion with a second. And I see the county attorney is trying to make sure that we have it right.
Right.
What happens if we pass this and they don't? Well, it's just a statement of intention to raise it. Okay.
I have a question for the county attorney. What happens if we raise the impact fees, Mr. Runcie brings it to the board, and they don't accept his recommendation?
Go ahead, county attorney.
Vice Mayor, unless it's a condition, then I think all the superintendent has pledged is to raise the issue and to present it in good faith to the decision maker and see what happens. May I raise one other point, though, because
Please.
I think this has to be, and I hate to say this, but I think this needs to be continued until November 10th, and I'll tell you why. And we don't necessarily have to do it, but there are a couple of open issues that we would just need policy direction on, and then possibly that issue could be resolved by November 10th, so we would know. But there are a couple of issues here. If the timing's right, I can mention them now, and if the timing's not right, I can
Go
wait.
ahead, county attorney.
Okay, so we prepared this additional material, which is 70(6), and we understand what your intention is, although there's a substitute motion on the table, is to increase it 25% from the current amount. One proposal would phase it in over 3 years, the other one might put it in the first year, but the first year in either case is January 1st of 2022. So it's either phased in over 3 years at that point or put in right away. However, there's something called an implicit price deflator that's part of this ordinance. And that is some measure of inflation that occurs every year on October 1st that automatically adjusts what the impact fees are. So the numbers that we provided to you in 70(6) do not include the adjustment for October 1st of 2020. These numbers are based on October 1st of 2019. So in a sense, the 25% is not really 25% because it probably would have gone up 2% round numbers anyway. So we would need direction in drafting as to what you want to do in terms of using 2020, October 1st, 2020, or October 1st, 2019 numbers as a baseline. We would also need direction from you as to whether we want to suspend the implicit price deflator for the next 3 years while you're raising the numbers by this 25%, whether it occurs over 1 year or 3 years, to suspend it so there's not some automatic adjustment that adds additional amounts to this. That's a policy decision, the legislative decision. That's not for us, and we want to make sure we understand what the board's will is on that. And I can tell you where that is if you want to make that change. And then finally, we just want to make sure the effective date is dealt with right under this, and that's going to depend on what proposal is ultimately approved. So I apologize. This has been simmering today, and sometimes when you have you're shifting what you're doing, there are other parts of the ordinance that are affected, and we want to make sure we get it right, and we don't just presume to know what your will is.
Okay, so we have the issue of, one part is the 25%, and one proposal would have it start in 2022 and phased in over 3 years. The other would have it start in 2022 and go in effect at 25%. Is that what Senator Rich and Commissioner Furr is agreeing to?
Okay, so I have a question. When we did this in 2014, I was not there, okay, on the commission. They enacted this, they phased it in January of 2015 and January of 2016, so it was staggered, okay? So how did they do it then? Did they just do the cost of living? I mean, the increase just did in 2015 and 16? I mean, it does not seem to be too complicated here. We've done this before. We have staggered and phased in, going way back to 2014. So, I mean, I just think we should figure out what we did then in terms of that issue, and then go with the waiting the 1 year because of COVID and so forth. Whatever, I can agree to that, and then just go with the 25% starting the following year. And we will not be dealing with the 49% at all at this point. So that's a big compromise.
Got you, Senator Rich. County Attorney, you raise your hand.
Yes, that would be adequate direction. I mean, if the board's direction is to do it the same way we did it in 2014, I just don't know exactly how we did it. We can go back and look, and we can do it exactly that same way.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second, and everyone understand what it is?
Because, Commissioner Furr, you do understand, based on what the county attorney said, that if we bring up your impact fees for affordable housing, and I'm still not exactly certain, because I always thought it was moderate, low, and very low. And I'm not sure which of the three, the high, medium, or low, you're talking about. I think you're talking about the highest, which I thought
moderate is the highest.
I thought that was up to 120%.
Up to
So I was actually even, well, we need to figure that out then, because I don't have those numbers in front of me.
And I know, because in my thing, you've got the 50, below 50, 50 to 80, and 80 to 120. And I just want to know which one you're talking about.
County Administrator,
But
is
beyond
Mr.
that,
Stone
they
available for us to get that answer?
He's talking about the 80 and above. That's
80
below
to
that
120?
is the very low and low.
Right.
And the issue is why they were doing this is because they were trying to get more very low and low built, because people don't build a lot of that. Moderate right now is just under market rate. That's where it is right now as a result of COVID.
But Commissioner
So we
Furr,
were-
is that what you're talking about, is the 80 to 120?
Yeah.
Okay, my concern is the county attorney has just told us that if they say no, you will have raised the impact fees without that.
Correct, and I'm worried about that, which is why he's suggesting to continue this.
Okay.
Correct?
Part of it, I mean, this is not going to kick in any event until 2022. We don't want it obviously to wait that long, because there are other aspects of the ordinance that are very important to take effect sooner. But yes, perhaps we can get more clarity on that by November 10th.
Well, I mean, what we're seeing is what's being waived is hardly anything. Because it's so low, it may as well not even be working. And what we're about to do is raise all the prices on all affordable housing.
Right. So that's the reason why the money's not being used, and if you move it to moderate, then you'll have more of the money being used.
Right.
And all of it probably, and then some. Commissioner Ryan.
My suggestion is, let's go ahead and we'll pick up the proposal by Commissioner Furr, and we'll make it conditioned upon the school board approving the moderate housing component within the proposal. And that way, we get it moved off the county commission. We put the onus on the school board. If they approve it, then the matter has been determined.
I have Ms. Sisodia on the line that can clarify.
Thank you. Thank you, County Administrator. Go.
25%.
Connie-
The second year.
Okay, County
Joe
Administrator.
Sisodia is on the line. She'll be able to.
Mr.
try to
Sodia, would you
clarify
clarify that moderate and explain the different
Ms.
difference?
Sisodia, please.
What we're looking
Mr.
for
Sodia.
what we're looking for is the distinction in tiers
Yes,
and where the cutoff points are.
right.
Mr. Para, can you have her on the line, please?
Yes, I believe she's muted on the AT&T side.
AT&T, please release Mrs. Sodia.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Joe Sisodia. Just to clarify, the very low is less than 50% of median income. The low is 50 to 80% of median income, and moderate is 80 to 120% of median income. Okay. Our current affordable housing waivers in the Land Development Code for transportation concurrency are limited to low and very low. The school board currently also limits it to low and very low. They had previously only had very low, and they amended their affordable housing waivers about a year and a half ago to include the low. No one gives it for moderate at this point.
Mr. Mayor, maybe we should look at ourselves before we're telling other people what to do.
All right, so in order for us to get through this vote, I need for you both to determine, are you making this contingent, or what are we doing?
I would say we should make it contingent on them adopting 80 to 120%. Otherwise, we're raising the price on all of that affordable housing.
All right, no problem. So is that okay
I don't
with you,
have a problem
Senator
with that
Rich?
either. Yes, it's fine.
Okay, so then we have this motion.
But not,
Mayor, but the motion, it doesn't, I think, just for clarity, it talks about a 25% increase next year and then 49%.
No,
that's not the motion.
Okay.
The motion is 25%.
Okay, so here's where we are. Let me
Please,
try.
please.
So basically, it will be a 25% increase only. However, that won't take effect this coming year. It will take effect in 2022.
January 1.
And we would do it the same way we did it in 2014, along the lines whether or not the built-in escalator is there also. Correct, County Attorney, that's what you understand?
Yes, sir, that's correct. The last thing we would just want to hear is whether the baseline for the 25% increase, just to confirm that it would be the amount from 10/1 of 2020, which is a little bit higher than the numbers that appear on the chart 70.6.
So it'd be 10/1 of 2020, is what we would do? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the motion that we have in place.
And Mayor, just to confirm also, and we would suspend then the implicit price deflator just during the year of the automatic increase. So just during 2022, we would suspend it, or it would stay in there?
There'll be probably another 2%, so it'll be like 27%.
So just keep it in there, no, don't suspend it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a question on that.
Yes.
So we're saying that they would have to accept the 80 to 120%.
Right.
But is there any number, because right now their cap is like 300,000. I think it may have been you that said that increasing that could be several million, or are you saying that it would only be the 300 or 500? Right now, I have no idea what numbers we're voting on.
I wouldn't put a cap on it, because otherwise you're going to be increasing the cost of all affordable housing.
Yeah, so he's not, so basically.
Is there a number cap?
The leverage.
I would say as we're trying to do as many units as we possibly can. Every one of them, those need to be built regardless. Whatever else is being built is going to get the 25% impact. Yes. They need to recognize we need to build these.
Yes.
Okay, they get a waiver. They don't have to have an impact.
So there's no cap on that number.
The number of units.
Right. Don't put a cap on it.
Up to the school board.
Yes. Okay.
No, it's not up to the school board.
No.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
We cannot tell the school board how much money they should put in there. That's not our role. We're asking them to increase to the moderate, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Let's look at what we're doing and how we're not doing what we're preaching to somebody else.
Okay. So here's where we are. Let me just try and let's bring it home. The motion is that we go with 25% increase, similar to what we did in 2014 and the way we did in 2014. It won't go in effect until 2022. So in 2021, there'll be no increase beyond the inflator that would have occurred naturally, right? And we're saying to the school board, increase the affordability to moderate income. And that this is contingent on them doing that. Is that clear?
No, I just to clarify, so we're telling them that all of the 80 to 120% would be included. If that's what we're saying, then it is clear.
So here's the issue that I see. It then becomes, does it take away all the money that they're giving back?
It might.
And that we're giving them the 25%. So I would think we want to have them come back to us with an increase from the 385, but it might not be that we wiping them out for all that we're giving them. So we give in one hand and we take in the other. It doesn't make any sense for us to do that. So I think that we can have them come back to us, tell us what it is, because there's a contingency.
Wouldn't the increase like
And
13?
that would be, and county attorney, we can make it so that it's satisfactory to us, the amendment that they make to the affordability and how much they're putting in. And then we can take it from there, okay? Yes. And we have staff negotiate that out, so we can get
All
over
right.
this item.
We'll move this out tonight.
Okay.
I think we're gonna have sufficient support, a majority support to move this. We got the one
Yes.
condition. If they don't accept the condition, then the whole thing comes back to us. We'll revisit it.
Right.
We've discussed this ad nauseum,
Yes.
so we know where we're at. If they don't accept it, we'll start and we'll come up
Yes.
with a new formula.
The
But
condition
it's
is
time to
the
vote.
entire, fine, I'm good with that.
Okay. Did you have something, Commissioner Fisher,
Yeah,
before? we
Mayor,
vote?
I know you stated the motion, I just want to make a correction, or not a correction, but a clarification isn't the 25% phased over 3 years?
No.
No.
Okay, so you're not doing that now?
That was his, but.
No.
but
That was your motion.
Yes.
My motion,
Vice
it
Mayor.
was amended by Senator Rich.
Yes.
Seconded by
Right.
Commissioner.
So at this point in time, it'll be 2 years, but the first year, there'll be no increase. It'll be just the second year that there'll be an increase.
Second year, it's the full 25%.
Yes, okay. We understand that. Now, with that in mind, those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, it was a motion by Senator Rich, second by
seconded
Commissioner Farr. So the ayes, we have, those opposed, nay? No? That means it passes, no, it's 7-0.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
but Drew, do note that was that they had to accept the
Moderate,
entire amount of the moderate.
Not entirely.
Okay.
Yes, that's why Senator Rich was disagreeing, and that's why I wanted this clarified.
But
They're going to come back and tell you, and either we'll like it or we won't.
If it comes back, then we can deal with it. County attorney.
I just want to make sure I'm not violating what you wanted. So basically, you pass this, they're going to come back with what they come back with, and if they come back with something unsatisfactory, then you can move to rescind or to change it.
Correct.
No, it was contingent on their accepting.
That's correct. So it's coming back to us, and if it's not,
Yeah, but
because
there's a difference between rescission.
They don't accept it.
Right, if they don't accept.
It comes back to us, correct.
That the entire, that all,
The entire package.
that they don't accept the fact that all affordable moderate income don't have to pay the impact fees. If they don't accept that, then it comes back to us, not for rescission, because we made that a contingent of approval.
all right, are we clear? Ooh, okay. You guys tired me out today. Where are we at now? I think Commissioner Bogan is gone, so we don't have any, okay, now, if we want to, I guess we're pretty done, except any quick communication from our elected? Yes, so we go ahead. Commissioner Fisher? None? Okay, good, thanks. Commissioner Udine?
Quickly, so I just want to give everybody a very quick report. I've spoken to some of you on non-sunshine, if I was able to speak to you, but the canvassing board, there was, and you probably read about it in the paper, there was a request made by one political party to do signature matches. Superintendent Antonacci, while he didn't have to do it by state law, by statute, agreed to have an open process where signature match a ceremony where they can look at these and do an observation. That went through without a hitch. As a matter of fact, one of the other political party waived even doing any of them because they saw the first one and all the signature matches seem to be in order. As of right now, there was 235,000 mail-in ballots received. There were 28,000 early votes yesterday. I don't have the report for today's because it wasn't over yet. There were 200 unsigned ballots that came back to the supervisor, and that's in process of all the cure affidavits and all that stuff. And the SOE is very good at making sure that those are come back with cure affidavits. Some of them we've already approved because they had the appropriate affidavits. And our next canvassing board meeting is tomorrow at 3. I think probably next week we'll start meeting closer to every day. We've been doing every other day. It seems to be going pretty smooth. I mean, there's teams of lawyers on all different sides on everything, but other than that, it's pretty cool. Second thing, and I just put this out there because I'm starting to get a lot of calls from a lot of my different city elected officials that at some point they want to see some of the cities have more of a say, individual city-wise, on what they can do with some of these COVID closures. I keep getting calls from different elected officials. I just put that out there to the county administrator. I know it's a very tough balance that you have, but I think what I'm starting to see now with some of them is that the county's doing all these things countywide, and why is one city being, different cities have different needs and different wants. So I just put that out there. I don't think there's anything for us to do on it other than to tell you that's some of the feedback I'm getting. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recently, I purportedly had my picture taken with Vice President Biden. I know you were there, Mr. Mayor. I say purportedly because there was some guy standing there wearing a mask and somebody that looked a lot like me standing there wearing a mask. So I'm maintaining that was me and Biden, but candidly, with both of us wearing the mask, that'll be hard to prove. I wanted to congratulate and thank Commissioner Udine because he hasn't really hit the worst of this yet, but serving on that canvassing board is a very important but completely thankless job with all of the hours that you will end up putting in. So congratulations for what you've been doing, and thank you for that work. Finally, I think everybody knows that one of my biggest issues is labor, and we have another meeting. I think you all know I chair an ad hoc meeting of educators, union, employers, et cetera, trying to bring more of the skilled trade jobs to Broward. We have another meeting this Thursday. I would invite the commissioners to come, except none of you can attend.
Because it's not sunshine. Okay. Commissioner Furr.
Real quick, read for the record is October 29th. Hopefully everybody gets a chance to sign up. You can do it either in person or virtual. I want to commend Commissioner Geller on moderating, chairing the South Florida Regional Planning Council meeting, which was a dual council meeting along with Treasure Coast. A lot of very, very good resolutions came out of that, of which I think we should make sure that everybody gets to see those. That was, I think there was 150 people on there, and that's a lot of people on a Zoom. But you managed to make sure that was handled well. Also, a report came out from the Environmental Protection Division on the business of resiliency. And this is important for all of us to look at, because it looks at the next 50 years and what sea level rise, what it can mean to insurance rates, property tax base rates, all those kind of things, and what the return on investment is if we do things on the front end and don't wait on the back end. It's an incredible report that I think the entire business community and everybody is taking a good look at that, as should all of us. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. County Administrator?
Nothing, sir.
County Attorney?
Forgot me. Excuse me. Hello.
I'm sorry, Senator Richard, you're next. Go ahead, Senator Rich.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a long day.
It is.
So I just want to just say, and Commissioner Udine, I'll mention it to you especially, but there is a real problem with the post office, and I have to tell you that my grandson mailed his ballot back in October 7th. It's still not here. And he's just, really upset, so we're going to send out another ballot. But if this is a trend, this is a real problem. And I don't know that there's anything, anybody can do about it except just, to alert people to send their ballots, to drop their ballots now at the drop boxes or at the early vote sites or at the commission or at the SOE offices, because there seems to be especially a problem coming in from outside of the state, and just ballots just taking forever to get here. So not a good thought for this election. So just want to just remind everybody to make sure you just get it to the supervisor's office through the drop box, or dropping it at the supervisor's office.
Anything about census?
County Attorney?
Nothing, Mayor, thank you.
County Auditor?
Nothing, thank you.
Deputy Auditor? County Auditor soon, I think. I'm going to be so brief, you're going to be shocked. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Voto, voto, vote. We have about 20% of the people already voted, 80% still yet to vote. And what I'd say, Senator Rich, what I'm telling folks who have ballots outside of the states, express mail it in. Use an express mail service, they'll get there on time. Yeah. Okay.
You would think from October 7th to October 20th it might get here.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned.
Broward County residents, make sure your vote counts. If you're not voting in person on November 3rd, we suggest you mail your ballot as soon as possible to help ensure it arrives by Election Day. Ballots can also be dropped off in person 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at any early voting location October 19th through November 1st. Remember to sign your ballot yourself and don't give it to a stranger. For early voting locations and/or ballot drop-off sites, please visit browardsoe.org. A message from the Broward County Commission.